Chapter 38-39. Looking for the Immortal Temple Elder. Other than that, some powerful old monsters who could not enter the stairway of the divine list were also not to be underestimated. No wonder Lu Feibing said that the depths of the ancient Yuan mountain range were not simple. It seemed that it was indeed not simple. Shaking his head, Lin Ling did not intend to stay any longer. He left quietly, but just as he arrived at the next street, a familiar coffin jumped into his sight. He saw several people carrying a bronze coffin, slowly walking down the street. Scram! Along the way, there were people blocking the way. The people carrying the coffins all shouted angrily. On the other hand, the passers-by who were being scolded were naturally displeased. Those who were allowed to appear here were all at the peak of the martial progenitor realm, and this was only the minimum requirement. There were even more half-martial gods. However, when they saw the bronze coffin, as long as they were walking on the streets, they immediately reacted. The Heaven-Crushing Alliance. Wanyan Epic. I'm sorry. Those passers-by quickly bowed and then made way. They also knew that this was still Plentiful City, the territory of the unrestrained sword martial god. Otherwise, with just them blocking the way, it was possible for Wanyan Shizhou to kill them. Humph. The person carrying the coffin snorted coldly and left coldly. The leader of the place of eternal rest. Why is he here? Shouldn't he be going to the ancient dragon desolate land? I heard that many of the 9 prefectures' 10 evils have also appeared there. He's looking for someone. That person has killed his son, and has also destroyed the Heaven-Crushing Alliance. To be honest, the Heaven-Crushing Alliance has most likely collapsed by now. Who could be so powerful as to actually disband the Heaven-Crushing Alliance? However, that old monster is clearly in a fit of rage right now, so it's best that we don't get caught in the crossfire and get killed by him. Let's go. The passers-by stared at the disappearing bronze coffin and whispered to each other. Lin Ling's face under the brim of his hat immediately turned serious. Feng Du really had a lot of enemies. Wanyan Epic. Heaven-Seeking Alliance. There was also the Duan Clan's alliance. If these people knew that Lin Ling was here, they would definitely come looking for him. After pulling down the brim of his hat a bit, Lin Ling continued forward. Right now, he had to find that Immortal Temple Elder as soon as possible and then leave this place. After a long time, Lin Ling appeared alone in a quiet street. A strange atmosphere pervaded the streets, and the Emperor Crystal appeared in Lin Ling's hand, burning it with his realm essence, forming a dense spirit energy that floated in all directions. Your Excellency, what's the matter? Finally, a cold voice drifted out. Find someone. However, Lin Ling was used to it, and he also let out a hoarse voice. This was because he knew that this street was the gathering place of the headhunters. If they wanted to know any news, or even if they wanted to entrust something, they could do it here. Even killing a person was not difficult as long as the reward was sufficient. Of course, this also depended on who he killed. For example, killing a martial god at the level of Wanyan Epic, there probably weren't many headhunters who would dare to do so. Furthermore, even if there were, Lin Ling probably wouldn't be able to give the corresponding reward. Who are you looking for? Sounds once again drifted out from the silent street. However, Lin Ling knew that although there seemed to be no one here, there were probably no less than 100 headhunters gathered here. They were just hiding. An elder from the Immortal Temple. Lin Ling said indifferently. The streets suddenly became quiet. The headhunters hidden everywhere were all sizing up Lin Ling, as if they wanted to know who Lin Ling was. However, Lin Ling's aura was restrained, and the Platinum Evil Spirit's cloak could also hide his aura. Unless Lin Ling made a move, they would not be able to guess Lin Ling's origin. Of course, they were not without gains. At least, they had noticed Shaolin on the back of the Platinum Evil Spirit. Release that little girl. A voice drifted out, seemingly somewhat fearful. This was also normal. As a headhunter, they had naturally offended many people, so they were also very cautious. Lin Ling nodded and let Xiaoluan climb down from the platinum evil spirit. The headhunters were all quietly investigating Xiaoluan, but they gradually relaxed. So it's her. To Lin Ling's surprise, a headhunter actually knew Xiaoluan. It seemed that these headhunters were indeed powerful. The news of the entire Guyuan mountain range could not escape their hands. Suddenly, Lin Ling also thought of why Wanyan Shishir would appear here. It must be the news from the headhunters. Wanyan Shishir had bought this news from them and found Lin Ling's route. However, the headhunters only knew that he was coming this way, but they did not know the specific whereabouts of Lin Ling. The scourge of the prairie, to many miners, they hate that girl very much. At this moment, a low voice drifted out. Sir, don't ask too much about things that have nothing to do with you, and don't say too much. Be careful not to be headhunted. Lin Ling's voice also turned cold, causing the street to instantly fall silent. That elder is in Tian Feng restaurant. Finally, a voice drifted out, and at the same time, said, "Thank you for 10 billion royal crystals." The asking price was also extremely high. However, Lin Ling was not short of royal crystals now, so he placed the 10 billion royal crystals on the ground, and even took out another 10 billion royal crystals and threw them on the ground. He said indifferently, again, "Don't ask too much about things that have nothing to do with you, and don't say too much." He did not know if anyone had recognized him, but it was always right to be careful. He was not afraid of these headhunters, but he was afraid that they would spread the news. After saying this, Lin Ling did not say much and turned to leave. "Sir, we don't know who you are, but someone is looking for this little girl. This is the news I know. Of course, this is only a rumor in our headhunters' circle. No one can be sure if it's true or not." However, just as Lin Ling was about to leave, a voice drifted out, as if it was indebted to Lin Ling's 10 billion royal crystals tip. Hearing this, Lin Ling frowned, but he walked further and further away. He was curious. Someone was looking for Xiaoluan. With Xiaoluan's strength, this should be impossible. However, this might just be a rumor. It had to be said that the headhunters' circle was strange. In the prairie, they killed anyone they saw and robbed treasures everywhere. However, in the big mines of Plentiful City, they were very well behaved and could give others the information they needed. Their existence was reasonable. No wonder they could survive in the prairie. Without thinking too much, Lin Ling asked passers-by and then went to Tian Feng restaurant. Tian Feng restaurant was not difficult to find. It was also one of the bigger restaurants in Plentiful City. Those martial artists who were tired from wandering outside would choose to have a good rest in this restaurant. Not long after, a simple wooden building began to appear in front of them. The wooden building was very tall, but it gave people a feeling of being patched up. It was not gorgeous at all. However, looking from afar, there were still many people entering one after another. Obviously, in a place like the prairie, this restaurant was considered to be very good. After a while, Lin Ling brought Xiaoluan into the restaurant. However, just as they passed through the door, a few figures walked over while drinking wine. They seemed to be chatting casually, but one of them accidentally bumped into Lin Ling. Chapter 3840. An expert. "Sir, are you courting death?" However, Lin Ling also spoke. His words caused those people to stop in their tracks, and the smiles on their faces gradually disappeared. "Hand it over. Otherwise, I don't mind breaking one of your arms." Lin Ling didn't look at them, but he spoke indifferently, and his voice was filled with killing intent. As for those people, they were still holding on to their wine jugs, and a murderous look appeared in their eyes. However, the golden-white evil spirit slowly turned around, revealing a strange face under the brim of its hat. A strange atmosphere enveloped those people, making it difficult for them to breathe. "Return it to him." Seeing this, one of them finally spoke up. Then, a man who didn't look very tall appeared in his hand and handed a palm-sized bag to Lin Ling. This brocade pouch belonged to Lin Ling. This person had casually bumped into it and stolen it. However, there weren't many Emperor crystals inside because Lin Ling had hidden all the precious treasures inside his ring. And this group of people were obviously used to robbing. If they encountered a martial artist who didn't react in time, they would leave after stealing. Of course, most martial artists were sensitive and could easily detect it. However, they had many people and were strong, so even if many martial artists detected it, they didn't want to cause trouble, so they chose to swallow their anger. Unless the thief was very strong, such as the platinum evil spirit. "Sorry." After handing over the brocade pouch, the man said respectfully. Lin Ling ignored him. He opened his palm, and a wisp of green smoke floated in his palm. When he grasped it, the green smoke instantly disappeared without a trace. The expression of one of them changed, and he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. However, he forcefully suppressed it. This was because that wisp of green smoke was his innate skill. It could be hidden outside a martial artist's body, allowing them to easily follow the martial artist and find a deserted place to kill them and steal their treasures. However, he didn't expect that this invisible and colorless tracking smoke would actually be detected by this person. An expert. A true expert. "Sir, I'm sorry." This time, the leader also bowed and gave a signal to the people inside the restaurant. He then said, "Your Excellency's meals and drinks in the Tian Feng restaurant will be on us." Obviously, they were also regular customers. If they encountered a problem that they couldn't solve, they would treat the other party to a meal and drink to appease their anger. Under normal circumstances, in a place like Plentiful City, no matter how strong a martial artist was, they would not want to cause trouble, so they chose to keep the peace. Scram. Lin Ling was the same. "Thank you, Your Excellency." Those people bowed again and walked away with their heads lowered. This made them even more terrified. Not only was this mysterious man powerful, but he also knew the rules of the Tao. This meant that this mysterious man was definitely not a newcomer to the prairie. Lin Ling turned around, held Xiaoluan's hand, and entered the restaurant. The restaurant was still bustling with noise, and all kinds of voices drifted out. It was as if no one had seen what had happened at the door. In reality, many people had seen it and were even more accustomed to it. However, through the previous incident, they also knew that the man in the cloak was not simple. He was not someone to be trifled with. As for this kind of person, they would usually choose to ignore him and not provoke him. After entering the restaurant, Lin Ling looked around and found a clean table and chair to sit down. Soon, someone placed wine and meat on the table. That was because Lin Ling's expenses were all paid for by the local tyrants. In order to satisfy Lin Ling, the restaurant sent a lot of food and wine. As for Lin Ling, he was still wearing his hat, giving off an unfathomable feeling. However, his soul force was also quietly spreading out. Because the restaurant was very big, there were hundreds of people. It was obviously not easy to find the elder of the Immortal Temple. However, when his soul force spread out, he immediately sensed that in the air above the restaurant, all kinds of energy were sweeping. Many were spying, some were alerting, and most were defending against others spying. This was really a place where dragons and snakes mixed together. Moreover, the strength of the people present was not weak at all. It made Lin Ling feel that the entire restaurant was like a world of its own, filled with chaotic battles. However, this kind of battle was a battle of vigor and sensitivity. All the guests were still drinking and eating, looking exactly the same as usual. "Guest, please enjoy your meal." At this time, the waiter beside him left with a smile after putting down the food and wine. Slap. However, at this time, Lin Ling gently put down a small brocade bag on the table. The waiter was still smiling, but he quietly put away the small brocade bag and checked it carefully. Suddenly, his heart exploded. There were actually 300 million royal crystals in it. This was a huge sum of money for him. "Ancestor, what can I do for you?" The waiter almost knelt down to lick Lin Ling's shoes. "Do you know about the Immortal Temple?" Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine and then looked at the wine cup in his hand and said. The waiter was stunned and suddenly smiled. Then, he dipped his finger in the water and drew an arrow on the table. Lin Ling was stunned because he was just trying his luck. He didn't expect the waiter to know. "Hee, ancestor, that old guy has been here for a month. It's hard not to know after a long time." As if he knew Lin Ling was surprised, the waiter bowed and said. Lin Ling nodded with satisfaction and put another 100 million royal crystals on the table. He said lightly, "I have something to ask you." "Let's go." "Thank you, ancestor." The waiter's mouth was almost crooked from smiling. He knew he had met a rich customer. After taking the money, he hurriedly left. Lin Ling didn't care about the small tip. His eyes followed the arrow formed by the waiter and filtered them one by one. Finally, it fell on an old man wearing a bamboo hat and a Buddhist robe. That old man was very thin, and he was drinking wine alone. Lin Ling immediately spread out his soul power across the hall and finally approached the old man. After a while, Lin Ling couldn't help but smile quietly. That was because he sensed an evil Buddha energy from the old man's body. It must be him. Standing up, Lin Ling led the golden-white evil spirit and walked over step by step. At this moment, in the corner, the old man was drinking alone. On his thin face, there was a pair of cold eyes. His head seemed to be lowered, but he glanced around the hall from time to time. When he saw some good-looking women, the corners of his mouth curled into an evil smile. His eyes seemed to be lustful. However, at this moment, a figure suddenly came and sat down at his table without waiting for him to speak. "Old master, it's a bit lonely to be drinking alone." The voice floated out with a faint smile. The old man frowned and turned his head to see a mysterious man in a wide cloak. He was just about to shout, "Get lost." However, at this moment, a palm suddenly fell on his shoulder. A powerful force pinched his collarbone, making it difficult for him to move. Chapter 38-41. Jean E had arrived. An expert. The old man instantly knew that there was an expert behind him. Even if he was not a half-step martial god, he was at least a martial god. "Sir, may I know what's the matter?" Finally, the old man spoke solemnly. However, the cloaked man beside him did not speak. Instead, he tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, making him look even more mysterious. This also caused the oppressive atmosphere to quietly fill the air. Cold sweat trickled down the old man's forehead. He had a feeling that if this person wanted to harm him, he was afraid that no one present could help him. The oppressive atmosphere gradually reached its peak. At a certain moment, the old man almost wanted to fight to the death and rush out of the restaurant. However, at this moment, the voice finally rang out, "Why is the Immortal Temple going to the ancient dragon wasteland?" "For the divine fetus." The old man was relieved. He did not dare to hide anything and immediately spoke. His sweat had already fallen like rain. He knew that the Immortal Temple had offended many experts in Zhuzhou. If this person was here for revenge, with the mysterious expert behind him, he would definitely die here. Fortunately, this mysterious person did not seem to be here for revenge. Which direction did they go? The mysterious person was still tapping his fingers on the table. "I don't know about that. To be honest, I came too late. When I was planning to enter the ancient dragon wasteland, that place had already been sealed. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been drinking in Plentiful City." The old man said honestly. So, you are also looking for a way to enter the ancient dragon wasteland? Senior, that is indeed the case. However, the ancient dragon wasteland has been sealed by the deity's people. Unless the deity agrees, no one can enter. You may leave. After a while, Lin Ling finally spoke. The old man did not dare to stay any longer. Without saying a word, he bowed and strode away. When he stood up, his legs were trembling. However, Lin Ling was still drinking. Currently, he had already determined the whereabouts of the Immortal Temple and knew their purpose. However, the ancient dragon wasteland had been sealed. He had to find a way to enter. Sir, there will definitely be a way to enter. At this moment, Xiaoluan beside him seemed to know Lin Ling's worries and comforted him. Thank you, Xiaoluan. Lin Ling immediately replied with a smile, but his heart was still heavy. Because the person who sealed the ancient dragon wasteland was a god. Not to mention a mere Lin Ling, even a martial god would not be able to get close. Unless he had Lei Gong's help. However, Lin Ling had no idea who Lei Gong was and where he was. While Lin Ling was deep in thought, a few more figures walked in through the entrance of the restaurant. These people had a noble aura and had long blonde hair. After entering, they looked around the hall with disdain. Then, they found a table and sat down. However, there were many people in the hall, so Lin Ling did not notice them. In contrast, after they sat down, they looked around casually. Suddenly, one of their faces flickered. Exalted Genie, look. He pointed at Lin Ling's table and chair, indicating for the others to look over as well. In the end, all of them frowned, and a strong killing intent appeared in their eyes. That was because they recognized the girl. Wasn't she the one they had met in the ancient lake mine? This group of people was Priest Genie from the Golden God tribe. The Golden God tribe was extremely famous in the ancient Origin mountain range. They had a large number of people and were powerful. As long as there was a mine, they could use the mysterious mine to explode with several times their strength. Therefore, even human powerhouses did not dare to provoke them casually. Exalted Genie, look. That martial god expert is also here. Someone suddenly sneered. He was pointing at the platinum evil spirit in the cloak. Genie was very familiar with the platinum evil spirit. In the past, it was because of this expert that he had been completely defeated. If that expert is here, it means that the cloaked man who was drinking wine is the despicable person from last time. Genie said coldly, moreover, his name is Lin Ling. His voice became much colder when he said the last sentence. After leaving the ancient lake mine, he had asked around and finally found out who Lin Ling was. He had never expected that Lin Ling was also somewhat famous in the human world. However, the students from the various academies were very disdainful of this person and did not take him seriously. Moreover, what surprised him was that Lin Ling had many enemies. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. Genie sneered. He exchanged glances with the others and waved his hand. A wine glass shot out like a cannonball. Moreover, the target of the wine glass was Xiaoluan. At this moment, Lin Ling was still drinking wine. However, when he sensed the unforeseen event, his expression changed instantly. Then, he pulled Xiaoluan over with one hand. As soon as he moved, the wine glass arrived and exploded. The entire table also exploded. Wine splattered everywhere, causing everyone in the hall to look over. Drink, drink, drink. Sooner or later, you'll die from drinking. Lowly peasant, you didn't expect to meet us here, did you? At this moment, Genie and the others all stood up with cold smiles on their faces. Their attitude could be said to be extremely arrogant. Not only Lin Ling and Xiaoluan, but even many people in the hall frowned. After all, everyone was eating peacefully, but these people suddenly attacked and destroyed other people's tables and chairs. Who wouldn't be angry? However, when they saw clearly who it was, many people swallowed their anger and swallowed their anger. The Golden God clan was obviously not someone they could provoke. Are you very angry? This is just the beginning. Genie ignored the crowd and waved his right hand again. The wine and meat on his table all flew toward Lin Ling. This caused Lin Ling's expression to darken. He waved his right hand and a surge of realm essence gushed out, blocking all the wine and meat. Lin Ling did not expect to meet Genie and the others here. Moreover, he guessed that Genie and the others must have recognized Xiao Luan and guessed that it was him. If he had known that these people were so despicable, he would have killed them in the ancient lake cave. Of course, Genie and the others were not weak. If he had really wanted to kill them, Lin Ling would have had to use his full strength. This was also the reason why Lin Ling did not attack back then. After all, Lin Ling was not at his peak at that time. Are you very angry? Get over here. Genie had been humiliated by Lin Ling last time. Naturally, he vented all his grievances now. He knew that he was no match for the martial god. He might not even be a match for Lin Ling. However, this was their territory. In Plentiful City, the Golden God clan had more elites. Get over here. The others shouted angrily, their auras overbearing. Lin Ling remained silent. His eyes were filled with murderous intent. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he quietly asked the Golden White Evil Spirit to protect Xiao Luan. If there was a chance, they would immediately leave Plentiful City. After all, he knew that this was not a suitable place to fight. Genie and the others were even more elated when they saw Lin Ling's silence. Don't dare to speak. Trash. Chapter 38-42. Exposed. He naturally guessed Lin Ling's fear. Due to the war of the martial gods, many strong people had gathered in Plentiful City, and many of them seemed to be Lin Ling's enemies. How can you talk about martial arts when you're so sneaky? However, the more you want to hide, the more I want to say it. Genie sneered. If you want to die, you can try. Hearing Genie's words, Lin Ling's eyes turned even colder. I'm so scared, I'm so scared. However, the more you don't let me say it, the more I want to say it. If you can't accept it, come and kill me. Hearing this, Genie's face was full of ridicule. She even used her palm to slap her cheeks, indicating Lin Ling to come and kill her. You keep hiding your identity because you don't want others to know your name. Then I'll tell everyone that you're Lin Ling from Snow Wind Academy. In the end, Genie did not hide anymore and said Lin Ling's name. That's the enemy of the Duan clan, the enemy of the new Heavenly Court, and the person that the Yi Garden of the 36 Academies wants to teach the most. Oh, right, I seem to have heard that you even killed the son of a big shot of the 9 states' 10 evils. These people all want to harm you. Genie's voice was like thunder. Not only did the people in the restaurant hear it, even the people outside heard it. Lin Ling, who is this? He seems to be very famous. I remember, the person who wants to challenge martial gods seeking heaven's disciple. It's this guy. The crowd began to whisper among themselves. However, many people's eyes lit up instantly. That mysterious person was actually Lin Ling. Bastard! Lin Ling's heart was boiling with anger. He knew that this guy was doing it on purpose. Plentiful City had so many enemies. If Lin Ling was exposed, the result could be imagined. Carefree, carefree. On Genie's side, those people all laughed loudly. They could sense that Lin Ling must hate them to the bone. He might even be crying now. This was the consequence of offending the Golden God clan. However, their guess was right. Lin Ling was indeed furious, but since his identity had been exposed, what else was there to hide? Clearly, there was no need for that. Boom! His talents fused together, and his aura surged. The tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of a gold god tribe expert. That powerhouse was still laughing, but he couldn't laugh anymore. Because a sword had already appeared in front of him. The person holding the sword was wearing a cloak, and the face under the hood was actually smiling. Furthermore, it was a sneer. Very happy, aren't you? Lin Ling's voice also floated out from his mouth, causing that person's body to inexplicably tremble. Only now did he remember that framing Lin Ling was indeed satisfying, but they also had to bear the brunt of Lin Ling's anger. I am. That person quickly shouted angrily. Boom! Mercury poured out, and the tyrant song sword slashed down like a heavenly blessing. That golden god clan elite was directly slashed apart. He couldn't be more dead. That's right, I'm Lin Ling. How about it? Lin Ling's sword did not stop. With surging killing intent, he pounced on the others. Seeing this, Jin Yi and the others' pupils constricted. At this moment, they seemed to have realized something. Previously, Lin Ling was enduring. At that time, they should have stopped while they were ahead. However, they had shed all pretense of cordiality and even touched the taboo. This was equivalent to releasing a killing god. What did the current Lin Ling have to fear? Oh no, everyone, be careful. A gold god tribe expert roared, but with a swoosh, a sword appeared in his chest. It was a sword that had pierced through his back. He lowered his head in disbelief. Am I going to die? Obviously, he had not expected that just drinking here would result in his soul returning to the underworld. What do you think? Lin Ling pulled out the sword, and blood immediately gushed out. That expert couldn't be more dead, and he collapsed. This caused everyone in the restaurant to be in a state of panic. No one thought that Lin Ling would dare to start a massacre here. One had to know that this was Plentiful City, where countless experts had gathered. Jin Yi also knew of Lin Ling's strength, so she immediately planned to leave the restaurant. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The people around Jin Yi all rushed out of the restaurant crazily. One of them was slower, running and shouting at the same time. However, the Grim Reaper had already caught up to him. In front of him, a figure appeared and stopped him. Don't kill me, I was wrong, I was wrong. The golden-haired expert directly knelt down. The noble gold god tribe. Lin Ling laughed sarcastically. The sword that was hanging on the ground rose up. Swoosh. This person was split into two. Then, Lin Ling's cold eyes fell outside the restaurant, and more fell on Jin Yi. These people did not let Lin Ling off easily, so Lin Ling would kill them all. Let's see who is more ruthless. Your Excellency, they are from the Gold God tribe. Leave them some leeway in the future. Why do you have to be so aggressive? However, at that moment, a half-step martial god realm old man suddenly appeared at the entrance of the restaurant and blocked Lin Ling's way. He had a kind face and a gentle smile on his face. Just because he said your name, you want to kill all of them. That's too ruthless. This old man was obviously much more powerful than an ordinary half-step martial god. It's none of your business, get lost. Lin Ling's face became even colder. Your Excellency, I saw that it was not easy for you to cultivate, so I didn't attack you. If you forced me to attack you, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, you should leave. I won't attack you, but I can't let you kill the innocent. The old man was still smiling. Kill the innocent. It was easy for this expert to talk while standing there, wasn't it? His identity had been exposed by Jin Yi and the others, which meant that Jin Yi and the others had pushed him off the cliff. At that time, would this expert come to save him? Obviously, it was impossible. stop being merciful. If you don't get lost, don't blame me for being impolite. Lin Ling's voice was filled with murderous intent. His cloak danced in the wind as he moved. The old man sighed and shook his head. Why bother? Die. Lin Ling did not waste any more time. With a thought, the platinum malevolent spirit beside Xiao Luan lunged forward and grabbed at him. This caused the old man's expression to change. Because he'd noticed that Lin Ling's cultivation wasn't high. That was why he dared to step forward and help Lin Ling. However, he hadn't expected that Lin Ling actually had another martial god. Bang! The two of them collided with one another, causing the restaurant to collapse immediately. The old man's face turned pale when he sensed the strength of the platinum malevolent spirit. At this moment, he finally realized that this matter wasn't something he could comment on. Your Excellency, I won't interfere in this matter. The old man finally yelled at Lin Ling. Upon hearing this, Lin Ling smirked. Without saying a word, he charged out of the restaurant and chased after Jin Yi and the others. Not interfering now. It was too late. Chapter 38-43. Plentiful City was in turmoil. Moreover, if Lin Ling did not have the golden white evil spirit, Lin Ling would definitely be stopped by the old man. At that time, Jin Yi and the rest would have run away. At that time, the old man could also leave as if it had nothing to do with him. You. Seeing that Lin Ling was ignoring him, the old man's face changed drastically. That's enough. Hurry up and save me. However, what greeted him was the golden white evil spirit. Save him. The golden white evil spirit had already treated him as a spicy strip. At this moment, the street was quiet at first, but soon, anxious shouts could be heard. Lin Ling is here, Lin Ling is here. The people who were shouting were obviously Jin Yi and the rest. Swoosh. However, Lin Ling had already caught up from behind, and his sword slashed down from the sky. One of the people behind Jin Yi and the rest was immediately killed. Shout, shout, let the whole city know, but before I, Lin Ling, die, all of you will be buried with me. Then, Jin Yi and the rest heard the crazy voice. As for where the gaze was, it was densely packed shadows. Evil ghost jellyfish. Endless evil ghost jellyfish flew out. Moreover, the true inheritance dark sword also rushed out, mixed with rolling ancestral power, and went to wreak havoc on Jin Yi and the rest. Jin Yi and the rest used the powerful techniques of the Golden God clan, but it was useless. They were instantly killed by the true inheritance dark sword. At present, the true inheritance dark sword's ancestral power had reached 90%. Moreover, it was still increasing. The few people who were killed were immediately devoured by the evil ghost jellyfish, and finally turned into dried corpses. This person is so arrogant, he actually dares to kill people in Plentiful City. Because he is Lin Ling. I didn't expect that Lin Ling would dare to come here. Is he crazy? Looks like there will be a good show to watch, but this Lin Ling is really bold. Hearing Lin Ling's name, some people were confused, but some people's eyes lit up, and the news spread like a snowball. Rumble. Then, the street shook and a figure flew backward. Then, he crawled on the ground, his face full of fear. So strong. Why is he even stronger than last time? This person was Jin Yi's subordinate. Previously, he had followed Jin Yi to the ancient lake mine, so he had a rough idea of Lin Ling's strength. However, he had never expected that Lin Ling would be even stronger than before. He did not know that at that time, Lin Ling had just fought the realm scorpion and his strength had been greatly reduced. Otherwise, they would not have had the chance to leave alive. Wait, this matter can be discussed. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. Seeing that Lin Ling was coming for him, the man immediately shouted. Misunderstanding. Lin Ling didn't even look at him. With a twitch of his brows, the true inheritance dark sword shot out and pierced through him. Almost at the same time, the ancestral power of the true inheritance dark sword touched upon the 100% threshold. Looking at Jin Yi's group, there were only 2 people left. All of you, die. Lin Ling activated the true inheritance nether sword and the evil ghost jellyfish, attacking one of them. Instead, he pounced towards Jin Yi. Rumble. All of a sudden, the battle here became even more intense. At the same time, in every corner of Fengdu City, news spread out like a rolling snowball. On the street, a large number of people with blue hair were slowly moving forward. They raised their heads and puffed out their chests, full of arrogance. However, when the news came from afar, their eyes instantly lit up. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling, kill him. The woman in the lead shouted ferociously. She was Princess Shui Wan. On the other side, a restaurant was booked by countless experts. They were all very old and had monstrous strength. In Zhuzhou, any one of them was an existence that surpassed the Emperor God. Because they were people from the final world's Duan family. Sir, Lin Ling has come to Fengdu City. Someone suddenly reported. Lin Ling, the trash that defeated our Duan family's Duan Wuhan. Kill him. The murderous aura in the restaurant was monstrous. The Duan family was also on the move. However, this was not the end of it. Before the first wave subsided, another wave arose. An ancient bronze coffin appeared on a high platform in the mine. The ancient coffin was silent as it looked at the entire Fengdu city. Mr. Wan Yan, can I sell you a piece of information? Suddenly, a voice quietly sounded. It was very strange, as if it was hidden in the wind. It was the Headhunter clan. If you have something to say, then say it. Otherwise, I'll kill you. The bronze coffin suddenly swayed and emitted a strong corpse aura. The Headhunter clan was obviously afraid, so he said anxiously, the Lin Ling you're looking for has appeared in Fengdu City. Bang! 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 As soon as he finished speaking, the lid of the bronze coffin suddenly swayed violently, and the corpse aura became stronger. Kill him. The bronze coffin finally let out a hoarse voice. Then, the person carrying the coffin jumped down from the high platform. Moreover, a large number of imperial crystals were scattered on the platform. This made the Headhunter clan ecstatic. He quickly showed himself and collected the imperial crystals. However, halfway through, he suddenly let out a painful cry. Then, his whole body began to rot. Obviously, these imperial crystals had been poisoned, and he had been poisoned. Although he was hoping for a fluke and sold the information to Wan Yan, the money of the strong was not so easy to take. Therefore, the money was given to him, but he had to die. This was also the fate of the Headhunter clan. For money, they could sell everything, but they could also be killed at any time. Young master, Lin Ling has appeared. As for the grassland outside Fengdu City, several white horses were slowly moving forward. These horses were very beautiful. They were pure white and their pupils were colorful. This was the dream horse, a remnant of the deity era. In front of the horses, a person knelt on one knee and said respectfully, Lin Ling. On the leading horse, a handsome man's pupils constricted. He was Duan Wuhan. He didn't expect to meet Lin Ling as soon as he arrived at Kaiyuan River, even though he wanted to participate in the Advanced Academy's training. Let's go and meet him. The entire Fengdu city was in an uproar because of Lin Ling's appearance. The commotion was comparable to the battle between the martial gods. In addition to those strong people, the experts of the Wendian Alliance had also received the news and were frantically looking for Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling and Wendian martial god had agreed to fight, and they did not dare to kill Lin Ling, they definitely wanted to teach Lin Ling a lesson. Look, the smoke is billowing. I did not expect this small Lin Ling to cause such a commotion in Fengdu City. Yes, it seems like this is also an appetizer before the battle between the martial gods. However, I am curious. How can a small Lin Ling block the attacks of the experts from all sides? When the strong people heard the news, they became more and more curious. Die. On the street, the last person brought by Jin Yi was also killed. Now, only Jin Yi was left. At this moment, Jin Yi's face was ugly. He did not expect Lin Ling to be so arrogant and kill all of his people in such a short period of time. Noble Golden God Clan, it's your turn now. Chapter 38-44. Madness. Are you surprised? You thought that I would run away or even be afraid after exposing me. You didn't expect that I would kill all of you. Lin Ling's voice drifted out. I underestimated you. Jin Yi gritted his teeth and said word by word. Thank you for the compliment, but it's about time. Your death is here. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say anything else. The true inheritance dark sword and the wraith jellyfish flew back, and he pounced forward. Jin Yi's heart instantly became serious. He clasped his hands together and the ground shook. A large amount of emperor crystals appeared and merged into his hands, causing his arms to shine brilliantly. So many people want to kill you. Who knows, I might be the first one to kill you. Boom! A terrifying power erupted. Jin Yi also turned into a ray of golden light and shot forward. Rumble! The two powerhouses clashed, and a storm swept out. It was as if the sky was falling and the earth was splitting. A moment later, two figures also floated in the air. 80% of the ancestral power. Jin Yi's hands clashed with Lin Ling's dominating sword, but his expression was serious. Because, after clashing with Lin Ling, he realized how terrifying Lin Ling was. Last time, Lin Ling had obviously hidden some of his strength. But, is it enough to kill you? Lin Ling sneered. After clashing with Jin Yi, he realized that his opponent had a mysterious power that seemed to be able to use the endless emperor crystals to increase his strength. This was similar to the Wood God clan, but one borrowed the power of the forest while the other borrowed the power of the emperor crystals. It's not enough. On the contrary, it's enough for me to kill you. At this moment, Jin Yi shouted fiercely. Suddenly, the light on his arm flowed like liquid metal, and when it came into contact with the tyrannical Song sword, it actually dyed the sword gold, and the ancestral power was immediately sealed. Moreover, this didn't stop there, and it actually dyed Lin Ling's arm gold as well. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Ha! Realizing this, Jin Yi sneered and said, I'm the priest of the gold god. I have the means to connect with the gods. You, a mere human, have no right to be proud in front of me. The golden liquid began to appear on Lin Ling's body. Lin Ling seemed to have turned into a golden monster. However, Lin Ling all of his power was sealed Lin Ling's god clan's god. Of course, this was also because Lin Ling had been a little careless. He hadn't even figured out the Golden God clan's methods before casually attacking. Although Lin Ling's though, was sealed Lin Ling, was that all? Whoosh whoosh. This caused Jin Yi's expression to change, but he couldn't retreat at this moment. Otherwise, Lin Ling's seal would be crippled by half a step. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh Jin whoosh. Jin Yi shouted, and a golden light appeared behind him. The surface of his body was enveloped by the golden light, and his entire being turned into a golden man. Treasure light soared into the sky. Ding ding dang dang. The true inheritance dark sword shot behind him, but it seemed to have hit a metal wall. It didn't penetrate Jin Yi's body. However, Jin Yi's efforts were strenuous and unrewarding. Golden blood flowed out of the corner of his mouth. Of course, He also roared madly, "You can't hurt me with less than 100% of your ancestral power. After I seal you, I'll turn your sword into scrap metal." His voice was filled with hysterical madness. What a strange method. In the distance of this street, people were watching the battle. Then, they exclaimed in surprise at the power of the Golden God clan. But at this time, the true inheritance dark swords that were wildly attacking Genie began to quietly change. It was as if they were being incessantly attacked by the dark swords until they began to burn. Water-like flames appeared on those swords. Moreover, it was getting sharper and crazier. Whoosh! When it passed by Genie, it cut through the golden light on his body, causing his expression to change drastically. How could this be? This sword could actually grow by itself. Whoosh! Whoosh! Following that, even more swords arrived and pierced through his body, causing his chest to be riddled with holes. When he lowered his head, he was filled with disbelief and panic. Was he going to die? Looking at Lin Ling in front of him, he saw that Lin Ling had already recovered. The golden liquid had disappeared like a receding tide. At this moment, Lin Ling was coldly looking at him. Jin Yi also sensed Lin Ling's cold gaze. He gritted his teeth and was about to say something. Whoosh! However, Lin Ling's dragon claw waved and directly blew his head apart. If I die, you won't be able to escape from Plentiful City. Jin Yi's voice floated out, and he was only halfway through shouting when his head was separated from his body. Seeing this scene, the hearts of all the martial artists trembled fiercely. This Lin Ling was really crazy. Before he died, he actually dragged Jin Yi down with him. Poor Jin Yi. He thought that by exposing Lin Ling's identity, he would be able to see Lin Ling die. In the end, he was just making a wedding dress for someone else. At the very least, he would not be able to see Lin Ling's death. On the contrary, Lin Ling was accompanied by Jin Yi on the road to the underworld. You killed my tribe's priest. Go to hell. However, as soon as Jin Yi died, a furious roar came from the sky. Along with it, an endless number of mineral veins rose and floated in the sky. They were densely packed. Lin Ling's eyes instantly narrowed. He knew that the person who had come was very powerful. If he had to give an example, he would be a top power at the half-step to martial god realm. The Grand Priest. Instantly, this phrase appeared in his mind. The Golden God tribe could move about freely in the human's mineral veins. This meant that this tribe had many top powers. The top power who had come out now must have a high position in the Golden God tribe. In fact, the Wood God tribe also had many top powers. However, they could not leave the forest. Boom! In the sky, a giant who was 100 meters tall came crashing down. His entire body was dazzling with golden light. At a closer look, it was an old man with long flowing hair. He was mighty like a King Kong descending to the mortal world. His golden hair was like the sun. Lin Ling, you're dead meat. Upon seeing the rich power from the person's body, many people on the distant street sneered. These people were from the Duan family. They had finally arrived. However, they did not attack at this moment. They were watching the show from afar. Of course, many people had the same thoughts as the Duan family. In comparison, there were strong and weak half-step to martial gods. For example, an ultimate desolate body below the 7th grade was considered inferior. A 7th grade ultimate desolate body was considered mediocre. An 8th grade ultimate desolate body was considered superior. Those above the 8th grade were considered superior. The Golden God tribe's Grand Priest was clearly one of the top emperors. Bang! The tall golden giant took a step on the ground. Countless houses floated up and tumbled along with the imperial crystals. Following that, the golden giant brought a large number of houses and imperial crystals over in a mighty manner. In midair, a golden palm the size of a small mountain appeared. It shook the heavens and earth. More and more top powers are coming. Lin Ling's expression was solemn. He knew that this battle would be very intense. Furthermore, he knew that there were many people who were eyeing him covetously. However, since things had come to this point, he could only fight on. Chapter 38-45. Fight the High Priest. Bang! Lin Ling clenched the tyrannical song sword tightly, and the power of 15,000 worlds erupted. His 6 stanchions merged, and Lin Ling stabbed out. The sword was like a shooting star, and like a flying immortal, it reached the huge palm in an instant. Clang! A deafening sound rang out, and Lin Ling's sword was blocked. Moreover, a terrifying storm engulfed his body, and when he rushed into the sky, it actually caused a rainstorm to fall. Whoosh! The entire grassland seemed to have been broken. Strong winds blew, and the rain flowed backward. It felt as if the water of the Kaiyuan River was flowing down. However, the various experts ignored the rain. Instead, they watched the battle seriously, as if they were unwilling to miss anything. Boom! At this moment, the huge palm suddenly clenched, and an unprecedented power surged out. Lin Ling could not block it anymore, and he flew backward, smashing countless houses on the ground. This also shocked Lin Ling. His physical body was invincible, and in addition to his 6 stanchions and 80% of the ancestral power of the tyrannical song sword, such a sword could not block the high priest's palm. Strong. He was indeed very strong. Lin Ling could also sense that the high priest's power seemed to be limitless in the area of the mine. The high priest could obviously borrow the power of the mines. Gold represented metal. Bang! Lin Ling forcibly stopped the momentum of flying backward, and then stomped his foot on the ground, causing all the houses around him to shatter. Then, he floated up. Whoever comes to kill me, die. A crazy voice also floated out. With a wave of his hand, all the broken houses rushed forward, including the huge rocks on the ground. And after those houses, more than 9,000 immortal swords also moved. Finally, it was Lin Ling. His speed was not slow, and he caught up with all the broken houses in one step, and he stabbed out again. Rumble. The elder in front waved his right arm, and those houses immediately turned into dust. His outstretched palm suddenly clenched into a fist, and then he punched out. Half-golden frame fist. Layers upon layers of golden light bloomed, and with the fist as the center, it swept forward. Lin Ling's sword arrived at the same time, but it was blocked by the golden light wave. He was in a dilemma. Ding ding dang dang. On the other hand, the true inheritance nether sword shot out like a fish. Currently, it had reached 100% ancestral power. It was as if he had returned to the glory days of Li Xiaoyao. However, when it landed on the giant golden fist, it only left a few sword marks. Activate. At this time, the old man finally let out a low growl, and his fists were like cannons. Boom! A terrifying golden wave of light brewed to the limit and suddenly burst out. Bang bang bang. Lin Ling, who was in front of the fist, was sent flying backwards as if he had been torn apart by a gale. He smashed through a large number of houses, and a huge ditch appeared on the ground, extending into the distance. What terrifying power! The people in the distance all had solemn expressions. This battle between experts was truly intense. This Lin Ling is also powerful. I heard that he's from Snow Wind Academy. Damn, are all the experts of Snow Wind Academy so sharp? Don't underestimate Lin Ling. Although he's from Snow Wind Academy, his rise is beyond imagination. It's just that he's a little anxious. If he cultivates for a while more, he might be able to fight with the High Priest. Yeah, he's going to be beaten to death. Everyone started whispering. In this world of the strong, there was no strongest, only stronger. Bang! At this moment, Lin Ling was sent flying into a wooden house, causing the entire wooden house to shatter. Heavy rain fell from the sky, forming bumpy puddles on the floor of the wooden house. Lin Ling spat out a mouthful of blood, and his expression was solemn. That guy's strength was beyond Lin Ling's imagination. Lin Ling could only use the god's steps in calamity-destroying Sun Bao. However, he knew that there were more enemies coming, and it was not suitable for him to use his trump cards. Go! He did not attack, but took a short break because he had already fought several people. Under his low roar, the true inheritance dark sword in front of him was like a swarm of locusts, constantly attacking the old man in the distance. However, the old man was like a giant, walking towards Lin Ling, completely ignoring the harassment of the flying swords. The true inheritance dark sword, after all, has not reached its limit. That trace of divine power has not been stimulated. Lin Ling gritted his teeth. After his rebirth, although he could easily control the true inheritance dark sword, it still could not reach its peak. He also tried to use Li Xiaoyao's method, but found that it was useless. It was as if it was a different person, and the way to control it was different. The 9,999 swords, after all, are not enough. If they can resonate, then they can form a terrifying sword. Lin Ling muttered to himself, and continued to meditate. However, those swords were still fighting on their own, and he could not find the feeling of resonance. If Lin Ling were to be compared to a general, then he couldn't have his troops work together in battle. He could only fight alone. The method is different from before, and the world is also different. However, I will definitely find that opportunity. Lin Ling did not give up, and he continued to control the flying swords, and continued to attack. Of course, the effect was weak. On the contrary, the golden giant was getting closer and closer. His feet stepped on the ground, and the earth continued to tremble. It was terrifying. Lin Ling's wooden house was constantly smashed by broken rocks and wood, causing the puddles on the ground to emit circles of ripples. Suddenly, Lin Ling's eyes focused, and he frowned at those ripples. Resonance. Every sword had its own personality, and they lacked resonance. The method to make them resonate was not from the outside world, but from the calm puddles. At this moment, Lin Ling seemed to have touched something, and his eyes focused. Go! Lin Ling shouted from his mouth. Shoo! 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 Flying swords flew out crazily, and it was as though a god had arrived, filling the sky with flying swords. Clang! Clang! This time, the golden giant was sent flying. The golden giant used his hands to block in front of him, and his huge wrists were riddled with holes. This made the high priest frown. That darn human brat seemed to have gained some insight. Scram! He roared, and a terrifying force exploded out like a gust of wind, sending all the flying swords flying. Following that, the high priest also lost his patience. He quickened his pace, and walked towards Lin Ling's house. At first, he walked quickly, but it gradually turned into a slow jog, and finally, a gallop. He was like the giant who chased after the sun in the ancient era of gods. Dong! 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 His feet stepped on the ground, and it was as though he was stepping on everyone's hearts. Everyone's hearts were beating wildly. Lin Ling could not hold on any longer. At the same time, this thought arose in their minds. Die! Before he reached Lin Ling's wooden house, a huge golden fist the size of a small mountain glided across the ground. Wherever it passed, all the houses were blown apart like paper. At this moment, many people sneered, and some sighed softly. Chapter 38-46. A strand of divine power. Milord. On the other side of the street, the golden-white evil spirit carried Xiaoluan on its back. Xiaoluan looked at Lin Ling worriedly, his eyes moist. No one saw that her eyes had become pitch black and deep, and a strange invisible wave of air was also rolling. This was the power of the world will. Unfortunately, ordinary people couldn't detect this power at all. Boom! Almost at the same time, a deafening explosion sounded out. Lin Ling's wooden house exploded, and the buildings behind the wooden house were all swept away by the wild winds. This made everyone think that Lin Ling was dead for sure. However, the situation had changed because the fist that had been suppressing boundless power had been blocked, and it was unable to move forward even an inch. Under the heavy rain, the ground was hazy, but one could vaguely see the young man's long hair fluttering in the wind. His legs were wide open, and in each of his palms, which resembled dragon claws, was a sword. They were crossed in front of him. A sword, the Tyrant Song sword. A sword, the True Legacy Dark sword. The two swords crossed and actually blocked the punch from Yoshitomo Masaru. This scene caused the hearts of the people of Fengdu City to explode. Lin Ling was a dual swordsman. The eyes of the burly golden god giant flashed. He could feel a divine and dignified power from his fist. This also let him know that this was the power of a god. His heart instantly exploded, rumbling non-stop. A junior of the intermediate martial progenitor realm possessed the force of a god. After all, the energy of the gods was even more magnificent and ferocious than the energy of the ancestors. Because this energy came from the era of the gods, and it was even more so because the energy of the gods represented a strand of the laws of the universe. If one had to describe it, it would be the ability to incinerate mountains and boil seas, the ability to summon wind and rain. And in the 9 prefectures, those who possessed the power of the gods were undoubtedly the outstanding talents of the 9 prefectures, the ultimate pillars of the world. Moreover, he knew that such a person would only appear in the realm of gods. It's that sword. Suddenly, the old man's eyes narrowed, and his gaze fell onto the 2 long sword that was enveloped in green light. He instantly guessed that the young man before him had not comprehended the godly force, but was relying on the power of the godly sword. That being said, even though the godly sword was sharp, it still required the strength of the wielder. At the very least, he had never seen a martial progenitor being able to control a godly weapon with the godly force. Brat, relying on external items won't last long. The old man let out a low roar. His huge fist absorbed the power of the mineral veins and smashed out again. And in front of the giant fist, Lin Ling crossed his swords. From the body of the true inheritance dark sword, he could feel a raging fighting spirit. The true inheritance dark sword, everything had returned to its peak. Right now, the 18 swords had merged into one and were resonating with each other. Moreover, because the true inheritance dark sword in his left hand was emitting a sharp aura, it caused the tyrannical song sword in his right hand to hum continuously, as if it was unwilling to fall into a disadvantageous position. Therefore, the huge sword was emitting killing intent and demonic aura, which lingered around the huge sword, causing the tyrannical song sword to seem as if it was burning. The tyrannical song sword was powerful and decisive. It was a demonic sword. The true inheritance dark sword was unstoppable and as elegant as an immortal. It was a divine sword. Dual sword style. The corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled into a smile. The realm essence in his body flowed into the true inheritance dark sword, and the godly and demonic force flowed into the tyrannical song sword. He held the 2 swords tightly, and like Hou-Yi shooting the sun, he fiercely swung them toward the sky. Rumble. 2 bottomless sword marks appeared on the huge fist that was smashing toward him. Moreover, a huge amount of power surged out and slashed the fist that was flat on the ground toward the sky. Under the fist, Lin Ling's 2 swords glided along the ground at an incomparably fast speed. What? Seeing this ferocious scene, everyone's eyeballs seemed as if they were about to fall out. Previously, Lin Ling was clearly struggling on the verge of death. How did he suddenly erupt with such terrifying power? When they looked at the high priest of the Golden God race, his pupils trembled violently. Then, he roared, "Die, cockroach!" He suddenly retracted the fist that Lin Ling had swung into the air. Then, he crazily smashed the ground like a meteor, causing the ground to explode, creating crater-like holes. Moreover, his other fist did not stop. Both fists bombarded the ground in turn. From afar, it was as if a giant was constantly punching below him, and the young man holding the two swords was like an agile squirrel, constantly dodging those meteorite fists. Moreover, the young man was getting closer and closer to the giant. Such an intense battle had undoubtedly broadened everyone's horizons. Or crystals. When the old man saw that he could not catch Lin Ling's figure, he sneered. Countless or crystals shot out, chasing after Lin Ling like locusts. Then, he suddenly retracted his right fist and once again swept along the horizon like a siege chariot. With the giant fist in front and the ore crystals behind, Lin Ling was clearly fighting like a cornered beast. Rumble. When the giant fist swept across, everything on the ground exploded, but at the same time, Lin Ling disappeared. Is he dead? I don't know. His speed is too fast. It's definitely 1,500 world speed. It's beyond my pursuit speed. The high priest of the Golden God race's punches are also very fast. Coupled with those mysterious ore crystals, it would be fine if Lin Ling was far away, but if he was close to the high priest, the result would be, many people were talking excitedly. Look! However, at this moment, someone pointed in front of them in disbelief. Above the giant fist sweeping across the ground, a figure appeared strangely. Then, it landed on the fist's arm and started running along the arm. And their target was the high priest of the Golden God. Chi. This scene was earth-shattering, causing everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling, you're really agile. The Golden God high priest's eyes narrowed. He stared at the cockroach running on his arm, and his eyes turned red with anger. However, it was difficult for him to retract his ferocious fists in a short period of time. Therefore, he could only watch as the cockroach got closer and closer to him. Almost at the same time, Lin Ling also jumped up and appeared above the Golden God high priest's head. His long hair danced wildly, and his dark skin looked even more strange. Coupled with the endless jellyfish tentacles behind him, Lin Ling looked like a demon king at this moment. Of course, the most dazzling thing was the two swords in his hands. When he raised them high, they were like the light of the sun and moon. True. Transmission. Hades. A cold voice drifted out of Lin Ling's mouth. Then, everyone saw Lin Ling holding the two swords and slashing down from the sky. The two swords seemed to be opening an ancient door to the gods. Clang! Two straight and blinding sword lights appeared, hundreds of meters long. They fell from the sky and landed clearly on the Golden God High Priest's body. Bang! Chapter 38-47. The Duan family attacked. At this moment, time seemed to have stopped. You destroyed my body of the god of mines. Finally, a hoarse voice drifted out. It was the high priest of the golden deity. At this moment, he was looking at Lin Ling in disbelief. However, Lin Ling was indifferent and said nothing. The sneer on his lips deepened. Destroy. Destroy. Rumble. A terrifying thing happened. The sword light on the body of the high priest of the golden deity became even more dazzling. Then, cracking sounds could be heard. Under countless gazes, the huge giant was cut in half. His body was separated. After the separation, a ferocious and ancient power erupted. Then, the body that was cut in half exploded. Rumble. Endless royal crystals rained down like rain. It was extremely beautiful. The high priest of the golden deity's technique obviously came from the royal crystals in the mine. However, after being killed by Lin Ling, all the royal crystals disintegrated. Therefore, the royal crystals were scattered all over the ground. In the rain of royal crystals, the young man stood with his sword in hand. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes. The true inheritance dark sword at its peak was indeed terrifying. Because, to be able to kill this tough royal crystal giant, he had relied on that strand of divine power. Of course, Lin Ling could also sense that the true inheritance nether sword in his hand was nearing the stage of dissipating. Clearly, there was a limit to the power of divinity in this sword. Once this power was exhausted, the sword would return to its original state. It would need a certain amount of time to gather that powerful power of divinity again. What sharp swords! At this moment, everyone on the ground was looking at Lin Ling. They never thought that Lin Ling would be able to kill the high priest of the Golden Deity clan. He's really powerful. Compared to when he defeated young Master Duan, his strength seems to have increased again. On a high platform in the distance, the experts of the Duan family stood there. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. It's all because of that sword. However, a thin and weak old man also spoke. When these words came out, many people nodded. Currently, Lin Ling's strength was indeed terrifying, but it did not shock them. The main thing was that they knew that Lin Ling had defeated Lin Ling before. Therefore, they were a little familiar with Lin Ling's strength. What shocked them was that sword. Currently, Lin Ling is a minor celebrity in the final world. He is 9 states, continents, 9 prefectures. He is undying. This time, it was a short and fat old man, but his words caused many people's eyes lit up. Although, the Duan family, and Lin Ling, martial god of the heavens, of the Duan family martial god. Of course, Duan families is heavenly god. Was heaven's Duan family. Lings to heavens. Of God nations Renan ice of God moon. Is. On origin blood Jiang Transin. Ted to the Duan family. As soon as these words were spoken, 2 streams of light shot forward. This also caused the Duan family alliance's experts to narrow their eyes. They looked to their sides in disbelief and saw that there were 2 empty seats beside them. It turned out that the black and white elders had already made their move. Bastard! Many people cursed out of jealousy. Without a doubt, the Duan family had already issued a huge reward for Lin Ling daring to humiliate the Duan family martial god. Those who killed Lin Ling would be heavily rewarded. As for the black and white elders, they had made the first move. They were very unhappy that they had snatched the lead from them. Lin Ling seems to be a little weak. Look, more and more experts from the Golden God clan are coming. However, their high priest is dead, so they don't dare to make a move for the time being. They are waiting for an opportunity. Lin Ling is now like a wolf. Anyone who dares to kill him will be bitten in the back. Unless they have absolute confidence in themselves, they shouldn't dare to act recklessly. The onlookers stared ahead with excitement in their eyes. That's nothing. Look over there. That's an expert from the Water God clan. Their general is also here. I heard that he's also here to kill Lin Ling. Fuck, how many people did this Lin Ling offend? Both clans want to kill Lin Ling. I heard that there are many people who want to kill Lin Ling. There's also a real big shot. He's the leader of the place of eternal rest. Unfortunately, it's not that leader's turn because someone has already made a move. It looks like it's someone from the Duan family. On the high platforms in the distant mine, many people were discussing animatedly. They did not expect that Lin Ling's situation would not only not improve, but become even worse. The Duan family and the Water God clan were existences that could not be underestimated. Hee, Lin Ling, I'm from the Duan family. My name is Duan He. I'm the one who will take your life. Black celestial chi churned like a demonic cloud. An old man's ferocious face appeared within it, baring his fangs and brandishing his claws. I'm Duan Bai. Beside him were white clouds floating in the air. They were as ethereal as immortals. The Duan family's two elders, black and white. Although the two of them were not very talented, they were half-step martial gods. Moreover, they had cultivated for more than 10,000 years. Their ancestral power had long reached the peak level. Perhaps if Lin Ling had not fought the high priest of the golden deity, he would still have a glimmer of hope. But now, this hope was clearly only 40%. Of course, in the eyes of the two elders, the hope was only 10%. In fact, they were a little embarrassed to join forces. After all, it was a little unreasonable for the two of them to suppress an ant that was about to die. It was like killing a dog. Clearly, one sword could kill it. Why did they need two swords? Therefore, the two of them looked at each other. In the end, Elder He made the first move. On the other hand, Elder He chuckled and sped up a little. Surging ancestral energy slapped out with overwhelming force. This was the first time he had seen Lin Ling. However, he had heard of him for a long time. This was because the pride of the Duan family, Duan Wuhan, had suffered at Lin Ling's hands time and time again. The Tower of the Gods. The Yi Garden. Therefore, to the Duan family, Lin Ling was a detestable cockroach. However, now, he wanted to see how detestable Lin Ling was and how arrogant he could be. As he thought of this, the corners of his mouth curled into a cold smile. There was even a hint of playfulness in his eyes. However, in reality, Lin Ling was still standing on the ground. He seemed to be recovering something. He also seemed to know that he could not hold on any longer. Therefore, he simply allowed Elder He to attack. In the eyes of the others, Lin Ling was indeed like an ant that could be crushed by anyone. This was because Lin Ling had already defeated several experts in a row. Even a ferocious tiger would tire him out. Cripple him first. The dense black aura was like a blade that cut open the sky above the mine. This also caused the experts of the gold gods and wood gods to finally curl their lips. Then, they laughed loudly. However, they did not see the cold smile on Lin Ling's face as he stood on the ground. Indeed, he was currently resting and recovering the strength he had expended. However, this did not mean that he was an existence that could be trampled on. Because the two swords in his hands were still sharp. Moreover, he saw that more and more enemies were coming. Therefore, he did not intend to use his full strength immediately. Chapter 38-48. Fight against the heaven-seeking alliance again. Rumble. The dark clouds were heading straight for Lin Ling's head. However, at that moment, there was a loud explosion and the terrifying dark clouds were blocked. Then, the dark clouds exploded and a burly figure appeared before everyone's eyes. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Elder He's head. Elder He felt a splitting headache and he lost all his strength in an instant. The big hand that was holding his head was too terrifying. He wanted to say something, but at this moment, there was a bang, and his head was forcefully squeezed until it exploded. Brain juice and blood flowed out. It was a shocking scene. A half-step martial god had died just like that. Moreover, his head had exploded. What? What happened? The people from the Duan family were dumbfounded. Not long ago, they were jealous of Elder He and Elder He. They were envious that they had made the first move. Brother He. Elder He, who was in the sky, was stunned. He screamed in pain and then charged toward Lin Ling desperately. I want your life. I want your life. Apparently, he was so angry that he had lost his mind. However, before the rolling clouds could get close to Lin Ling, another big hand grabbed at him. There was a loud bang and Elder Hei's head was also grabbed in midair. He struggled with all his might and his eyes were bloodshot. "Who are you? Why are you helping him?" he roared angrily. However, what greeted him was a head explosion. Bang! Brain juice and blood fell from the sky and Fingdu's city became even quieter. The people looked at the burly figure in midair and licked their lips. The mysterious figure was grabbing Elder Hei and Elder Hei with both hands. He looked like a puppet of the god of slaughter. Since he could easily kill Elder Hei and Elder Hei, he must be a martial god. At that moment, an unknown danger spread like the wind and many people became serious. They looked at Lin Ling again and immediately realized that the smile on Lin Ling's face had become wider. It was a sneer. It was as if he was saying, "If you want to kill me, then come." A bodyguard at the martial god realm is really powerful. No wonder you dare to fight with Senior Sister Long. However, don't tell me you want to rely on your bodyguard for the fight in 3 years. However, at this moment, a sneer suddenly sounded. In the distance, a large number of people wearing neat armor walked out step by step. Their auras were extremely extraordinary, like an army, and even more so, like the proud sons of the heavens. Furthermore, their armors were exactly the same. On the chest of their armors, 2 words were engraved, Wendian. Although these 2 words were inscribed in an ordinary manner, they represented supreme honor. Because of this, they walked with their chests puffed out, as if they were afraid that others wouldn't be able to see their armor. This was the Heaven-Seeking Alliance. The alliance formed by the elites of the New Heavenly Court could only be joined by true experts who had passed the test of the New Heavenly Court. It was under the control of martial god Wen Tian, and they would only listen to his orders. Looking at this group of people, everyone's hearts beat wildly. Could it be that they were here for Lin Ling again? Speaking of which, could it be that Lin Ling had offended all the powerhouses in the world? Martial god Wen Tian's men. At this moment, Lin Ling looked at them and realized that they were not weak. They were all at the half-step to martial god realm. In terms of talent, they were all grade 7, and a few of them were grade 8. Martial god Wen Tian was indeed powerful. After the fall of the Heavenly Court, he had rebuilt the New Heavenly Court and gathered such a group of experts in such a short period of time. Looking at the God Slayer Alliance, the most powerful people were young Beast Master, Sakura, and a few others. No wonder no one thought highly of them. Lin Ling, I am Lan Nai. Yes. A man with blue hair walked out and said as he spread his hands. This man was one of the grade 8 talent desolate body, and he seemed to be one of the leaders. Moreover, he was also an expert from the academy, ranked 300 on the divine list. Do you dare to take your bodyguard away? That man said. Because of the agreement, I will not kill you. I do not want to be scolded by Lord Wendian. However, Lord Wendian has no objection to defeating you. That man said. Moreover, you want to fight Senior Sister Long. Let me tell you, Senior Sister Long is 10 times stronger than me. If we fight, I will be defeated in 3 moves. That man said. If you can't even defeat me, then there is no need for 3 years. You should go to Lord Wendian and kneel down to admit defeat. That man said. His voice was filled with contempt and disdain. If he was an impulsive person, he would not be able to swallow his anger. Lin Ling could naturally hear the provocation in his voice. He shook his head and said with a smile, "You really know how to pick a time. You are not weak. Even if you can't defeat me, you can exhaust a lot of my energy. At that time, it will be easier for others to kill me. Therefore, although you don't seem to want to kill me, in fact, you want to push me into the abyss." That man said. You can think of it that way. However, I also think that you are afraid. That man said. Lan Nai shrugged his shoulders and smiled harmlessly. However, his smile was somewhat repulsive. At present, there were indeed many people eyeing Lin Ling covetously. If Lin Ling and Lan Nai expended too much energy, then how would Lin Ling face the experts from all sides? Seeing this, those who wanted to harm Lin Ling sneered at this moment. Especially the Golden God clan and the Wood God clan. They had been eyeing Lin Ling covetously, waiting for the time when the crippled wolf was exhausted. I don't believe that he can escape today. Princess Shui Wan said malevolently. Your Highness, this lowly slave will definitely die today. Moreover, he will not be able to escape from Fengdu City. Next to her, a man with long blue hair said indifferently. He was not afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had a martial god realm bodyguard, so it was better to be careful. So, do you dare? If you don't, then kneel down. At this moment, Lan Nai suddenly shouted angrily, You dare to fight senior sister Long? You don't know your limits. Bang! However, as soon as he finished speaking, the ground in front of him exploded and countless royal crystals floated up. Among them, a figure shot out like a shooting star. It was Lin Ling. He had finally made his move. Seeing this, Lan Nai could not help but smile. The people behind him also smiled. They had not expected Lin Ling to really dare to fight. Senior brother Lan, be careful. I heard that this person has a strange power that can seal people. Moreover, his talent can be stacked. Although he has fought many people before, we have to be careful when cornered. Although someone was laughing, he still reminded Lan Nai. Don't worry. Although I can't kill him, he can only dream of defeating me. Lan Nai seemed arrogant and unruly, but he was actually very scheming. What he had said before was actually just to lure Lin Ling into a trap. He could also let the new heavenly court see Lin Ling's strength through the battle with Lin Ling. He could also let Longyang know the limits of her opponent's current strength in the battle 3 years later. Boom! Chapter 38-49. I'll torture you like I'm torturing dogs. As for Lin Ling, who was shooting over, his figure suddenly changed. His black skin disappeared like a receding tide, and his dragon claws also disappeared. This stunned Lan Nai. He was very familiar with Lin Ling and knew that when the latter's talents were stacked, he could transform into a monster. But now, Lin Ling seemed to have retracted the stacking of talents. Is this guy stupid? Lan Nai frowned and looked at Lin Ling as if he was looking at an idiot. Without the enhancement of his talents, Lin Ling's strength was at most an ordinary intermediate martial progenitor. In terms of talent alone, he could easily defeat his opponent. However, Lin Ling did not stop there. He even put away the tyrannical song sword. Have you given up on yourself? Lan Nai almost laughed out loud. Without the big sword, Lin Ling could only rely on the sword in his hand. At this moment, Lan Nai almost wanted to retract his aura and even let go of one hand. Of course, he wasn't the only one who was surprised. Even the spectators were shocked. In the end, the doubts in their hearts could only be expressed in one sentence. He had given up on himself. However, this was also normal. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, being surrounded by so many experts, it was inevitable that he would feel dispirited. After all, the experts that had appeared so far were only the tip of the iceberg. The martial god realm experts had yet to show themselves. Ha ha ha. Princess Shui Wan let out a charming laugh. It seemed that there was no need for the water god clan to make a move. And at this time, Lin Ling had finally arrived in front of Nan Nai. The true inheritance dark sword that was on the verge of collapsing was firmly grasped by him. With this sword, he would defeat Nan Nai. However, Lan Nai was flabbergasted. He turned his head and said to the people behind him, this guy is holding a sword that is about to shatter to fight me. Brothers, is he giving up or does he think I'm too weak? Ha ha ha. Laughter could be heard from the Heaven-Seek Alliance because only they knew how strong Lan Nai was. Although Lin Ling's sword was powerful, everyone could see that it was on the verge of collapse. It might not be difficult to use it to kill a martial progenitor, but it was obviously impossible to use it to kill a half-step martial god. Behind them, a few people riding on white horses appeared. They calmly looked at the scene and a handsome young man in the lead smiled disdainfully. Trash Lin Ling is so lucky. If the experts of the Heaven-Seek Alliance would have trampled him under my feet. Brother Wuhan, are you confident that you can defeat him? At this moment, Duan was Duan. However, when the young girl mentioned Lin Ling, Duan Wuhan's face turned ugly. Although he was confident that he could defeat Lin Ling, he had always been humiliated by Lin Ling. Shaoli, to tell you the truth, I've been defeated by him before. However, my life has never been smooth sailing. My charm doesn't lie in how strong I am, it lies in where I fall and where I stand up. After the battle at the Yi Garden, I'm no longer the same person I used to be. Duan Wuhan did not hide the past shameful days and spoke lightly. However, his words were full of confidence in his own martial arts. Brother Wuhan, I believe in you. Next to him, the beautiful girl's eyes immediately emitted a scorching light. She came from a duke's mansion in the final world. Because of her father's arrangement, she had been training with Duan Wuhan. During their time together, Duan Wuhan had taken a liking to her, so he wanted to use his own ability to win her heart. Now, Duan Wuhan noticed that this beautiful girl was moved by him. Lin Ling is no match for me. However, if he can't even defeat Lan Nai, then he doesn't have the right to fight with me. After all, I am now ranked in the top 300 of the gods list. Duan Wuhan said word by word. The conversation between the two seemed to be slow, but in fact, it was not long. Looking at Lin Ling's side, his sword had already slashed down. As for Lan Nai, after a disdainful smile, he put his hands together and a huge blue lotus bloomed. It was beautiful and sacred. Clang! The sword slashed on the blue lotus and passed through it. Then, the whole sword burst open, turning into 18 long swords and scattered on the ground. The sword had completely collapsed. This scene finally caused everyone to laugh. Lan Nai also had a smile on his face. However, at this time, his pupils suddenly trembled and he could not believe what he saw. This was because at this moment, the blue lotus covering his body was starting to crack. Boom! Then, it exploded. Crack! Cracks also appeared on Lan Nai's body. It was as if someone was grabbing his arms and violently pulling them apart. No! Lan Nai screamed in horror, but he could not stop the mysterious force. He could not help but look at Lin Ling, only to find that Lin Ling had a disdainful smile on his face. Long Yang defeated you in 3 moves. I only need 1 move to torture you. After saying this, Lin Ling picked up the True Inheritance dark sword on the ground as if there was no one around. This was because he had used the last wisp of divine power of the True Inheritance dark sword on Lan Nai. Although this divine power was much weaker, it was not something that Lan Nai could block. The reason why he did this was to tell Martial God Wen Tian, the new heavenly court, and the final world. It was too early to determine the outcome of the battle 3 years later. Boom! As Lin Ling continued to pick up the sword, Lan Nai finally exploded. He died in the same way as the Grand Priest of the Golden Deity. The experts of the Wendian Alliance could only laugh, but their eyes were trembling. The eyes of the surrounding experts shuddered. Lin Ling's sword was too powerful. It had killed the Grand Priest of the Golden Deity and a half-martial god realm expert. The funny thing was, Lan Nai had thought that Lin Ling had given up on himself. It turned out that was not the case. Lan Nai was not strong enough for Lin Ling to use his full strength. He was only strong enough for Lin Ling to use one move. Long Yang defeated Lan Nai in 3 moves, but Lin Ling defeated him in 1 move. Someone suddenly said in a serious tone. He only relied on that sword. However, someone insisted. However, the others ignored him. After all, they were not against using artifacts in the battle 3 years later. Taking a step back, to be able to use such a terrifying artifact, this also showed Lin Ling's ability. Brother Duan Wuhan, he is so powerful. Can you beat him? On the other side, the girl riding the white horse looked at Lin Ling in shock. She did not expect Lin Ling to win. However, beside her, Duan Wuhan gritted his teeth and remained silent. During this period, his strength had greatly improved. He had defeated many experts and stepped into the top 300 of the divine list. He believed that if he saw Lin Ling again, he could easily defeat Lin Ling. However, now, the confidence in his heart seemed to have been struck by lightning and was quietly disintegrating. He knew that he still needed to work harder. Blue veins appeared on his forehead. It was caused by anger because he was already so strong. However, Lin Ling was stronger than him. How could he accept this? Chapter 3850. Lin Ling was risking his life. Seeing that Lan Nai had been killed, the crowd's expression turned grave. They finally realized how terrifying Qin Haodong was. He had already killed a few half-martial gods. It was as if he was undefeatable among the half-martial gods. Of course, this had also aroused the crowd's desire to kill him. The Golden God Tribe, the Water God Tribe, the Duan Clan Alliance, the Wendian Alliance, and Duan Wuhan. Then, let me have a taste of your strength. At that instant, a stronger expert finally made his move. As soon as he made his move, the river trembled and the ocean boiled. The person who had made his move was a martial god realm expert, the great general of the Water God Tribe. I'll kill him. You guys stop the martial god realm expert. The man had long blue hair and an awe-inspiring aura. The moment he flew up, countless waves surged from the grassland in the distance like thousands of horses galloping. Hearing his words, many experts of the Water God Tribe charged out. They did not attack Lin Ling, but the Golden White Evil Spirit. Furthermore, the experts of the Golden God Tribe seized the opportunity to suppress the Golden White Evil Spirit. The people of the Duan Clan Alliance realized that as long as the martial god realm expert was alive, Lin Ling would not die either. Therefore, they had made their move. The entire Fengdu city was in chaos. The experts from various factions had finally run out of patience. When Lin Ling was exhausted, they planned to join forces to kill Lin Ling. Lin Ling's eyes also turned red as he looked at the gangsters who were laughing coldly and with bloodshot eyes. Although he knew that this would happen sooner or later, he did not expect these people to join forces so shamelessly and plan to kill him with a sea of people. Lowly commoner, do you know pain now? As the crowd was laughing coldly, Princess Shui Wan's sharp voice could be heard. That great general is one of my men. She pointed at the blue-haired man floating in the air with a smug look on her face. As a matter of fact, as the princess of the Water God Tribe, she was extremely beautiful. However, due to her hatred, her face was twisted. You and Jean E are both scum. If there's a chance, I'll send you to see Jean E. Seeing the princess, Lin Ling also smiled and said with a grin on his face. Back in the ancient lake cave, it was Princess Shui Wan who scolded little Luan and wanted to seize Lin Ling's treasures. However, Lin Ling only defeated them. Even though part of the reason was that Lin Ling wasn't strong enough back then, at the very least, Lin Ling spared their lives. However, not only was this Princess Shui Wan not grateful to Lin Ling, she was aggressive and wanted to kill Lin Ling. Idiot, no one has ever been able to be arrogant in front of me. Humans have never been arrogant, let alone us Protoss. Princess Shui-Wan shouted and mocked, "Now, you should think about the consequences because that martial god won't be able to save you, ha ha ha." At the end of her sentence, she threw her head back and laughed out loud. Behind her, the Water God clan's members also burst into laughter. Next were the Gold God clan, the Duan Family Alliance, and the Heaven Seeker Alliance. Their laughter reached the horizon. Lin Ling's face was as cold as ice. He had killed many people in his life and he had also killed many despicable people. However, Princess Shui-Wan was one of the people he wanted to kill the most. "I've already found out that you have many relatives and friends in the human world. They're in Qingzhou and I'll kill them all." Seeing Lin Ling remain silent, Princess Shui-Wan felt even more carefree. The ferocious expression on her face turned into a vicious one. Lin Ling was indeed silent at the moment. As he watched the bandits besieging the golden white evil spirit, more and more veins crawled up his eyes. Eat, eat, eat. Although the golden white evil spirit was powerful, it was besieged by too many experts. The weakest of these experts was at the half-step martial god realm and there were even a few martial god realm experts among them. As for the golden white evil spirit, it kept exploding. However, despite having no spiritual intelligence, it was loyal and devoted. It kept recovering and tried to protect Lin Ling. This caused the experts who were attacking it to laugh out loud. They took turns attacking it as if they were teasing a dog. "Lin Ling, you have to end this quickly because an even more powerful martial god is coming." The giant ghost beside Lin Ling said with a serious expression. "Fight my ass. If you want to kill, then kill them all. At worst, we'll die together." As Lin Ling looked at the golden white evil spirit with bloodshot eyes, a strong killing intent bloomed in his heart. It surged into his limbs and bones like a tide and even reached his mind. Since he had gone to the final world, Lin Ling had been restraining his killing intent because he was under the watchful eyes of the gods. The years of fighting in Jojo had also been sealed in the depths of his mind. However, now, this strong killing intent had begun to explode as if it wanted to devour its master. Boz! 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 Behind Lin Ling, the tyrannical song sword that had been sheathed began to vibrate even more violently. "All of you, die." Lin Ling's eyes seemed to be shrouded in demonic aura as they turned pitch black. He raised his hands and the dragon pearl appeared. Two golden white evil spirits appeared. Then, a mighty group of dragon demons rushed out as if they had opened the gates of the demonic world. Moreover, he stretched out his left hand and a vine shot out, covering the entire sky of Plentiful City. Then, it turned into a huge primeval forest that suppressed down. The saw-like vines spun wildly as if they were trying to strangle every villainous person. Today, Lin Ling was just passing by. He only wanted to find news of Anywhere. However, these enemies came to him one after another and took the opportunity to surround and kill Lin Ling, making it impossible for Lin Ling to escape. Since it was like this, Lin Ling could kill one, but killing two would be a gain. Rumble. When all the dragon demons appeared, killing intent filled the air and shook the heavens and earth. Those dragon demons had reached the peak of the martial ancestor realm. When they rushed out, their dense dragon chi swept across the area. What? Where did these demonic beasts come from? No, save me. The sudden turn of events caught everyone off guard. In an instant, countless people were killed and injured. The ancient city was dyed red with blood. The sky of the ancient city was filled with killing intent. At this moment, these people obviously could not laugh, especially those who were besieging the golden white evil spirit. At this moment, fear was written all over their faces. With the help of the dragon demons, the golden white evil spirit had been revived and was eating people crazily. The people in the distance were all shocked. They had not expected Lin Ling to be able to fight back like this when he was on the verge of death. Kill him, kill him. Princess Shui Wan's body shook and her face turned red. Suddenly, a strong sense of anger rose in her heart. That was because Lin Ling could still fight back. Whoosh! Along with her voice, the water god general finally made his move. He raised his hands to the sky and then pushed fiercely in Lin Ling's direction. Outside Plentiful City, the water rage lions roar. The grassland was submerged and the rolling sea was surging toward Plentiful City. At a closer look, among the rolling waves, countless lions formed by water opened their mouths and drowned everything. This water came from the Kaiyuan River. Chapter 38:51. Even a martial god was killed. Is this the method of the water god race? All the powerhouses in the city looked into the distance with grave expressions. The water god race. How dare they be so arrogant as to cause such a bloodbath in my territory? At this moment, in a room in Plentiful City, a man slowly raised his head. His eyes were calm, but there was a sharp glint in them. This person was the unrestrained sword martial god. He was one of the top 10 martial gods in Jojo and came from the Sky Sword Academy, one of the 36 academies. His unrestrained sword had dominated the final world. However, just as he was about to react, his eyes suddenly changed slightly. He slowly looked into the distance, because he saw a huge continent slowly flying over in the distant sky. At this moment, the sharp glint on his body became even more intense. He opened his palm and a palm-sized sword slowly rotated. A Yuan venerate martial god has finally arrived. He also muttered to himself. At this moment, no one knew that a battle between martial gods was about to begin. Instead, everyone was staring at their surroundings, because Plentiful City was about to turn into a city of water. Countless powerhouses were panicking. Some of the martialists outside the city had even been swallowed up by the water fury lion. Pfft! Lin Ling, who was in the center of attention, immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Although the destructive sea had yet to reach him, the huge pressure had already made him feel as if he was being crushed by 1,000 tons. A martial god powerhouse was indeed terrifying. Based on the evaluation of his strength, this person's strength was probably comparable to the queen of the wood god race. Of course, compared to the queen, the great general was still a little weaker. However, he was still not someone Lin Ling could fight against right now. Many people were also looking at Lin Ling. They knew that Lin Ling was at the end of his rope in this battle. However, Lin Ling was also very crazy. Before he died, he had actually dragged so many people down with him. However, at this moment, a ray of light shot into the sky. A mysterious power suddenly blossomed and formed a huge ripple that enveloped the water god Great General. What's going on? The blue-haired man instantly frowned. He realized that he had lost all contact with the outside world. Looking at the raging sea around Plentiful City, it had all stopped. Although it was still rolling violently, it did not drown the entire Plentiful City, nor did it tear apart Lin Ling. If this scene was seen from the sky, it would undoubtedly be a magnificent sight. The flood drowned the city, but the water stopped. However, the shocking event did not end there. Lin Ling leaped into the air. In midair, Buddhist chants were faintly discernible as auspicious light bloomed. A huge dragon bow appeared, and a powerful aura emanated from it, as if it could suppress the entire world. At this moment, Lin Ling had clearly used the Stare of Wisdom to seal the Water God General, causing the latter to be unable to use his methods. Next, Lin Ling used his trump card, the calamity-destroying Sun Bow. The moment this bow appeared, the heavens and earth changed color. The black and white arrows soared through the sky and intertwined with each other. Then, they shot toward the water god Great General. At this moment, Sanskrit sounded in everyone's ears. It was sacred and majestic. Rumble. The water god great general who was in the stare of wisdom was shocked, and the Sanskrit Buddhist chants rang in his heart. What was 5? 1. Suffering day and night, to the point of calamity. 2. One person is full, many people are full. 3. Sin weapon, trident, eagle, snake, wolf and dog. 4. Either dragon, god, sky, or ghost. 5. If one falls into this prison, 10,000 deaths and 10,000 lives. 6. Because of this continuous, it is called seamless. Seamless Tao. In his eyes, the black and white seamless Tao kept expanding. Rumble. Finally, the arrow passed by, killing him and purifying him. Moreover, the arrow pierced through a corner of plentiful city. The huge city collapsed, and the sea of lions outside the city was forcefully opened up. A huge ravine was also shot out of the prairie. Finally, the arrow disappeared into the distance. Looking at plentiful city again, there was no doubt that it was dead silent. Because Lin Ling had actually killed a martial god expert. The unrestrained sword martial god floating in the sky frowned and looked down in disbelief. On a continent in the distance, the man standing on top of it also frowned and looked into the distance. However, a woman appeared beside him and said something to him, causing the man to wear a cold smile. Without a doubt, Lin Ling's arrow had startled the Guyuan mountain range. Rumble. At that instant, the huge ancient sea surrounding plentiful city poured down from the sky as if it had lost its master's control, revealing the grassland and gradually disappearing. Dead. After a long period of silence, someone finally spoke. However, that voice was trembling intensely. He had even killed a martial god. Could it be that Lin Ling was omnipotent? Such a terrifying arrow. Following this, more and more voices were heard. The crowd suddenly shifted their attention to the blue-robed young man. They were panicking at this moment. Even though the blue-robed young man's face had turned pale. Even though the blue-robed young man's lips were bleeding. The song of the hero had left a heavy shadow in their hearts. Whoever tries to kill me, I'll drag him down with me. They also fully understood the meaning of this sentence. Princess Shui Wan, what other trump cards do you have? Show them all. At this time, the arrogant blue-robed hero walked out step by step, walking towards Princess Shui Wan. Princess Shui Wan's eyes widened. She did not expect the lowly peasant to be so courageous. He would kill anyone who tried to stop him. Thump. Her legs gave out as she fell to the ground. It was obvious that she was intimidated by Lin Ling's courage and ferocity. The reason for that was because they were unable to kill a mere martial progenitor of the younger generation. Instead, many of them had died. This caused her to recall the legend of the human world. The son of the demon, Lin Ling, possessed an undying body. She had initially thought the legend to be a joke, thus she was disdainful of it. But now, she finally understood that there was a reason why legends could become legends. Bang! 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 Lin Ling quickened his pace and approached Princess Shui Wan like a giant. Even the water god clan experts behind Princess Shui Wan turned pale with fright. Was the young man still human in their eyes? He was simply a monster. Surging killing intent erupted from Lin Ling's body as the demonic sword roared. He had finally arrived in front of Princess Shui Wan. He glared at her fiercely. It was as if he was telling her, provoking me, Lin Ling, will not end well. Princess Shui Wan raised her head and looked at Lin Ling, not daring to say a word. Unfortunately, it was useless even if she said anything because Lin Ling would not listen. He only wanted to kill. He slashed down with his sword. Not slashing, but smashing. The huge sword, which was mixed with a terrifying killing intent and demonic chi, fell from the sky. Boom! Princess Shui Wan was annihilated, torn apart by the killing intent. She had been smiling so proudly before, but she had never expected that she would be killed by Lin Ling with a single slash. It was ironic. Behind Princess Shui Wan, all the Water God clan experts had their mouths agape. The princess had died in front of them. Chapter 3852. A sudden battle between martial gods. However, after Lin Ling killed, he also let out a low voice as if a god demon was roaring. Because the ancestral power of the Tyrant Song sword had already been activated by Lin Ling to 90%. More so because Lin Ling's mind was already filled with killing intent. His eyes were like blood as he glared at the people not far away. This glance actually made everyone's heart jump violently. No one dared to look directly at him. Even martial gods did not dare. That was because they had surrounded Lin Ling like a great army. However, Lin Ling had opened the gates of the demonic world, released the dragon demon, and fought back. It was also because the water god general moved out to suppress Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's arrow killed the martial god. Now, they did not know if Lin Ling had reached his limit or if he was still so difficult to deal with. They did not dare to gamble. No one expected that after Jin Yi exposed Lin Ling's identity, the result would be like this. In everyone's expectations, Lin Ling should have been killed like a rat on the street, instead of being hysterical and fighting with his life on the line like a madman. Junior. However, at this moment, a terrifying corpse aura descended from the sky like a huge ring, enveloping Lin Ling. Before the first wave subsided, another wave rose. Another powerhouse had arrived. Everyone raised their heads and immediately saw a huge bronze coffin above Lin Ling's head. 8 people were carrying the coffin, but their bodies seemed to be rotting and gradually turned into dragon bone demons. Wanyan Shishir. Everyone's heart trembled, knowing that this was a leader of the place of eternal rest. He had finally arrived. Rumble. Terrifying corpse aura surged over, causing Lin Ling to spit out a mouthful of blood. His mind that was attacked by killing intent immediately sobered up a little. Lin Ling, Wanyan Shishir is here. Beside him, the giant ghost also let out a low voice. This caused Lin Ling to raise his head. His face immediately showed a split, a crazy split. He had long known that Wanyan Shishir would come. Today could be said to be a battle with his back to the river. Whoosh! Whoosh! At this time, all of the dragon demons and evil spirits flew back and appeared beside Lin Ling, using their powerful auras to resist the ancient bronze coffin in the sky. Crash! Little Kunlun also turned into a primeval forest that surrounded Lin Ling. All of his companions had returned, planning to fight Wanyan Bupo to the death. Dong dong dong. The ancient bronze coffin in the sky continued to vibrate. The lid of the coffin shook up and down, and every time it shook, a terrifying corpse aura spread out. It was so terrifying. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, it was impossible for him to be a match for Wanyan Shishir. Wanyan Shishir would definitely avenge his son's death. Junior, let's see where you can hide. Finally, a low and deep voice drifted out. It came from that bronze coffin. It actually made everyone's heart tremble. They were deeply afraid that they had been poisoned. According to the legends, this million-old corpse was extremely powerful. His goo was invisible, and even martial gods could not stop his death goo. This meant that Lin Ling's life and death battle was about to begin. Noisy. However, at this moment, an angry roar suddenly rang out. A sword came from the horizon and slashed at the bronze coffin. It actually cut off countless corpse aura and even cut open one side of the bronze coffin. Following that, a leg could not help but be exposed. This was the leg of a corpse. Of course, it quickly retracted. However, through the bronze coffin that was cut open, people could faintly see an old corpse. At this moment, everyone was stunned. What was going on? Wasn't Lin Ling about to be killed? Why did a sword suddenly appear and cut open one side of the coffin, even revealing Wang Yanshiji leg? Although Wang Yanshiji quickly retracted it, it still gave people a funny feeling. Because Wang Yanshiji seemed to have his pants cut off by someone. His pants suddenly fell down, although he quickly pulled them back up. While everyone was stunned, a voice slowly drifted out from the sky. This person was wearing a green robe, his long hair tied behind his head. His hands were behind his back, and his right hand was holding an extremely ordinary-looking sword. He was just standing in the sky, but he looked like a god. I am in the sword martial god. Someone suddenly let out a nervous voice, which immediately made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Without a doubt, at this moment, Wang Yanmeisher became gloomy and didn't dare to say a word. However, the unrestrained sword martial god didn't care about the people below him. He looked into the distance. It was obvious that he had interrupted Wang Yanshiji because Wang Yanshiji was being impudent. He didn't know what was going on. This was also because the battle between the martial gods was about to begin. How could a battle between mere ants interrupt the battle between the martial gods? How could mere ants be qualified to compete with the sun and moon? Plentiful City was silent. No one dared to move. Only now did they remember that the martial god battle was about to begin. They couldn't help but look up at the sky. Lin Ling breathed heavily as he looked at the sky. He felt lucky in his heart. If this martial god battle came a little later, he, Lin Ling, would have died in Plentiful City. However, this was also a chance to leave. However, just as this thought appeared in his mind, Lin Ling shook his head again. He knew very well that if he left Plentiful City now, he might die even faster because Wang Yanshiji would definitely catch up and kill him immediately. Although staying in Plentiful City was also very dangerous, it could at least buy him some time. After all, Lin Ling had already fought several battles. His strength and realm essence were almost exhausted. He also needed time to recover. Little bastard, consider yourself lucky. The bronze coffin in the sky had already fallen and appeared in the distance. Wang Yanshiji walked out of the coffin and glared fiercely at Lin Ling. Although he also wanted to kill Lin Ling immediately, he didn't dare to. Even if he believed that he had the means to kill Lin Ling secretly, he didn't dare to guarantee that this wouldn't anger the unrestrained sword martial god. The latter was one of the top 10 martial gods in JoJo. He wasn't someone he could fight against. Therefore, instead of killing Lin Ling now, he might as well give Lin Ling some time. In any case, Lin Ling's fate was certain. However, just because he didn't dare to gamble, it didn't mean that Lin Ling didn't dare to. Wang Yanshiji didn't dare to secretly attack, it didn't mean that Lin Ling wouldn't. Dragon Demon, all of you come back. Giant Ghost, stay away from me. Lin Ling sneered and said to Giant Ghost and the others. Then, he took out the wooden box and opened it. What kind of aura is this? It's so uncomfortable. At this moment, the surrounding martial artists who were more evil than good all felt uncomfortable. Especially those who had done many evil things. That kind of discomfort was the most intense. Although it wasn't fatal, it seemed to make them sick. Vomit. It was so exaggerated that some people directly vomited and their faces turned pale. Wang Yanshiji was stunned. Then, he also felt very uncomfortable. He instantly knew that Lin Ling had taken out the fruit of good. Moreover, compared to the last time, the discomfort this time was actually twice as much. Little bastard. Chapter 38-53. The battle between the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures. There was no doubt that a ball of fury was burning in his heart. Of course, he was not the only one. Many other experts were the same. They glared fiercely at Lin Ling, but they did not dare to act recklessly. After all, if they disturbed the unrestrained sword martial god, he might be able to kill them with a single slash. As for the reason why Lin Ling dared to do so, they assumed that Lin Ling knew he was going to die, thus he was not afraid that the unrestrained sword martial god would attack him. On the contrary, Lin Ling was more than willing to be killed by the unrestrained sword martial god, so he would be able to leave some good words for the martial god. Bastard! Is that brat holding a pile of shit? Why is it so smelly? He's purposely disgusting us. At the thought of this, many experts began to curse. They were so angry that they coughed up blood. Some couldn't hold it in any longer and walked away while vomiting. They knew that if they stayed any longer, they would go mad. And these people were obviously people who killed people like scything flax and had no bottom line. Hee hee. Lin Ling also smiled. Holding the wooden box, he sat down cross-legged. Fortunately, the unfettered sword martial god in the sky didn't pay any attention to him because an enormous continent had arrived in the distance. This boundless continent seemed like an island, but it was 10 times larger than an ordinary island. Actually, the island had just entered the ancient Origin mountain range, but it was too enormous, so it gave others the feeling that it had already appeared before them. The light in the sky was completely blocked by the continent. The howling astral winds blew Fingdu's city into pieces. On the prairie, countless grasses were blown up and moved along with the continent like butterflies. Rumble. Finally, when the continent covered the heavens and the earth, it stopped moving, and then a figure floated down slowly. Compared to the continent in the sky, this person was undoubtedly very small, but when he appeared below the continent, he gave off a grand and majestic feeling. It was as if the heavens and earth respected this person. Yuan Venerate Martial God. He was one of the top 10 martial gods of the 9 prefectures, an expert ranked first below the gods. This person didn't look very tall. He wore a brown robe and his hair was casually draped over his shoulders. He gave off a scholarly feeling. He had his hands behind his back as he looked into the distance. The unfettered sword martial god was standing there. His eyes were empty, neither happy nor sad. The strong wind blew, and his long hair danced in the wind. There's no room for discussion on that matter. The two powerhouses stared at each other for a long time before a voice broke the silence. It was a Yuan Venerate martial god. The easygoing sword martial deity did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Do you think I'm an easygoing person?" "I'm not an easy person to talk to either." The Yuan Venerate martial god also spoke. "Then, let's see who's stronger." At this moment, the unrestrained sword martial god was like a huge dragon that was slowly awakening from its slumber. An indescribable might erupted, causing countless people on the ground to find it difficult to breathe. Everyone hid in the mines, but they didn't want to miss a single scene. Only a few people were standing on the shattered street, and they were watching the rare battle between the martial gods. That's exactly what I was thinking. The Yuan Venerate martial god stood tall in the sky and shouted coldly. Whoosh! The carefree sword martial god's sword finally arrived. It was as if it had torn apart the entire Kaiyuan River. From the bottom to the top, it slashed into the huge continent in the sky. Rumble. Countless boulders came crashing down like rain. It was like a great calamity. Yuan Yu Lu Gong. The Yuan Venerate martial god roared and his body disappeared in an instant. This speed had probably reached the speed of 10,000 boundaries. The Yuan Venerate martial god appeared in front of the easygoing sword martial god instantly. He looked like a scholar, but a gorgeous light appeared in his palm. Then, he smashed the easygoing sword martial god viciously. Upon closer inspection, it was a 1-meter-tall mound. No, it looked more like a famed mountain. The easygoing sword martial god knew that this mountain was extraordinary. Thus, he immediately drifted back. After drifting thousands of miles, he stomped his feet and the sky collapsed. Then, with his sword in front of him, he shot toward the Yuan Venerate martial god. 3 Mountain Supremacy. Upon seeing this, the Yuan venerate martial god instantly shouted. He clapped his hands together and 3 ancient mountains stood tall in front of him. In the blink of an eye, a sword arrived like lightning and actually shattered the 3 towering mountains. Ambush from 10 sides. The Yuan venerate martial god shouted as he saw the sword coming. However, he still had a calm expression on his face. A monstrous domineering aura swept out wantonly from his body. Godly mountains suddenly appeared from 10 different directions and surrounded the unfettered sword martial god at a terrifying speed. Upon seeing this, the unfettered sword martial god held one hand behind his back as if he was holding a brush, and he displayed an elegant sword art in a dazzling manner. Go, go, come, 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 come. Spiritual emptiness. Everything is round and bright. There is no distinction between inside and outside. Radiant complete world of sand. Selfless. The bright moon hangs high in the sky during the autumn night. Ancient nomological laws pervaded the air. The broken prairie bloomed with green grass and lush greenery. However, the scorching sun hung high in the sky and roasted the earth like a furnace. Then, the autumn air attacked and the green grass withered and turned yellow. In the end, heavy snow swirled and froze thousands of miles. That powerful might was like 100 flowers blooming and displayed from various angles, causing the eyes of the martialists on the ground to freeze and stop breathing. A battle between martial gods. The power of a god. This was the true power of a god. It could reverse the universe, burn mountains, boil seas, and destroy everything. Rumble. The battle in the sky became dazzling. In the distant sky, a great river flooded down. Obviously, the origin opening river had been broken and the river water was flowing down. Terrifying. Everyone's heart trembled and they didn't dare to miss a single scene. Their auras were very calm and they didn't even dare to utter a word. They were like immature youths who were learning martial arts in a school and were watching their teacher display the true path of the martial Tao. Among the students, a young man was sitting cross-legged. He ignored his long hair that was being blown by the strong wind and looked at the sky with burning eyes. This is the power of a martial god. Inauspicious innate talent. Inauspicious boundary. The power of a god is terrifying. Unlike the others, this young man seemed to be able to see more clearly. In his mind, he even imitated the actions of those experts. He faintly knew that the seemingly casual sword attacks of those martial gods were actually tempered for 100,000 years, causing the sword attacks to carry the universal laws. At this moment, the young man's soul energy was increasing madly. 2,500 steps, 2,600 steps, 21,000 steps. 22,000 steps. The young man's eyes grew brighter and brighter. He knew that if he hadn't died in his last life, he would have reached this level a long time ago and even surpassed it. However, the heavens had made him miss this opportunity. Perhaps it was tempering him and opening up a path in his heart that could allow him to go even further, allowing him to possess the qualifications to surpass the 10 great martial gods. And he was Lin Ling. At the same time, the murderous aura that had been on the verge of erupting gradually calmed down like an obedient child. The Tyrant Song sword was originally 80% ancestral energy, but it had silently reached 90% and calmed down, allowing Lin Ling to easily control it. Chapter 3854. A Battle of the Pinnacle. 23,000 levels of soul energy. Lin Ling felt as if he had entered the endless river of time. His gaze was fixed on the battle in the sky as his soul energy slowly increased. It finally reached 23,000 levels. Furthermore, Lin Ling sensed that the progenitor's force in the tyrannical Song sword had reached 90%. The murderous aura and demonic aura seemed ferocious, but at this moment, they were as calm as the ocean, not moving at all. They no longer had the feeling of wanting to devour their master. Even my cultivation is nearing the boundary of a breakthrough. After taking a deep breath, Lin Ling finally withdrew his gaze. This was because he sensed that he had entered the fullness stage. Even if he were to continue watching the battle between the martial gods, he would not gain much from it. Rumble. The battle in the sky became even more intense. However, there were very, very few people who were still watching the great battle. There were only martial god realm experts. Obviously, not everyone could watch the battle between the top martial gods. If one did not have enough martial arts foundation, they would definitely suffer from chi deviation. Bastard, is that Lin Ling only withdrawing his consciousness now? In the distance, Duan Wuhan finally opened his eyes. At this moment, he happened to see Lin Ling withdrawing his gaze. This caused his heart to burn with rage. This was because he could not bear it any longer. He could only withdraw his consciousness and digest the martial arts foundation that he had seen. However, when he had rested enough and opened his eyes, he realized that Lin Ling had only just reached the fullness stage. For example, the two of them were like a bottle. It was obvious how much water was in it. From this point of view, he was no match for Lin Ling. Most importantly, he was at the peak of the martial progenitor realm, while Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the martial progenitor realm. Why is he stronger than me? He is stronger than me in every field. If I really want to kill him, there is only one man like me in the 9 continents. Duan Wuhan's eyes were filled with cold murderous intent, but he suppressed it. Rumble. Meanwhile, a zigzagging ray of light slashed down from the sky, and it actually caused cracks to appear on the ancient continent. However, after that sword strike, the endless ancient mountains from 108,000 li away surged over like steeds, drowning the unfettered sword martial god. After the experts from both sides clashed, the world fell silent. The two of them stood 100 meters apart from each other. Their terrifying auras collided with each other like mountains and seas. The sky kept collapsing and recovering. How is it? Finally, many people opened their eyes. They all wanted to know the final result of this battle. However, the two experts in the sky only stood there quietly without saying anything. This silence continued for an entire hour. After a long time, a voice finally drifted out. Do you still want to play? If you continue to fight, you will definitely be injured by 80%. Huh, is that so? Why don't we try again? Suddenly, a domineering aura began to emit from the two of them. This aura was so strong that it could seal any creature in the prairie, including the experts under the plentiful city. Everyone opened their mouths wide and found it difficult to breathe. However, Lin Ling squinted his eyes. He had seen this aura before. It was when he faced Wendian martial god in the past. Of course, Wendian martial god had scruples at that time, so he did not use his full strength against Lin Ling. Therefore, although Lin Ling's body was also under immense pressure, his full strength was not sealed. Wendian martial god is also this powerful. Lin Ling had a feeling that these two people were stronger than Wendian martial god. As for the two people standing in the sky, they were like cold stone statues. A blue light appeared in the unfettered sword martial god's hand, and it became brighter and brighter. It was as if he was holding a world in his hand. This was clearly the state of the divine energy that had reached its peak. It was obviously 100 times stronger than Lin Ling's true inheritance, the dark sword. After all, one was the divine energy from a divine weapon, and the other was the divine energy that one had comprehended. The two were incomparable. This also made Lin Ling have a feeling that perhaps only the Tyrant Singer sword's godly power could compare to it. He looked at the Yuan venerate martial god, who was standing straight with an indifferent look in his eyes. He raised his palm and a frightening brown light blossomed on his palm. Could it be that move? Someone gulped and said with difficulty. It's Yuan Feng. An old man nodded solemnly. Clearly, some people had heard of the move of the Yuan venerate martial god. This was a terrifying move that could destroy the world. 30,000 years ago, someone had found the continent of the Yuan venerate martial god and wanted to take it for himself. He had done whatever he wanted on the continent and killed countless people. In the end, the Yuan venerate martial god had returned. He only stared coldly at this group of people without saying a word. This group of powerhouses had naturally sensed the presence of the Yuan venerate martial god and were afraid. However, they would not allow themselves to be trampled on. Most importantly, this group of powerhouses were the sacred knights of the 10 talisman gods. They had dazzling divine auras and were the people of the 4 great gods. Their strength was also at the level of the martial gods. It was no wonder that they did not fear the Yuan venerate martial god when they had a backer and strength. They even took the initiative to speak to the Yuan venerate martial god, hoping that the latter would give them some face. However, the Yuan venerate martial god still did not say anything. Yuan Feng had annihilated everything. That move had shocked the final realm. That move had killed all the sacred knights of the 10 talisman gods. That move had made the Yuan venerate martial god famous in the final realm and become one of the 10 great martial gods. In the hearts of many powerhouses in the final realm, the Yuan venerate martial god was also a representative of turning a mortal into a god. He was also the pillar of support in the hearts of countless martialists without a backer or background. Yuan Feng. As everyone was thinking about this in shock, the move that had shaken the world 30,000 years ago appeared. The sky split open and countless ancient rocks flew over like locusts. A vortex had appeared on the palm of the Yuan venerate martial god. It kept expanding and actually started to envelop the entire ancient Yuan mountain range. The rocks that came from the horizon actually revolved along with the vortex and rumbled non-stop. It was as if the sky and earth were being reversed. How terrifying! As the vortex continued to revolve, all the power frantically attacked the unfettered sword martial god. However, at that moment, the unfettered sword martial god drew his sword. However, there was a terrifying wind force that sealed his sword, making it very difficult for him to pull it out. It felt as if the unfettered sword martial god's wrist had been pressed down by someone. The unfettered sword martial god can't draw his sword. Many people widened their eyes in shock under the violent wind vortex. They were all sprawled on the ground, but the weaker ones were still swept up by the strong winds and revolved along with the vortex in the sky. When they looked at the ancient Yuan mountain range again, countless ore veins had been uprooted and merged into the vortex. From afar, it looked like a great cosmos. Xiaoluan. Lin Ling had already put away the wooden box. The platinum evil spirit was standing behind him, protecting Xiaoluan. I'm fine. Chapter 38:55. The 3 races had arrived. Rumble. However, within the great cosmos whirlpool, the unrestrained sword martial deity's eyes were like blazing flames. The sword in his hand did not stop. Just as everyone thought that he wouldn't be able to draw his sword. An indifferent voice quietly floated in the air. Illuminate the mountains and rivers. It was as if a taboo had been opened. The sword in his hand was pulled out and the blade lit up, illuminating the surroundings. Then, he gradually drew his sword and finally drew it. The sword was unleashed. The speed of this sword seemed extremely slow, as if it was thousands of times slower than an ordinary person's sword. However, it carried a mysterious path. Clang! The moment the sword was unleashed, the universe seemed to collapse. The large rotating vortex suddenly froze before reversing and collapsing. All of the rotating ancient rocks suddenly seemed to have lost their power as they crashed down from the sky like rain. Oh! Almost at the same time, the Yuan venerate martial god felt a sweetness in his throat and a mouthful of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The Yuan venerate martial god is injured. Raising his head, everyone stared fixedly, their eyes trembling. Clang! However, the unrestrained sword martial god's sword shook a little and a gap appeared on that seemingly ordinary sword. The unrestrained sword martial god held his sword and looked on indifferently with a hint of heartache. As expected of a Yuan venerate who became a martial god from Immortal. Finally, he looked up and muttered. The descendant of a prestigious sect, the unrestrained sword martial god, is really impressive. The Yuan venerate martial god also spoke up. This terrifying confrontation had clearly ended with both of them evenly matched. One sword had been broken and the other had been injured. This was the final outcome. The crowd immediately sighed. As expected of one of the top martial gods in the 9 prefectures. His strength was really too strong. In their eyes, any martial god realm expert was like a firefly. Those 10 people stood at the top of the clouds. Their radiance could only be looked up at. Glory for thousands of years. Because of this, countless people advanced dauntlessly to catch up with those 10 people and see the glory of the top of the clouds. The unrestrained sword comes from the top of the 36 academies, the Sky Sword Academy. This academy has 2 branches in the final realm. One is in the Sky Sword City, while the other is on the other side. The descendant of a prestigious sect really lives up to his reputation. However, this matter isn't over. Let's fight again in 100 years. At that moment, the Yuan venerate martial god issued a challenge. That's exactly what I was thinking. The unfettered sword martial god nodded. A Yuan venerate is the master of a continent floating in the void of the universe. No one knows where he came from or where he came from. However, becoming a god in one step is seen by the 9 continents as a representation of becoming a god from Immortal. The corners of the Yuan venerate martial god's mouth curled up when he heard this. It was his pride to be evaluated by the unfettered sword martial god. One was a commoner, while the other was from a prestigious clan. These 2 people could be considered as the representatives of the 2 factions of the 9 prefectures' cultivators. Rumble. At the same time, the continent in the sky began to move and slowly left the ancient Yuan mountain range. Obviously, the 2 of them were tied in this battle, so they decided to settle their grudges 100 years later. Heaven and earth began to fall silent, and everything returned to its original state. In Fengdu City, everyone had recovered and was reminiscing about the intense battle from before. However, at this moment, a stern voice suddenly rang out, "Lin Ling, it's time to settle our old scores." A terrifying corpse aura finally spread out and enveloped the entire Fengdu city. It was the Wanyan epic. Everyone's hearts trembled as they subconsciously looked at the sky. However, they saw that after the battle between the martial gods ended, the unfettered sword martial god no longer paid attention to the battle in Fengdu city. This also made many people sneer. In the originally empty Fengdu city, those people who were hiding in the mines slowly appeared, causing more and more people to appear in Fengdu city. They strode forward, forming a terrifying pressure as they walked towards Lin Ling. There were too many students from the Water God clan, the Golden God clan, the Duan clan, the Heaven-Seeking Alliance, and the various academies. After experiencing Lin Ling's tenacious resistance, they only wanted to kill Lin Ling now. This was because the strength that Lin Ling had displayed previously made them very fearful. They were deeply afraid that Lin Ling would grow again and become difficult to control. Lin Ling, have you ever regretted it? Have you ever thought that you would die here in the future? An expert from the Duan clan said indifferently. He was an old monster in the martial god realm. Previously, they did not make a move because they had underestimated Lin Ling. But now, they did not intend to hide their strength. Lin Ling, the Golden God clan will not let you leave. A member of the Golden God clan said coldly. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the blue-robed youth. They seemed to hear a sad song in their minds. Because of Lin Ling's tenacity and Lin Ling's madness, they could be considered to have some understanding. Although they did not admit it, they also admitted in their hearts that Lin Ling was worthy of being called a hero. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling slowly stood up. He glanced at the golden-white evil spirit and instructed the latter to protect Shaoluin. Only then did he turn his gaze to everyone. Around him, there were many people. On the broken mine platform, in the streets and alleys, there were too many. Many of them wanted him to die. Even if they did not, they were gloating. With a smile, Lin Ling said indifferently, "I have so many pasts. Why should I be afraid of the future?" As soon as this sentence fell, it was like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Feng City was silent. Everyone knew that Lin Ling was also saying that he would fight to the end. If he died, although he died, it would be a glorious death. Because there was already so much glory in the past, what was the future? What was death? Kill. The expert from the Duan clan finally shouted in a low voice. He was also afraid that if he delayed for too long, things would change. The first to move was obviously Wanyan Shiji. This giant was the #1 person below the martial god realm. The million-year-old corpse descended. Corpse chi filled the sky and surged. "Lord Messenger, your future does not lie here." However, at this moment, there was a roar in the distance. Then, a mighty aura surged over. A large number of ancient tree giants, stone golems, and lava giants walked over. The 3 people in the lead flew over at a terrifying speed. Judging from their auras, they were all martial gods. When they arrived in the sky above Feng City, everyone was stunned, especially the Golden God tribe and the Water God tribe. Their faces were filled with disbelief. This was because they were the Wood God tribe, the Stone God tribe, and the Fire God tribe. They had come today for Lin Ling. Ha! Lin Ling's eyes widened. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He did not expect the Wood God tribe and the others to come from afar to help him. He did not know that the battle between the 2 martial gods had spread to the demonic forest. In addition, although the demonic forest was isolated from the rest of the world, they had been keeping an eye on the Golden God tribe and the others. When they learned that the Golden God tribe and the others were going to harm Lin Ling, they immediately rushed over. Of course, they were also afraid that they would be too late. Fortunately, the battle between the martial gods had stopped them from killing Lin Ling, which gave them some time to rush over. It's you. Chapter 3856. The Legend of Immortality. Upon seeing the members of the Wood God tribe, a ball of fury ignited in his heart. If it weren't for Lin Ling, his heaven-crushing alliance would have long since devoured the Wood God tribe. Your Majesty, this has nothing to do with you. Fire God King, although our Water God clan is at loggerheads with your clan, we hope that you won't interfere in this matter. After all, that brat killed our princess. This enmity is absolutely irreconcilable. The pride of our Water God clan cannot be trampled on. After recovering from their shock, the people from the Gold God clan and the Water God clan spoke up. The 5 major clans lived in the Kaiyuan River. Although their relationship was weak, they believed that the 3 major clans would give them face. After all, helping them was better than helping humans. Brat, I don't know how you summoned them, but you are underestimating the history of our 5 races. We are all descendants of a god. How can someone of your filthy bloodline drive a wedge between us? An elder from the Golden God tribe pointed at Lin Ling and bellowed furiously. These words also made the people of the Duan clan's alliance feel relieved. That's right, they were too nervous before. It turned out that these people might not help Lin Ling. They might even join the camp to kill Lin Ling. When they thought of this, the corners of their mouths curled into sneers. Moreover, this laughter was like a plague that drifted further and further away, causing many people to roar with laughter. They were obviously watching a good show. He also believed that the Golden God clan would be able to convince the other 3 clans. However, in the crowd, only Wanyan Shiji had an ugly expression. He felt as if he had eaten shit. Because only he knew that this was impossible. It was unknown what kind of bewitching drug Lin Ling had used, but he had already bewitched the 3 great clans. Lord Envoy. At this moment, Her Majesty the Queen finally approached Lin Ling. When she arrived before Lin Ling, she bowed and saluted him. She no longer had the majesty of a queen. She was more like a servant. What the hell? What happened? Seeing Her Majesty's obedient appearance, the Gold God Elder rubbed his eyes fiercely as if he had seen a ghost. This was because he was all too familiar with the wood gods. This group of fellows had their eyes on the top of their heads and were boundlessly arrogant. Not to mention humans, they even looked down on the gold gods. And it was said that this atmosphere came from Her Majesty the Queen. Because Her Majesty the Queen possessed the purest and most flawless wood spirit chi, it led to her arrogance. But now, the Queen, who was full of disdain for the Golden God tribe, was actually bowing to Lin Ling. Could it be that the beauty likes Lin Ling? The humans were also shocked. Following that, many handsome men were so jealous that their eyes were spitting fire. Such a beautiful Her Majesty actually belonged to Lin Ling. Damn it, this guy must have used some kind of beauty trap. Her Majesty the Queen has obviously been charmed by him. The Duan clan's experts also spoke up one after another. Even though they were already in their 50s, they were still extremely jealous at this moment. There was even a white-bearded old monster who was unconvinced and said angrily, "The heavens are blind. I'm so handsome, but Her Majesty the Queen doesn't like me." Of course, others also glared at him fiercely, but in the end, they all shook their heads. Although they were also jealous that Lin Ling had gained the Queen's favor, at least Lin Ling was indeed a little handsome. He was not something that the old man could compare to. "King of the Wood Gods, you're an insult to the status of our 5 clans." Among the water gods, a blue-haired woman shouted. She was so angry that her body trembled. And she was the queen of the water god Lord. She also did not expect the queen of the wood gods to be so cheap and humiliate them. However, at this moment, the dwarf of the stone gods also arrived. He ran wildly towards Lin Ling, causing everyone to frown. This dwarf, could it be that he also liked Lin Ling? However, this was obviously impossible. They immediately shook their heads again. It was normal for Her Majesty the Queen to like Lin Ling. However, the bad-tempered king of the dwarves was a stubborn old man who loved drinking. How could he like a man? Lord Totem. However, when the king of the dwarves arrived in front of Lin Ling, he also bowed. Moreover, he was deeply afraid that Lin Ling would be snatched away by the wood gods, so he also imitated Her Majesty the Queen's bow. However, Her Majesty the Queen's slender waist was very feminine when she bowed. As for him, a short old man, bowing like this was a little disgusting. However, this still frightened everyone. Everyone's eyes widened. Could it be that the dwarf king also liked Lin Ling? They were instantly dumbfounded and almost vomited blood from disgust. Where does this guy's charm come from? Even the short old man is charmed by him. Duan Wuhan felt as if he had eaten a fly. This was because he had been secretly competing with Lin Ling all this time. However, in terms of talent, he had lost. In terms of strength, he had lost again. And now, in terms of charm, he had lost again. Lin Ling was simply a beauty killer. No, even the system was charmed by him. Moreover, even the beautiful girl beside him was staring at Lin Ling curiously at this moment. This pissed him off. Lord Totem. However, the shock didn't end there. The patriarch of the fire god tribe also came and saluted Lin Ling. 3. Fuck, what kind of bewitching potion did Lin Ling use? Moreover, as far as I know, the old man from the Fire God clan doesn't seem to get close to women. The Water God clan was too familiar with the Fire God clan, so everyone was shocked. Isn't this nonsense? Lin Ling is a man. The Fire God clan leader doesn't get close to women, but that doesn't mean he doesn't get close to men. However, someone from the Golden God clan immediately retorted. At this moment, the two clans looked at each other as if they had been slapped 3 times. Their faces were full of confusion. Lin Ling ignored them and immediately released a large number of dragons and evil spirits. In this way, Lin Ling's army arrived and fought against those who wanted to kill him from afar. Lin Ling didn't speak, but his eyes were cold. However, everyone knew what Lin Ling meant. It was still the same sentence. Although Lin Ling couldn't escape death, he would definitely drag a few of them down with him. Everyone hurriedly looked at the 3 clans, then looked at the dragon demon and other monsters. One by one, they gritted their teeth. This was because they knew that if they really wanted to kill Lin Ling, they would definitely lose a lot of people. This anger and powerlessness was the most intense for the people from the Duan clan because this was actually the best opportunity to kill Lin Ling. However, things were always changing, which made them so angry that their teeth itched. The 4th leader of the God Slayer Alliance, the son of the devil, Lin Ling, was known as an immortal legend in Zhuzhou. They now had a deep understanding of it. Feng City was undoubtedly a little quiet at this moment. The 2 sides faced each other from afar. Interesting. I have so many pasts. Why should I be afraid of the future? Chapter 38:57. He wanted a person. Sir Yuan Venerate, this person is very despicable. A lady beside him said fiercely. He. Although this person is very interesting, an ant is still an ant. Little Tian, if you want him, I will give him to you. That person nodded. He was actually the Yuan Venerate martial god who was about to leave. He had originally been about to leave, but the scene in Plentiful City had piqued his curiosity. Most importantly, the lady beside him actually knew that person and had a great enmity with him. Therefore, he had decided to help this lady along the way. Thank you, senior. The lady immediately smiled. Although her smile seemed innocent, it was filled with resentment. And she was none other than the Heaven Princess. Her backer was Miao Shen's true inheritance. Although Yuan Venerate martial gods were very powerful, they weren't proficient in the path of boundaries. Therefore, he had helped Princess Tian in an attempt to get Miao Shen's true inheritance to help him set up a martial god boundary on the continent. Lin Ling, your undying legend is going to be destroyed in my hands. Princess Tian muttered to herself. At the moment, no one in Plentiful City wanted to go all out, so they didn't make a move for the time being. They could only glare furiously at Lin Ling. However, at that moment, a chuckle was heard. Unrestrained sword martial god, can I ask you for a person? This voice stunned the unrestrained sword martial god, who immediately became curious. However, the Yuan Venerate martial god chuckled. I want that little fellow. The unrestrained sword martial god frowned when he heard this. Everyone in Plentiful City also shuddered. The Yuan Venerate martial god wanted Lin Ling. Because he offended my friend, so he wants to vent his anger on my friend's behalf. The Yuan Venerate martial god didn't hide anything. Vent his anger. Everyone's eyes lit up. They instantly guessed that this wasn't as simple as just venting his anger. Perhaps the Yuan Venerate martial god would kill Lin Ling. At the moment, even Lin Ling frowned. He had never imagined that after all these twists and turns, the Yuan Venerate martial god would want to harm him. Speaking of which, this was the first time he had met a Yuan Venerate martial god. Why was the latter targeting him? Little brat, there are many choices in a person's life. Some choices may seem carefree, but they can inadvertently kill you. Humans are not easy. If you want to rise up from the ordinary, then you have to face hardships at every step, and not do whatever you want. The Yuan venerate martial god stood at the edge of the massive continent in the sky and spoke to Lin Ling calmly. That sentence seemed calm, but it was actually a reprimand and a pointer. He was clearly saying that although Lin Ling was immortal, he was unruly and unruly. He had taken the wrong path and should have been like a Yuan venerate martial god. He should have kept a low profile and bided his time. Only then would he have been able to rise abruptly. Lin Ling was silent. He looked up and saw a figure on the edge of the huge continent. It was Princess Tian. He instantly understood. Although he didn't know why a Yuan venerate martial god was targeting him, it was obvious that this had something to do with Princess Tian. You seem to have something to say. Say it. I, a Yuan venerate, don't like to pressure others. The Yuan venerate martial god smiled faintly. His words finally caused Lin Ling to look him in the eye. He took a deep breath and calmly said, "There are 3,000 paths of martial arts, and no one can say for sure which path is right and which path is wrong. Senior martial god, for you to jump to conclusions like this, your vision is too narrow." Feng Du was shocked when he heard this. No one had expected that Lin Ling would actually dare to refute a Yuan venerate martial god. The Yuan venerate martial god was also stunned. Then, he laughed even louder. "Although I don't know everything, I can be sure that the path you have taken is wrong. An unruly person will eventually kick an iron plate. Regardless of whether it is right or wrong, I will walk the path that belongs to me. I will not regret the choice that I have made." However, Lin Ling opposed him with equal harshness. His words made the laughter of the Yuan venerate martial god become softer. However, Lin Ling spoke once again. "Senior Yuan venerate, you don't have to lecture me like a senior. I know that you have evolved from a mortal to a deity, so you must have boundless pride in your heart. You seem to want to tell the world that mortals can also become deities. However, although this seems like guidance, in reality, your words and actions are just to satisfy your own sense of accomplishment. I also know that the path you have chosen is to conceal your strength, bide your time, and consolidate at every step. However, because of this, you have suffered countless grievances in your life. Therefore, on the day you succeed, you want to tell the world that you are right. You also want to make all those who have looked down on you, humiliated you, and trampled on you regret and be shocked by your accomplishments. You are trying to express this." When Lin Ling's voice floated out, Feng Du exploded once again. The Yuan venerate martial god trembled. Even though he didn't admit it, deep down, he knew that Lin Ling had touched on his innermost feelings. This kid was actually so sharp-tongued. "However, I can also understand the path you have chosen. After all, this martial path is indeed safer. However, let me tell you something. Although the path I have chosen isn't as safe as yours and I have provoked more people than you, I am open and aboveboard. If I'm unhappy, I will do it. Life is fleeting. Why do you have to suffer so much? 10,000 years is too long. Seize every minute." As Lin Ling's last sentence was spoken, countless ripples appeared in everyone's hearts. 10,000 years was too long. Seize every minute. This was the path Lin Ling had chosen. Even if he had provoked too many people, he would not shirk his duty. The Yuan venerate martial god who had reprimanded Lin Ling could only endure the humiliation and be trampled on by countless people. This was his martial path. You are right, but you also have to face a life and death calamity. The Yuan venerate martial god said icily. It was obvious that he was furious. When have martialists ever been safe? If you want to be safe, you might as well go home and plant sweet potatoes. As for a life and death calamity, he. Only cowards would not dare face it. Lin Ling said icily as he looked into the distance. Only cowards would not dare face it. These words were like thunder that struck the Yuan venerate martial god's heart. Indeed, the martial path he had chosen was safer. He had avoided great winds and waves, not caused any disasters, and finally made a name for himself. However, from another perspective, wasn't this saying that he was afraid of the winds and waves and was a coward? The Yuan venerate martial god's body trembled uncontrollably. However, Lin Ling didn't stop speaking. As a martial god, you shouldn't be teaching others how to take refuge or endure silently. Instead, you should be teaching people how to face difficulties and how to shoulder them. This is great fearlessness, great perseverance, and a perfect heart of the martial path. However, you are angry and ashamed because of my words. Your heart of the martial path is clearly not perfect. This sentence was a direct reprimand. The people of Plentiful City gasped. They all thought that Lin Ling had gone crazy. At the same time, a terrifying murderous aura quietly spread down from the sky. Chapter 38:58. Find someone. This fellow is indeed extraordinarily courageous. Everything is as he said. Great perseverance and fearlessness. This must be his martial path. Many people started to admire him. If Lin Ling had relied on his mouth, then Lin Ling had used his actions to prove himself. He wasn't afraid even when facing a Yuan venerate martial god. This was Lin Ling's martial path. Are you trying to say that your martial path is correct and mine is wrong? After a moment of silence, the Yuan venerate martial god suddenly spoke up. There are 3,000 martial paths, and everyone has their own way of thinking. I won't change anyone's way of thinking, and no one can change me either. I can only say that there is no common ground between people with different paths. Lin Ling spoke indifferently, neither haughty nor humble. These words represented Lin Ling's lofty pride. Even though a Yuan venerate martial god could kill him with a single finger, Lin Ling believed that a Yuan venerate martial god was just a so-so. Lin Ling's status wasn't any lower than his. Unfettered sword martial god, can you give this sharp-tongued brat to me? After all, this is your territory. The Yuan venerate martial god smiled and looked into the distance. If he had previously attacked Lin Ling because of Princess Tian, then he wanted to attack him now. Lin Ling's eyes turned cold when he heard this. What was a deity transformation? What a joke! How could a Yuan venerate martial god represent mortals? He was just a hypocrite who was afraid of death. He had only managed to become a peak martial god by luck. On the other side, the unfettered sword martial god smiled faintly as he looked at Lin Ling. This also made Fengdu fall silent. After all, this was the unfettered sword martial god's territory. Therefore, Lin Ling's life depended on the unfettered sword martial god. The unfettered sword martial god was a god-grade swordsman. Swordsmen were the most arrogant. Perhaps Lin Ling's martial path was the same as his, so the unfettered sword martial god might help him. Unrestrained sword martial god, you mustn't agree. He definitely won't agree. After all, they have only met by chance. Even if the freedom sword martial deity appreciates talent, he should know that Lin Ling has offended many people. Therefore, the freedom sword martial deity will definitely not help him. That's hard to say. Do you still remember the first disciple of the unrestrained sword martial god? That's the city lord of the Heaven Sword City. It said that the unrestrained sword martial god saved him from the hands of the many enemies of the city lord and took him in as a disciple. Many people began to discuss this matter spiritedly. They all thought that Lin Ling had once again become the focus of attention. Even the two top martial gods had moved for him. However, they did not believe that undying demon son Lin Ling would not die. The Duan clan couldn't kill him, the golden god race couldn't kill him, and Wanyan Shishir couldn't kill him. Could it be that even Yuan venerates and martial gods couldn't kill him? Speaking of which, this kid really suits my taste. the unfettered sword martial god finally spoke. His words made everyone's hearts pound. Those who wanted to kill Lin Ling sighed and cursed the heavens for being unfair. After all, Lin Ling had once again escaped a calamity. There was no justice in this world. Ha! The Yuan venerate martial god frowned. He was a little unhappy, but if the unfettered sword martial god refused to hand Luo Yunyang over, he would have no other choice for the time being. I have always believed that courage is a symbol of strength, and luck is also a part of strength. Being able to get someone to help you also represents a person's strength. After all, this person has at least convinced the person who wants to help him. This is his ability. The unfettered sword martial god said. This meant that the unfettered sword martial god had already agreed to help Lin Ling. After all, Lin Ling's martial path was the same as the unfettered sword martial god's martial path. Being able to get the unfettered sword martial god to help him was also Lin Ling's ability and strength. However, I have a principle. That is, the other party has to ask me for help. However, the words that came out of the sword martial god peak stunned everyone. The unfettered sword martial god was also looking at Lin Ling. This caused everyone to look at Lin Ling as well. This included the Yuan venerate martial god. After all, if Lin Ling asked the unfettered sword martial god for help, the unfettered sword martial god would also help him. Lin Ling also looked at the smiling unfettered sword martial god in the sky and suddenly said, "Senior unfettered sword, have you ever asked anyone for help in your life?" "No, this is different from my martial path. I would rather die than ask anyone for help." The unfettered sword martial god was stunned for a moment before he replied. "In that case, I will do the same." Lin Ling immediately enunciated each word clearly. His words were earth-shattering, causing everyone's faces to turn red. Lin Ling actually didn't ask the unfettered sword martial god for help. For the sake of his so-called backbone. Not asking anyone for help in his entire life. At that instant, the crowd could not help but admire Lin Ling. As expected of a fearless and courageous man. That being said, those who were hostile toward Lin Ling could not help but burst out laughing. Lin Ling was too stupid. How could there be such a stupid person? Meanwhile, the unfettered sword martial god stared at Lin Ling in disbelief. He did not expect Lin Ling to reject his request. "You can treat me as stupid or stubborn. However, you have your own principles, and I have mine too." As if he was aware of the unfettered sword martial god's confusion, Lin Ling spoke in a calm tone. "Such an interesting little brat." The unfettered sword martial god burst out laughing after hearing the words. His laughter was filled with admiration, but he did not plan to interfere. As a swordsman, he understood Lin Ling's thoughts. If he were to interfere, it would mean that Lin Ling was begging him. Therefore, he could not afford to humiliate Lin Ling. In other words, he would not help Lin Ling. "I'll catch him." In Plentiful City, many people immediately became excited. Wanyan Shixia even shouted loudly. Rolling corpse aura surged toward Lin Ling. "Everyone, prepare for the battle." Lin Ling raised the sword in his hand. His eyes were filled with madness. The strong were afraid of the unreasonable were afraid of the reckless, and the reckless were afraid of the crazy. The current Lin Ling was a madman. If he dared to kill, he would dare to risk his life. In Plentiful City, the interrupted battle was about to erupt again. The legend of immortality was about to be broken. "Sorry to disturb you. I'm here to look for someone." However, at that moment, another change occurred. It could be said that there was a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. It was like a basin of cold water that poured down on the hot-blooded people. A woman in plain clothes tore open the void and slowly walked out. She appeared in front of Lin Ling. "Are you looking for death?" "I'm looking for your whole family." "Die." At that moment, Wanyan Shirshia's terrifying corpse aura surged. He had been holding back for a long time. Now, Lin Ling was right in front of him. Suddenly, a person ran out and said that she was looking for someone. Looking for your sister. However, compared to the anger of the people, the two top martial gods in the sky frowned. Apparently, they felt that something was wrong. You're Lin Ling, right? I want to ask you for someone. Yes. The person did not care about the anger of the crowd. Instead, she looked at Lin Ling with a smile. She did not even look behind her and clapped her hands. Rumble. Chapter 38:59. What a mysterious woman. As for Wanyan Shiji, he was crushed to the ground. Even his million-year-old corpse almost collapsed. This! Exclamation point. Everyone was dumbfounded. Even Lin Ling furrowed his brows. This plain-clothed lady was so powerful. But why is she here? Why is she helping me? I'm here for her. Exclamation point. At this moment, the woman seemed to know that Lin Ling was confused. She smiled and pointed at the golden white evil spirit. Him. Exclamation point. Lin Ling was even more suspicious. No, it's the girl behind him. In fact, we've been looking for her for a long time. The woman smiled. Lin Ling's pupils constricted. Shaoluan. Behind the golden white evil spirit, Shaoluan's body trembled. Her eyes were filled with panic. Don't be afraid. I don't mean any harm. The woman saw Shaoluan's expression and immediately waved her hand. She was dressed in plain clothes and had a harmless smile. From any angle, this woman looked very ordinary. She was just like an ordinary village woman. This caused everyone to be stunned. However, at this moment, the ground exploded. Wanyan Shiji, who was previously suppressed, jumped up again. The rotten flesh on his body continued to fall as he pounced towards the woman. Who are you to his mother? Wanyan Shiji was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. He had finally found Lin Ling's weakness and no one could help him. In the end, this woman came to cause trouble. However, the woman was still smiling as she spoke to Lin Ling. She stretched out her right hand and mercury poured out from her palm. It was like a silver shadow flowing along the ground. Next, it bound Wanyan Shiji's legs. Boom! 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 Under countless shocked gazes, Wanyan Shiji was like a sandbag. He was smashed back and forth by the mercury. What's her name? What was terrifying was that the woman acted as if nothing had happened. She smiled and asked Lin Ling. Lin Ling's heart roared. This woman's strength was too terrifying. Even he could not see through her strength. However, he guessed that this woman had a treasure that could hide her aura. Judging from its grade, it was definitely not low. Her name is Shaoluan. Lin Ling quickly said. Shaoluan, can you follow me? Don't worry, I won't hurt you. The woman immediately squatted down and placed her hands on her knees. She bent her waist and smiled at Shaoluan. Bang! Bang! However, behind her, Wanyan Shiji was still being smashed. He simply had no way to retaliate. This allowed everyone to instantly realize that this seemingly harmless woman was actually an extremely terrifying existence. In the sky, the two top martial gods narrowed their eyes and did not say anything. This. Shaoluan could not help but look at Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling shook her head and smiled. I'm sorry. Because of her childhood habits, she's a little afraid of strangers, so she won't go with you. What a joke. If Shaoluan was willing to stay, Lin Ling would have left her at the mountain stronghold. Why would she follow Lin Ling to the ends of the world? Lin Ling, on the other hand, had clearly refused. Everyone was once again shocked by Lin Ling's lawlessness because everyone could tell that the woman's background was not to be underestimated. I see. However, the woman was not aggressive. Instead, she looked embarrassed. She looked at Lin Ling enviously. It was as if she was jealous of Xiaoluan listening to Lin Ling. Big sister, if I go with you, can you promise me 2 things? At this time, Xiaoluan suddenly said. The woman immediately smiled and nodded. She suddenly became happy and said, Speak, I can promise you anything. It was obvious that although the woman was powerful, she was very polite to Xiaoluan. Lin Ling frowned. He was still wondering why the woman was looking for Lin Ling. However, he suddenly remembered what the headhunters had told him. Someone was looking for Xiaoluan. At that time, he thought it was just a rumor. Now, it seemed that someone was looking for Xiaoluan. However, Xiaoluan had no strength. Why was the mysterious woman looking for her? Suddenly, Lin Ling seemed to have thought of something. It was the world's will. Xiaoluan had the world's will. Could it be because of this? Xiaoluan, you can't. Lin Ling immediately refused. However, Xiaoluan smiled and looked at Lin Ling. Her eyes were filled with excitement. My lord, you are the person who has treated me the best in my life. You are also the first person who gave me a name. Xiaoluan also wants to do something for my lord. Let Xiaoluan help you, okay? As she spoke, Xiaoluan's eyes became moist. Previously, she had watched as Lin Ling was surrounded and attacked by wave after wave of powerhouses. She had been worried to death. At that moment, she had wanted nothing more than to rush in front of Lin Ling and block those ferocious attacks for Lin Ling. However, she knew that with her weak body, she would not be of much help. Now, she had a chance to help Lin Ling. How could she miss this opportunity? Don't worry, Lin Ling. I promise you that I will not hurt her. If anyone wants to attack her, they will have to do it over my dead body. At this moment, the woman seemed to understand Lin Ling's worries. She could not help but feel touched. However, she still spoke to Lin Ling seriously. These words came from the bottom of her heart. Lin Ling could feel the sincerity of the woman. Sister, if you take the Lord away from here, I will agree to go with you. At this moment, Xiaoluan also made a condition. No problem. The woman smiled and nodded. No. At this moment, the people in the distance were so angry that their lungs were about to explode. So many of their people had died and they had come here to kill Lin Ling. Were they going to fail again? In their dreams. However, the woman did not even look at them. She stomped her foot and silver mercury flowed out, instantly binding those who had spoken. Then, they were smashed to the ground like sandbags. This scene was extremely shocking. From afar, the ground looked like a mercury tree. Countless silver vines grew out and bound people before smashing them to the ground. However, no one could resist it, not even the martial god realm powerhouses. Mercury. What a powerful talent. She has probably reached the pinnacle of the ultimate desolate body. Lin Ling's heart thumped. Even if Li Xiaoyao was present, he had never seen such a mysterious technique. Even if Li Xiaoyao was here, he would probably not be the woman's match. Lin Ling could not help but sigh. As he became stronger, he also entered the God's era. He had seen the strength of experts from all sides. He could only say that the ultimate world was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. In the past, Li Xiaoyao was known as a genius in the 9 prefectures. However, he was only a tyrant in the 9 prefectures. His palm could not reach the ultimate world. Lin Ling, no one is against it. Come with me. As for the woman, she smiled at Lin Ling. These words made the onlookers behind them speechless. No one objected. Those who objected were probably smashed to death by you. All right. Lin Ling immediately nodded. He looked at the three major races and asked them to leave first. The three major races immediately nodded. They knew that it was useless for them to stay. Chapter 3860. Heavenly Voice of the Gods. When the word kill was uttered, it carried with it a sense of decisiveness. That slender body actually carried with it a boundless domineering aura. What? Seeing Xiaoluan's finger, everyone started to panic. Xiaoluan, you can't kill the members of the Golden God tribe and the Water God tribe. That's because it's against the heavens. As for the others, it's not good to kill too many of them. Moreover, they're your lord's enemies. I don't think he wants to take revenge through the hands of others. However, the woman clearly had some misgivings. Thus, she looked at Xiaoluan warmly and said, he can be killed. All right. Xiaoluan finally nodded. Whoosh. Seeing Xiaoluan nod, the smile on the woman's face also disappeared. In its place, there was a hint of solemnity and coldness. She was like an iceberg that had been frozen for millions of years, causing everyone to feel a chill run down their spines. As for Wanyan Shiji, his entire body was enveloped by mercury. It was as if his strength had been corroded. This also allowed him to know that the woman was extremely talented. Moreover, her cultivation level was also at the martial god realm. After all, only a heaven-defying power could freeze a million-year-old corpse like him. The mercury continued to spread upward and enveloped Wanyan Shiji. This also caused a gigantic mercury statue to appear on the street. At this moment, Wanyan Shiji's face was ashen. His eyes were filled with resentment as he glared at Lin Ling. Today, he had failed to kill Lin Ling again. He couldn't understand why this had happened. He couldn't accept this, he couldn't accept this. Every time, he had almost killed Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling still managed to escape from his hands. In the end, he had even died because of Lin Ling. Wanyan Shiji. At this moment, Lin Ling also spoke calmly, I know you can't accept this. However, in this world, the winner takes all. You should know this principle. I know very well. Wanyan Shiji seemed to know that he was definitely going to die. He sighed and said, Lin Ling, when I found out that my son and the heaven-crushing alliance were killed by you, I hated you. I wanted to cut you into pieces, and I even wanted to poison you. Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but interject. At that time, you'd already have half a foot in the netherworld. That's right. If I had a choice, I wouldn't choose to kill you now. I overestimated myself. A hint of regret finally appeared in Wanyan Shiji's eyes. Because if he had killed Lin Ling a little later, he would have had a lot of opportunities. However, he was blinded by the hatred of his son's death, which led to the current situation. If you had killed me a little later, perhaps you wouldn't have wanted to kill me. However, Lin Ling shook his head and said, because at that time, you'll realize that you won't be able to kill me. If you really want to kill me, it'll be your death. As for your son and your heaven-crushing alliance, I can see that you're a man, so I'll be frank with you. If they don't kill me or provoke me, I might not necessarily lay a finger on them. Sigh. My son Bupo, he made a wrong move in chess. Wanyan Shiji sighed deeply. He knew that if his son had not killed Lin Ling, it was very likely that Lin Ling would have walked away from the demonic essence forest and ignored the heaven-crushing alliance. However, there were no ifs in this world. If everything could be predicted, then this would not be life anymore. The mercury finally submerged Wanyan Shiji's head. He had also transformed into a gigantic mercury statue. Although he was a corpse king, he also possessed a hint of vicissitude and domineering aura. Meanwhile, Lin Ling looked at him calmly. However, he suddenly sighed softly in his mind. Wanyan Shiji was an elite who had cultivated for countless years. However, in the end, he had died here. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. And this was the life of a cultivator. At the same time, the expressions of the surrounding people were also grave. The most powerful big shot who wanted to kill Lin Ling had died just like that. This made them feel a sense of sympathy for him. They involuntarily looked toward Lin Ling, and their expressions became even more grave. Even now, no one had been able to break the legend of immortality. "Let's go." At that moment, the woman walked over to Xiaoluan and held his hand. Xiaoluan resisted at first, but the woman was very sincere, so Xiaoluan did not resist as much. After holding Xiaoluan's hand, the woman looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling immediately nodded and recalled all the dragon demons. Then, he followed the woman into the sky. "Xiaoluan, we have been looking for you for a long time." In mid-air, the woman and Xiaoluan were chatting non-stop. It was as if they were shopping. This also made the people on the ground speechless. Speaking of which, how long was that mysterious woman going to ignore them? "Your Excellency." However, at that moment, a calm voice suddenly drifted over from the huge continent. There was actually a hint of anger in this voice. The person who had spoken was obviously a Yuan venerate martial god. He was naturally the last person to stop Lin Ling from leaving. "Xiaoluan, what do you like to eat?" However, what made everyone speechless was that the woman in plain clothes had also ignored the Yuan venerate martial god. Speaking of which, who in the entire Jojo would be so bold as to ignore a martial god? Only this woman would dare do that. "Your Excellency." The Yuan venerate martial god could not help but shout again. If he had not seen the mysterious origin of this woman, he would have already made a move. "So noisy. Are you a mute just because you don't speak?" At that moment, the woman was finally annoyed. She pointed at the Yuan venerate martial god and scolded him. "You!" The Yuan venerate martial god immediately gritted his teeth, his face turning red with anger. "I don't know who you are, but I will take them away today. If you are not afraid of death, go ahead and try." The woman spoke again. However, her tone and attitude were like that of a village woman. She was very ordinary, so ordinary that it felt unreal. However, these words made the Yuan venerate martial god not dare speak again. After all, his martial path was to consolidate at every step. He did not dare act rashly in a situation where he could not see through everything. Just like that, the woman led Lin Ling away. The sight of her departing back undoubtedly infuriated everyone. However, at that moment, a token floated out of the sky. The token was about the size of a palm and a pleasant voice drifted out, making the two-peak martial god squint. Following that, the token also disappeared. The eyes of the two-peak martial gods trembled. Their faces were filled with disbelief. They knew that this was the token of the divine voice. They finally knew the identity of that woman. It was the divine voice. This was an identity that was above the sacred knights of the gods. Moreover, these divine heavenly voices were usually directed at only one person, and that person was a god. Most importantly, heavenly voice of God had another identity. She was a trial of God. Could it be him? The Yuan venerate martial god's face turned pale. He no longer looked as dignified as before. As for the unrestrained sword martial god, he burst out laughing all of a sudden. Interesting, I've always thought that luck is a part of one's strength. That kid didn't use his luck on me, but it's still with him." This laughter spread across the entire prairie, making everyone even more confused. However, they all had a feeling that the woman's background was definitely not simple based on the shocked expressions of the two martial gods. Chapter 3861. An ordinary little forest. At this moment, Lin Ling followed the woman and walked forward. His heart was also very confused. However, a void tunnel appeared in front of them. The woman smiled at Lin Ling and led Lin Ling into the void tunnel. On the other hand, Lin Ling relaxed because he knew that if this woman really wanted to harm him, then he wouldn't be able to stop her. After passing through the void passage, a small forest appeared in front of him. Green smoke floated up from the forest, and there seemed to be a few small wooden houses. However, they looked extremely ordinary, and Lin Ling couldn't sense any spiritual energy. He felt as if he had arrived at a small village in the mortal world. Tsuihua, you're back. Moreover, there were people walking past the small forest from time to time, greeting them with a smile. These people carried firewood on their backs and were dressed like woodcutters. Their temperament was similar to the woman's, and they were very ordinary. So her name is Tsuihua, this name. Lin Ling was a little speechless. This plain-clothed woman looked ordinary, and even her name was ordinary. Follow me. While Lin Ling was still in shock, the woman led Lin Ling through the small forest and arrived in front of the small wooden house. This small wooden house was also very ordinary. It was surrounded by sparse branches that formed a small fence. Inside, there were chickens and a big yellow dog. An old woman was hugging corn. She kept pinching it off and then throwing it on the ground. The chickens immediately clucked and excitedly ate the corn seeds on the ground. On the other side, a woodcutter was cooking. At the main entrance of the small courtyard, an old man was smoking a pipe. He was sitting on a chair with his legs crossed, smoking calmly. In the eyes of others, it was just a very ordinary courtyard. The corners of Lin Ling's eyes twitched. Even though he had traveled extensively over the years, this was the first time he had seen such a miraculous scene. Most importantly, whether it was his soul power or his 10,000 mammoth magic eyes, these people were mortals. Of course, if it wasn't for the scene with Tsuehua, he would definitely think that they were very ordinary people. Coming. At this time, the old man also saw Lin Ling and the others. He immediately sat up straight and tapped his opium pipe on the soles of his shoes, looking somewhat excited. He smiled, revealing a few sparse yellow front teeth. However, he looked at Xiaoluan with excitement. Old woman, hurry up and pour me some water. Dan, there are guests coming tonight. Kill that Luhua chicken and add more dishes tonight. Next, the old man chuckled. Damn old man, I think you're just greedy. You want to eat spicy Luhua chicken. The auntie came over with a few bowls of water and handed one to Lin Ling and Xiaoluan. Tsuehua was very obedient. She picked up the corn and went to feed the chicken. Lin Ling was speechless. He was even more confused now. Come, little girl, let Grandpa have a look. The old man kept staring at Xiaoluan with a smile on his face. But to Lin Ling, the old man looked a little wretched. Grandpa, may I know who you are? However, Lin Ling saw that Xiaoluan was afraid, so he spoke up for Xiaoluan. However, when the old man saw Lin Ling, his attitude changed and his face darkened. This made Lin Ling speechless, but he was too lazy to care about his attitude. Old man, look at yourself. I think you're just jealous of old Lei. At this time, the auntie laughed and scolded him. Then, she looked at Lin Ling and said, Little boy, he's called Old Black. We all call him Old Black. Little boy. Lin Ling was speechless. But seeing that Lin Ling was still confused, the auntie continued, but outside, people call him Kurishin. This sentence seemed to be said casually, but to Lin Ling, it was like a bolt from the blue. Kurishin. One of the 4 gods. All the mysteries in Lin Ling's mind were solved in an instant. No wonder the Yuan venerates and martial gods hadn't dared say anything. It turned out that Tsuehua was from the Kurishin. She was also a powerhouse who could directly meet the Kurishin. This also meant that Lin Ling had been able to survive all those powerhouses because of Xiao Luan. He had never imagined that he would end up like this after helping this girl out of pity for Xiao Luan. It seemed like the queen had been right. Although Lin Ling had killed many people, he had also helped many more people. Cui Hua is a trial taker of the divine trial and has the divine voice. Speaking of which, Xiao Lin, you are also a trial taker of the divine trial and one of Old Lei's men. We all know this. However, you probably didn't know that out of the 10 divine trial, only those who complete 7 missions can obtain the divine voice. However, you haven't even completed 5 of the divine trial, so it's no wonder that you can't meet Old Lei. Old Lei is full of praise for you though. The auntie was easy to talk to, but her words were like thunder that rumbled in Lin Ling's mind. He had never imagined that he would actually meet a god directly. However, you are also worthy of being one of Old Lei's men. You have done well, because you are the first person to meet Old Black without any fear. You have to know that this damned old man treats his own people well but is very fierce to outsiders. He is especially strict with Old Lei's men. The auntie said with a smile before she went to slaughter the chicken. The people in the courtyard were all busy. Only Kirishin was left smoking, while Lin Ling and Xiao Luan stood there in a daze. After standing there for a while, Lin Ling's stubbornness flared up. This old man looked down on him so much, so why should he give him any face? After all, he was one of Lei Gong's men. Therefore, he took a few steps forward and pulled out 2 chairs for Xiao Luan to sit down. Then, he sat down calmly. At this moment, Cui Hua and the rest who were working in the distance secretly laughed. Kirishin seemed to be smoking, but his slightly closed eyes clearly twitched. This Old Lei's men were really arrogant. Their stubbornness was exactly the same as Old Lei's. Stop pretending to be asleep. Tell me, what do you want Xiao Luan to do? Lin Ling spoke up at this moment. However, Kirishin did not pay attention to him. Instead, he continued smoking with an arrogant look on his face. Lin Ling chuckled in his heart. He'd thought that gods were dignified and divine, but it turned out that they were just old geezers. However, this also showed how formidable gods were because they possessed the laws of the Grand Tao that returned to its original simplicity. Don't think that I don't know that Xiao Luan has a world will on him. Gods like you are most afraid of this power and can't wait to destroy it. Therefore, if you want to harm Xiao Luan, don't blame me for being impolite. Perhaps I am not your opponent, but if you want to harm Xiao Luan, Lin Ling will definitely draw my sword and meet you. Lin Ling said again, but this time, his voice was cold. With his personality, Xiao Luan was already his family and friend. Therefore, no matter who the other party was, as long as they dared to harm his family and friends, he was not afraid of gods. Protecting those close to him was also one of Lin Ling's personalities. This time, after Lin Ling's words floated out, the Kirishin finally slowly opened his eyes. In those eyes, a terrifying ancient power began to spread out. Chapter 3862. Darkness Invasion. Endless darkness suddenly came like a tide. Heaven and earth were drowned in darkness, and it was lonely. In Lin Ling's ears, an emotionless voice floated over. You don't have to know what you shouldn't know. If you know too much, you might be a dead man. Horrifying. Lin Ling felt that he was cut off from everything. It was like he was sealed. He couldn't even sense the giant ghost that had been drifting around him. She is my family, and I brought her out. Her life and death are related to me. I have to know. Yes. But being drowned in the endless darkness, Lin Ling also shouted coldly. But he realized that the ground seemed to have cracked open, and a dark abyss appeared. The endless darkness was like tentacles that drowned him and pulled him into the abyss. Lin Ling could clearly see his arms and legs. The endless darkness was like a tide that drowned him. It gradually reached his chest and cheeks. Finally, it drowned his eyes. Obviously, because Lin Ling knew some secrets, the Kurishin wanted to harm him. Unless Lin Ling gave up on prying into the secrets of the gods. But was that possible? In the Heaven Mystics Kingdom, in the sacred rainforest, Lin Ling had protected all his family and friends. He had never taken a step back. Now, Lin Ling treated Shaoluan as his family and friend. How could he give up? If he gave up, it would not be in line with Lin Ling's principles. Lin Ling's heart was screaming and resisting. The world-swallowing beast's talent was also crazily swallowing the darkness. Compared to the evil ghost jellyfish, the world-swallowing beast swallowed the darkness faster. Of course, compared to the endless darkness around him, the world-swallowing beast's swallowing power was still very weak. It did not have much effect. This made Lin Ling feel that he might die here. The gods came from the era of the gods. They had seen countless deaths. To the gods, Lin Ling was just an ant. Even Li Xiaoyao was a junior in front of the gods. If he didn't want to die, all he had to do was take a step back and compromise with the gods. But Lin Ling did not compromise. If he did not know what God wanted to do with Shaoluan, he would not hand him over. Now that he was on the brink of death, the will to live in his heart was frantically fighting against it. A calamity of life and death. Lin Ling didn't know how many times he had experienced this in his life. Every time he faced it, he felt as if he was carrying a mountain of 1,000 caddies on his back. It made him tired and made him want to give up completely. However, Lin Ling gritted his teeth and withstood it every time. He didn't know if he could survive this life or death calamity, but he knew that he couldn't die here. Because he had too many unfinished business. 3 years later, that fateful battle would take place. Yu Yu, Xian Yuan Gu, and the others. Grandfather, mother, and the others. There were too many. Because Lin Ling had too many ties in his heart, he didn't want to give up on anyone. Thus, he wouldn't give up on little Luan either, and he would continue to fight. Rumble. At that moment, in the endless darkness, a candlelight flashed. The Buddha dragon Sanskrit spread out, and the candlelight grew brighter and brighter. It kept blooming in Lin Ling's body like a flower. The light even made Lin Ling unable to look at himself. The light seemed to come from the universe. No, it was the calamity-destroying Sun Bao. When all the darkness met the light, it melted like snow. When all the darkness was expelled, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He found that he was still sitting on the chair, and beside him was little Luan. The old man was still sitting with his legs crossed, smoking calmly. It was as if everything that had happened before was a dream. But Lin Ling knew that it was not a dream. The gods' methods were indeed terrifying. Without anyone knowing, they had let him walk around in the hands of the king of hell. But then, Lin Ling's pupils shrank. He felt that his realm-swallowing beast talent had broken through and reached the 5th grade. It had also given birth to the years of chaos. This was because the realm-swallowing beast's ultimate goal was chaos, one of the 4 ferocious beasts of the universe. So, in the process of continuous growth, it was evolving toward chaos. And now, Lin Ling had awakened the eyes of chaos and the years of chaos. The Eye of Chaos was a skill that could affect a martial artist's heart of martial arts. However, Lin Ling rarely spent time researching this skill. Just like what Wanyan Bupo had said before, Lin Ling had many talents, but he had never been able to unleash their true power. The reason for this was that Lin Ling had too many talents. He did not have the time to study just one talent. Now, the years of chaos could hear everything in the universe. Its power was stronger than the 6 years of heaven. Here, Lin Ling could even hear the sound of 10,000 worlds. Unfortunately, Lin Ling's soul power was strong and could cover his surroundings. Sometimes, it was more convenient than the years of chaos. So, what made Lin Ling happy was that the realm-swallowing beast talent had increased by 1 grade. This had undoubtedly increased his strength again. Not only that, Lin Ling also discovered that his cultivation had improved by 2 levels in a row, reaching the 6th layer martial progenitor realm, the peak of the mid-stage martial progenitor realm. Moreover, this breakthrough did not consume any treasures, which surprised Lin Ling. Of course, although he had broken through, the other 5 dantians had not broken through. Only the first dantian had broken through. But overall, Lin Ling had taken advantage of this time. He couldn't help but look at the calm black god. That old man was blowing out smoke rings. He really looked like a big boss. Lin Ling was not an ungrateful person. Although he was not happy with the old man's arrogance, he would still be polite on the surface. "Thank you, senior," Lin Ling said calmly. "Humph." The old man snorted coldly, which made Cui Hua and the others laugh secretly. Only they knew that the Kyushin rarely helped outsiders, especially Lei Gong's people. Not to mention helping them, the Kyushin would pull a long face. It was the first time that the Kyushin had helped Lin Ling improve his strength. "Senior, if I had not persevered, I would have died." However, Lin Ling sneered. "That's right. If you had given up halfway, you would have died. Some secrets should not be known by too many people," the old man said indifferently. Previously, if Lin Ling had not stubbornly persisted and resisted, the darkness would have completely engulfed him. Fortunately, Lin Ling had never given up resisting and had never thought of compromising. This also showed that Lin Ling was not using Xiao Luan, but treating Xiao Luan as a true friend. Based on this, the Kyushin would not kill Lin Ling. What a black-hearted old man. Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but curse. Of course, although he was cursing, he still had a feeling that the Kyushin would not kill him at the most critical moment. After all, he was Lei Gong's man. "Little brat, who are you cursing? Be rude." Chapter 3863. World will host. He didn't look like a god at all. He looked more like an old man. "Ha, stop putting on airs. Tell me, what do you want to do to little Luan?" However, Lin Ling became unperturbed again. He sat back down, crossed his legs, and said calmly, "Don't worry." Old man He narrowed his eyes. Although he was angry on the surface, his heart was full of admiration. In the 9 prefectures, other than the gods, only this mortal dared to be so unafraid of him. However, this fearlessness wasn't an act. He knew that some people wanted to attract his attention and purposely pretended to be fearless. However, he could see through such people with a single glance. Lin Ling wasn't acting. He felt that if he really did harm to little Luan, this kid would really fight with his life on the line. "I know that you were Li Xiaoyao in your past life. You have a great enmity with Lu Li. However, let me tell you, no matter if it's you or Li Xiaoyao, in front of me, you're just a kid who's still wet behind the ears. At best, you can only be considered as good seedlings." The Kyushin's words undoubtedly surprised Lin Ling. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. It wasn't difficult for someone from the era of gods to see through his past life. After all, even if Li Xiaoyao was here, he would still have to call this old man senior. "Of course, you're also very strange. You can't see through Li Xiaoyao's past life." No wonder, no wonder." Old man He smiled meaningfully. His words caused Cui Hua and the others who were working not far away to have a flash in their eyes. Because they knew that when a Kyushin said these words, it meant that the Kyushin really couldn't see through him. In the 9 prefectures, there were very, very few people that the Kyushin couldn't see through. They couldn't help but secretly mutter. It was said that those who could become trial takers of the divine trials were all extraordinary. Could it be that Lin Ling's past life was also in existence with a great background? This sword, this evil spirit, and that treasure god Nan Wufingyu. Even God Emperor Zhang Gang and that guy who gave up his god seat. No wonder they all know you. Old Man He continued, however, this is also an unimportant matter. However, Lin Ling felt that this was not irrelevant. He knew that the sword Old Man He was talking about was the tyrannical Song sword. As for the evil ghost, it was the giant ghost. Then there was Nan Wufingyu treasure god and the steel slayer god emperor. These were all existences from the era of the gods, but they all appeared in Lin Ling's world. As for the guy who gave up his divine throne, Lin Ling was confused. Of course, he also instantly thought of the person who had introduced him to the martial god realm. The mysterious blue-robed young man who took Venerable Si Kongming as his disciple? These mysteries made Lin Ling feel that the world ahead was filled with clouds and mist. However, he did not think too much about it and asked, "What do you plan to do with Xiaoluan?" "Take her as a disciple." Old Man He looked at Lin Ling seriously. "I don't lie. I will not harm her. Instead, I plan to take her as a disciple and teach her the great Tao. Moreover, let me tell you this. She is one of the world wills. In the future, the god of the world wills will very likely use her body to resurrect. Therefore, such an existence must be killed. However, there is another way, and that is to train her so that she has a strong consciousness and can resist the god of the world wills. This is also fate. In the entire universe, and even in the realm of the gods, there are only a few such hosts." Hearing this, Lin Ling's expression turned serious. Although he did not know what the world wills were, he knew that it was an extremely terrifying existence. To be honest, the world wills represented the entire universe. It was also a powerful law, and its existence was to protect the entire void of the universe. However, human martial artists were greedy and shameless. They killed mercilessly, causing the world wills to want to destroy the world. The entire void of the universe wanted to get rid of the parasites in its body. As for the four gods, including all the trial of gods, they only had one goal and mission, and that was to stop the world wills. This was Lin Ling's understanding of the world wills. "Can you guarantee that you won't hurt her?" Lin Ling asked. "I can. She will also become the third disciple in my life." Old Man He looked at Lin Ling indifferently as he said this. Generally speaking, with his status, he would not bother to explain such things. However, he could sense that Lin Ling was protecting Xiaoluan. That kind of protection came from the bottom of his heart, and he was not even afraid of death. Therefore, he explained all of this. It was as if Lin Ling was Xiaoluan's brother, and if he wanted to take Xiaoluan away, then he had to get Lin Ling's permission. "Xiaoluan, what do you think?" Lin Ling also knew that if Kirishin could say all this, then his promise was most likely true. However, he still looked at Xiaoluan and said this. Xiaoluan looked at Lin Ling, then looked at Kirishin. Her big eyes kept flashing, and she suddenly asked, "If I follow you, can I become stronger?" "Ha ha ha." Kirishin laughed and said kindly, "Yes, you can become stronger than all of them here." Xiaoluan's eyes suddenly flashed, and she asked, "I have been a jinx since I was young. Grandpa, aren't you afraid that I will implicate you?" "Ha ha ha." Kirishin could not help but laugh louder. He said word by word, "If you become my disciple, you will be my granddaughter. If there is any disaster, Grandpa will bear it." When he said the last sentence, he did not sound like a high and mighty god, but more like a kind grandpa. "Thank you, Grandpa." Xiaoluan's eyes suddenly moistened. "Xiaoluan, quickly greet your master." Lin Ling immediately felt happy for Xiaoluan. He could also sense that this Kirishin was very fierce to outsiders, but very kind to his own people. If Xiaoluan became his disciple, it would be a good ending. "Old woman, you have a strange granddaughter today. Is the food ready yet?" "Coming." Then, the few of them began to eat in the small courtyard, looking very happy. Lin Ling also realized that other than the old woman, the only people who could eat together with the Curishin were Tsuehua, the woodcutter, and a simple and honest man. These three people were obviously trial of gods, and their identities were at the level of God's voice. Xiaoluan, every god only has 10 trial of gods. You are Lei Gong's subordinate, and one of the last trial of gods to become a trial of gods. You have to work hard. The old woman was very courteous. As she spoke, she picked up some food for Lin Ling. Lin Ling immediately thanked her. Then he remembered that he was still in the middle of his second mission. If he wanted to complete 5 missions and meet Lei Gong, it would not be easy. As for Sister Tsuehua and the others, completing 7 missions must have taken a lot of time. Thinking of this, Lin Ling felt a little strange. He had never thought that he would meet a Curishin for the first time, even though he had never met Lei Gong. However, he quickly asked, "Senior Curishin, do you know about the dragon race?" Dragon race? Chapter 3864. 3 months of fishing. After a short conversation, the Curishin was no longer as fierce towards Lin Ling. Of course, he knew that this kid was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Hence, he was too lazy to put on airs. Hee. Lin Ling smiled and took out the wine he brought. He respectfully poured a cup for the Curishin and said, "Senior Curishin, I don't have any treasures to show my filial piety to you. I only have a pot of coarse wine. Although my wine can't be compared to the wine here, it's strong enough. Senior Curishin, it's not bad to change your taste occasionally." He was such a person. Even if others didn't look down on him, he would still treat them as someone important. "You little brat." The Curishin laughed and scolded him. However, when he smelled the wine, he was immediately tempted. Although he had drunk a lot of alcohol in his life, and it wasn't like he had never drunk Lin Ling's wine before, he had been living here most of the time, and the wine he brewed was mainly light and mellow. He rarely drank hard liquor. Just like what Lin Ling said, it's not bad to change your taste occasionally. Then, he narrowed his eyes and tasted the strong wine. He was extremely satisfied. At the same time, he was jealous because most of his trial takers were well behaved. None of them were as cunning and manipulative as Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was old Lei's man. He was so envious. If he had found Lin Ling earlier, then Lin Ling would have been his man. The dragon tribe is a bunch of stubborn old men. If you follow the ancient dragon wasteland, then you can cross the Kaiyuan River and find them. The Curishin said calmly. "Well, which way should I go?" Lin Ling asked curiously. Hee, I can't say. Moreover, old Lei will definitely scold me. Anyway, if your luck is not bad, you can also meet them in the ancient dragon wasteland. If your luck is bad, then you can only keep walking. Delivering letters is such a tough job. Hearing this, Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Ha. Curishin laughed out loud. He seemed to be in a good mood when he saw Lin Ling's depressed face. "It's not impossible to tell you the direction. Don't you have old Lei's guide? Just follow it. However, even if you want to see the dragons, sometimes they may not want to see you." After laughing, the Curishin said again. "Senior, please enlighten me." Lin Ling hurriedly asked as many questions as he could. "I can tell you, but you have to promise me one thing." "No problem. Senior, go ahead. Release your dragon chi. When the time comes, the dragon clan will meet you." After the conversation, Lin Ling roughly understood the situation. Next, he would ask the Curishin to let him enter the ancient dragon wasteland. After all, this place had been sealed off, and those without a quota couldn't enter at all. The Curishin did not care about this at all and nodded immediately. Lin Ling was curious and asked what the shops in the ancient dragon wasteland had and how to buy treasures. After all, Lin Ling was only short of a fruit. If he could buy the fruit of fortune, Lin Ling's path of fire would have another powerful technique. Unfortunately, the Kirishin smiled mysteriously, which made Lin Ling speechless. Next, Lin Ling kept trying to please the old man, but the old man was tight-lipped and refused to give him a single cent. In the end, Lin Ling had to give up. This meal was very enjoyable. Lin Ling was relieved to leave Xiaoluan to the Kirishin and was about to leave. However, at this time, the Kirishin said lightly, "You said before that you have to promise me one thing. Now, I'll tell you this. I'll fish here for 3 months." What? Fish? Lin Ling was tongue-tied and couldn't believe it. One had to know that the 3 years agreement was getting closer and closer. Therefore, Lin Ling had to find an Yuer immediately and complete the task of delivering the letter. How could he have time to fish here? Taking a step back, if he cultivated here, Lin Ling would still be interested in fishing. "Senior Kirishin, can you change this? I'm a person who likes to fry fish. If it's fishing, I really can't do it." Lin Ling begged. He had agreed too quickly. If he knew that it was fishing, he wouldn't have agreed even if he was beaten to death. What? You want to go back on your words? The Kirishin narrowed his eyes. Lin Ling could only nod helplessly. He only hoped that Yuer would not leave the ancient dragon wasteland in these 3 months. Next, Lin Ling lived in the small forest. He went out at sunrise and went to rest at sunset. As for the day, he would occasionally feed the chickens with Sister Tsuehua and chop firewood with the woodcutter. Although it was boring, he still enjoyed it. Especially fishing. He fished in a small pond beside the small forest. The fish there were fresh and fat. At first, Lin Ling fished for a day but he didn't catch a single fish. However, as the days passed, his heart calmed down. Slowly, he caught more and more fish. The Kirishin praised him because he had delicious fish soup to drink every day. Lin Ling also realized that those fat fish were also extraordinary. After eating them every day, his physical strength also slowly increased. Gradually, it reached 13,000 worlds power. His speed also reached 1300 world speed. It increased by 3000 worlds power. If he fused with his talent, he could reach 18,000 worlds power, close to 20,000 worlds power. It had to be said that sometimes, cultivation was not always about seclusion. Ordinary days like these could also bring about good results. And Lin Ling had a deep understanding of this. Because in these years, he was decisive in killing and his personality was also magnanimous. His heart was still a little impetuous. However, under the peaceful fishing, his heart also calmed down. Especially the resistance to killing intent and demonic chi, it was undoubtedly stronger. Haha, little Lin, this kid, seems unruly but he also values principles. He said he was fishing and he really did it for 3 months. When Lin Ling went fishing, in the courtyard, the aunt said while feeding the chickens. "This kid is not simple." The Kirishin smoked, crossed his legs and said, "The evil spirit beside me is a god, but he has lost his memory. If the 8 gods return, I'm afraid he won't be weaker than me, or even stronger. Moreover, he has the god sword and several divine embryos. TSK, if they can all grow up, he will definitely become a god in the future. In addition, he has 6 dantians, which is really amazing. Legend has it that if one has 9 dantians, he will be the king of gods. Unfortunately, he is still a little bit away from the 9 divine body, but it is enough to be proud of. Apart from that, I can't see through his past and present life. I guess he's also a fallen god. However, such a guy was snatched away by old lightning. How enviable. Hearing Kirishin's words, the ant stopped feeding the chickens. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. Alas, too many gods have fallen in that war. My old friends have gone to the west. How many gods are still alive in this part of the universe? I'm afraid there are only a handful of them left. Yes. In the past, the intermediate gods were kings, but now, the lower gods are kings. All the intermediate gods have fallen. Chapter 3865. Shredded Smoke. At this moment, at the edge of the ancient lake, the water was calm. A fishing rod was like a heavenly pillar, motionless. At the edge of the ancient lake, a young man was wearing a bamboo hat, motionless like a statue. From afar, this young man looked like a villager who had escaped from the slaughter. And he was Lin Ling. Beside him was Xiaoluan, who was also fishing with Lin Ling. The two of them formed a beautiful scene at the edge of the ancient lake. Of course, the giant ghost would interrupt from time to time, breaking the silence. Of course, it talked more about the roasted fish. Junior brother Lin, you've caught quite a lot today. At this moment, a clear and melodious voice rang out. Sister Tsuehua was walking over from afar. Moreover, she was leading a cow behind her. Her feet were also covered in yellow mud. Those who did not know her would definitely think that she was a village girl. Sister Tsuehua. Lin Ling smiled faintly and greeted her. Sister Tsuehua walked over with the cow. She looked at the wooden bucket beside Lin Ling and saw a dozen fat fish. She couldn't help but smile. In this period of time, Lin Ling's fishing skills had improved. The murderous aura on his body had gradually subsided, and even disappeared. He had completely transformed into a mortal. At some point, she also thought that Lin Ling was a villager, just like them. But for them to have this kind of aura, it was after 10,000 years. Lin Ling, on the other hand, had just become a trial taker of the divine. No wonder Lei Gong was full of praise for Lin Ling. The Kirishin said that you don't have to fish tomorrow. The 3 months are up. Sitting beside Lin Ling, Tsuehua said with a smile, revealing a row of white teeth. 3 months have passed without me noticing. Lin Ling couldn't help but sigh. He didn't reveal a happy expression, and his mood was calm. He even fell in love with fishing. Fishing might seem dull and tedious, but it was extremely good for tempering one's state of mind. When one was motionless, one would be like a rock, but when one moved, one would be as powerful as a thunderbolt. In fact, Lin Ling did not have an easy time in the beginning during these 3 months. That was because he was a martial artist. In this life, he was decisive in killing. How could he stay still? Many times, he had almost used his sword to kill fish. However, with Xiaoluan's help, he managed to endure it in the end. After enduring for the first time, it gradually improved. In the end, he discovered that because of his calm heart, the ancestral power of the tyrannical singing sword had quietly reached 100% ancestral power. Moreover, he had achieved it unknowingly. This meant that Lin Ling could easily unleash this power. Looking back, Lin Ling discovered that in these peaceful days, his strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. According to the evaluation, if he was on the divine list, he would probably be ranked in the top 300. Lin Ling was confident that he could easily defeat a half-step martial god, even if it was an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. Junior brother Lin, I heard that you're going to the ancient dragon desolate land, right? At this moment, Sister Tsuehua suddenly whispered. Lin Ling blinked and immediately nodded his head. Hee, take this. Sister Tsuehua immediately stuffed a small bag into Lin Ling's hand. Furthermore, she acted sneakily, as if she was afraid of being discovered. The small bag that was stuffed into Lin Ling's hand was wrapped in lotus leaves. Lin Ling opened it and saw that it was filled with tobacco. This made Lin Ling confused. Could it be that Sister Tsuehua had invited him to smoke? This is Lord Kurishin's tobacco. Sister Tsuiwa giggled and said, currently, the ancient dragon desolate land is a training ground for a few junior brothers. If you encounter them, junior brother Lin only needs to take out some tobacco. They will definitely take care of you. You can do that. Lin Ling's eyes immediately lit up. Yes, and when you go to the store to buy things, you can buy them at a 50% discount. Sister Tsuihua opened her mouth again, 50% discount. Lin Ling immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. However, he still did not believe it. Is this really possible? Of course. Sister Tsuihua nodded her head and said proudly, the store is opened by my family. Would those guys who look after the store dare to disobey? Hearing this, Lin Ling could not help but chuckle. This could be considered as going through the back door. Following that, Lin Ling packed up the fishing equipment, took the wooden bucket and walked towards the small forest. Tonight, the courtyard was undoubtedly very lively. The Kurishin took the opportunity to kill a few more chickens and ate happily. However, the ant did not object because tonight's meal was obviously to send Lin Ling off. Of course, when Xiaoluan knew that Lin Ling was going to leave, her eyes were red the entire night. In her heart, Lin Ling was her only family. She could not bear for Lin Ling to leave. Lin Ling was a little worried about this at first. However, in these 3 months, Lin Ling had secretly observed that the Kurishin treated Xiaoluan very well. Xiaoluan had completely accepted them, so Lin Ling could completely leave. Early the next morning, Lin Ling left the small forest. In the courtyard, Xiaoluan bit her lip and watched Lin Ling leave. Sir, in the future, I will look for you. Xiaoluan yelled loudly. Okay, when Xiaoluan becomes stronger, I will protect you. Lin Ling waved his hand with his back facing her and finally disappeared into the forest. Sir. Xiaoluan muttered to herself. However, her eyes quietly turned pitch black and there was a hint of determination in them. She knew very well that if it were not for Lin Ling, she would still be hiding in the cold and damp mine. Perhaps no one would even know if she died. It was Lin Ling who brought her out of this new world. She would never forget this kindness. This bun, Xiaoluan will always keep it. A dry bun appeared in Xiaoluan's hand. This bun was also given to Xiaoluan by Lin Ling in the mine. She obviously could not bear to eat it and had kept it until now. She planned to keep it for the future. After Lin Ling left the small forest, a tall figure was already standing outside. It was the Platinum Evil Ghost. The Platinum Evil Ghost had been waiting for him here for 3 months. Finally left that guy. The giant ghost said coldly. You hate him. Lin Ling looked at the giant ghost and could not help but ask. I can't say that I hate him. However, I know that he has been watching me. The giant ghost said and immediately floated forward. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He then looked at the void passage in front of him and there was a hint of light in his eyes. Although the 3 months of boring fishing had wasted a lot of Lin Ling's time, the harvest was also great. That silence would forever remain in Lin Ling's heart. It's time to go to the ancient dragon wasteland. I wonder how it is over there. Moreover, I have to quickly find the old man's shop and see if there are any suitable treasures to buy. Lin Ling also stepped into the void passage. However, he could not help but scold, that old man is so stingy. I am so close to him but he did not give me any treasures. Instead, he eats the fish I catch every day and is stingy. Moreover, he opened a shop in the wasteland. Is he crazy? He still looked down on the Kurishin. He hoped that Lei Gong would not be as stingy as the Kurishin. Achoo! Chapter 3866. Heading towards the ancient dragon wasteland. These curses also caused the people in the courtyard to laugh quietly. They subconsciously looked into the distance. They knew that it wouldn't be long before they would also be able to see Lin Ling at Lei Gong's place. After Lin Ling entered the spatial passageway, he reappeared at the ancient Yuan mountain range. 3 months had passed, and peace had also returned to the great grassland. The various large mines continued to operate. However, the great battle 3 months ago had also left behind countless legends. A great battle between martial gods. The son of the undying demon, Lin Ling. Especially the son of the undying demon, Lin Ling. This was even more shocking. This was because Lin Ling had once again survived at the hands of the 10 great martial gods of the 9 states. Moreover, he had even killed the second leader of the place of eternal rest, Wanyan Shijing. Such news had already spread throughout the various large mines. Everyone was shocked, and no one was unconvinced. Even the minds of the God Slayer Alliance had received this news. Sakura and the others were undoubtedly extremely excited. This was because they had all been to the depths of the ancient Yuan mountain range. However, there, they could only keep a low profile like passers-by. In fact, they had even thought that Lin Ling would also keep a low profile like passers-by. However, who knew that this guy would also kill the leader of the Heaven-Crushing Alliance? This undoubtedly caused the reputation of the God Slayer Alliance to soar. In reality, this was indeed a single wave that caused 1,000 ripples. This was because the nearby mines had all given Lin Ling face. This was especially true for the Red Alliance. Not only did this group of people not dare to cause trouble, they even took the initiative to apologize to him. Moreover, the various leaders were all rejoicing. Fortunately, they hadn't provoked Lin Ling, otherwise, the consequences would definitely be the eradication of the Red Alliance. Without a doubt, the God Slayer Alliance's foundation in the Great Grassland had also been firmly established. Lin Ling obviously didn't know about this. At this moment, he was walking in the direction of the ancient Dragon Wasteland. His current location was also very close to the ancient Dragon Wasteland. Finally, when a gigantic abandoned mine appeared in front of him, Lin Ling looked at the map. He finally knew that this was the entrance to the ancient Dragon Wasteland. That abandoned mine was very, very big, and it was endless. It was like a huge city wall, and there was a gap in it. That gap was the entrance to the ancient Dragon Wasteland. Furthermore, because of the appearance of the Kirishin store, many experts attempted to enter the ancient Dragon Wasteland. These experts didn't seem to have come from the Guyuan mountain range. Among them were students of the academy, the major alliances, and the major powers. However, unlike the ancient Yuan mountain range, these experts came from the final world. Clearly, if one wanted to enter the ancient Dragon Wasteland, the most basic requirement was to be a martial artist of the final world. What a huge city! At the edge of the huge gap, a prosperous ancient city was built there. It could be seen that this ancient city used to be one of the mines, but it was abandoned. If one wanted to enter the ancient Dragon Wasteland, this city was the only supply station, so the business in the ancient city had always been good. Lin Ling immediately led the golden white demon towards the ancient city. This was because he currently wanted to enter the ancient Dragon Desolate Land, but he did not know where to enter. After all, if he forcefully barged in, it would be equivalent to breaking the rules. As for the consequences of breaking the rules, Lin Ling did not know, but he guessed that it was definitely not good. On the road leading to the ancient city, a large number of young people walked forward. If one looked carefully, there were actually many half-step martial god experts. On the contrary, there were fewer old monsters. Even if there were, they were mysterious, making people feel very strange. This ancient Dragon Wasteland has already been open for 3 months. We are considered the 3rd batch to enter. Luckily, I got a spot. Hee, tomorrow is the day when it opens, so I managed to catch up. Your luck is not bad, but have you joined an alliance? Yes. Yes, I'm from the Kwang Fong Union. Our leader is the 372nd canon god on the gods list. I've also joined the Purple Cloud Union. You've really thought it through thoroughly, you bastard. There was no lack of chatterbox people on the road. This seemed to be an extremely common thing in any city. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for Lin Ling to find out the information he needed. First, the ancient dragon wasteland had already been open for 3 months. Second, tomorrow was the day when it opened. This meant that Lin Ling did not miss this opportunity. As for alliances, Lin Ling was not surprised because there were many alliances in the ancient Yuan mountain range. This atmosphere also came from the final world. Lin Ling also opened the chaos ear to listen to the voice of all things and collect information. However, there was not much valuable information. Lin Ling only knew that the 9 prefectures' 10 vicious who had entered the ancient dragon wasteland. Other than the Immortal Temple, there were other forces. This made Lin Ling somewhat expectant. He didn't know if he would encounter the Creation Alliance. After all, he had not met the 9 Lantern Fish Senior Lu Qin for a long time. After a moment, when Lin Ling entered the ancient city, he immediately heard a few familiar voices, causing him to smile. Snow Wind Academy also got a spot. Then, he put away the chaos ear and walked along the street. Not long after, 4 figures appeared in front of him. They were all wearing the robes of the Snow Wind Academy and were talking excitedly. Hee, my mother finally got a spot. I heard that this ancient dragon wasteland was opened by the gods. I wonder what kind of treasures we can buy. Tianao, your mother is the dean. She is indeed powerful. But how can the treasures in the god shop be weak? Anyway, I am so excited. I just spent 5 billion Emperor crystals to take the teleportation array here. Although it was painful to spend, it was worth it. Luo Wuchang, you originally wanted to go through the ancient Yuan mountain range and the ancient Yuan forest. Fortunately, I didn't listen to you. Otherwise, we would have missed this opening and can only enter next month. I'm just worried about that little bit of money. We have already got a spot for you and you still want to save money. These 4 figures were all acquaintances of Lin Ling. The leader was Zhong Jin, the 2nd strongest person in the Divine 3rd Hall of the Snow Wind Academy. He had also gone to the E-Garden with Lin Ling in the past. The other 3 were the Dean's son, Tianao, Luo Wuchang and Zhuang Yanming. Obviously, the Snow Wind Academy had found 4 spots for them. And these 4 people were either very strong or had good backers. So, they came to represent the Snow Wind Academy. Of course, compared to other academies, the Snow Wind Academy's spots were actually very few. Moreover, they were different from Lin Ling. They came by the god's teleportation array. This kind of array was set up by the god Miao's true disciples and the fee was expensive. Usually, it was not available because the god Miao's true disciples knew that many people wanted to go directly to this place. So, 2 months ago, they worked overnight and finally set it up completely. From this god's teleportation array, one could reach the final world and quickly reach here from there. Everyone, be careful. This is not the final world. Killing people is not a problem. As a senior, Zhong Jin was obviously cautious, so he could not help but remind them. What are you afraid of? Chapter 3867. See Tian Ao again. You guys, sigh. Zhong Jin sighed, do you know? Many of those who went to the ancient dragon wasteland are big shots. There are the 9 states 10 vicious, there are huge forces in the final world, like the Duan family, Miao Shen's true disciple, they all have people who entered. As for the students of the academy, they have formed an alliance. We have not joined any alliance, Wind Snow Academy also has no alliance. If we provoke others, we will definitely suffer. Hearing this, Tian Ao and the rest finally restrained themselves, but they were still not very afraid and laughed. As long as we don't provoke others, isn't that enough? Senior Zhong, I think you're just a bird that's startled by the twang of a bow. But can you guarantee that others will not provoke you? Zhong Jin carefully looked ahead, as if he was afraid of being targeted by some old monster. However, his words made Tian Ao and the rest curled their lips and did not refute. Because Zhong Jin's words made sense. Zhong Jin was still cautiously staring into the distance, but at this moment, a palm suddenly patted his shoulder, and there was a faint laughter. This pat undoubtedly made Zhong Jin's body tremble and he immediately sat on the ground. His face was pale as he begged, "Senior, we are just young students of the academy, don't kill me, don't kill me." Tian Ao and the rest's faces changed because they also knew that this was not the Wind Snow Academy. Killing and robbing on the street was not impossible. But why were they so unlucky? Someone had to provoke them. They could not help but turn their heads to look and were stunned. Then, their mouths were wide open. Because this is Lin Ling. Hee, long time no see. Lin Ling looked at them with a smile. Of course, he was also surprised by Zhong Jin's appearance. What happened to this guy? He was so scared that he became a turtle. Zhong Jin almost knelt down and begged for mercy. Although he was not weak, his character was a little timid. Otherwise, the first place of the Shinsan Hall would have been him, and not Kagura. Lin Ling. Then, he looked up and suddenly laughed. What the hell are you doing? Lin Ling looked at him strangely. His words made Zhong Jin extremely embarrassed, while Tian Ao and the rest laughed. Let's not talk about it anymore. I don't want to embarrass Senior Zhong. But you, why are you here? Then, Tianao punched Lin Ling in the chest and laughed. His voice was a little excited. Clearly, he was also very surprised by Lin Ling's appearance here. Could it be that you also want to go to the ancient dragon desolate land? Speaking of which, the dean had already fought for a spot for you, but he didn't see you for a long time. In the end, he could only let the four of us come. Luo Wuchang added. Don't worry, I already have a spot. Lin Ling shrugged and said. What a joke, he had just come back from fishing with the mastermind, how could he not be qualified to enter? Wow, you're amazing. By the way, where have you been all this time? Why haven't I seen you around? Zhuang Yanming also spoke. Obviously, they had come here by teleportation array, so they did not know about the Guyuan mountain range. If they knew, they would probably follow Zhong Jin's example and fall to the ground in shock. Also, are you going to fight Martial God Wen Tian's disciple? Everyone in the final world is talking about you right now. Next, they began to chatter among themselves. Lin Ling helplessly slapped his forehead and said, This is a long story. Let's talk about it as we walk. All right. Tianao and the rest nodded excitedly. The few of them walked forward and finally found a restaurant to sit down and reminisce about the past while waiting for the opening of the ancient dragon desolate land tomorrow. This restaurant was called Elegant Monarch Restaurant. Compared to the restaurants in Plentiful City, it was undoubtedly more elegant. After all, one was an Orvain and the other was an abandoned Orvain. Relying on martial artists to drive income, how could the restaurant's decoration be bad? After entering the restaurant, it was packed with people. Most of them were actually students from the academy. There were experts from the third Divine Hall and the second Divine Hall who were happily chatting with each other. Obviously, they were very excited about entering the ancient dragon desolate land tomorrow. For them to appear here, it meant that their background was not small. Otherwise, they would not have been able to get a spot. The hall on the first floor was full, so Lin Ling and the rest went directly to the second floor. However, the second floor was also bustling with noise. Fortunately, there was an empty table. Then, Lin Ling and the rest sat down. Lin Ling called for the waiter to serve wine and dishes. Currently, Lin Ling had a large amount of royal crystals, so he wanted to treat these seniors and juniors to a meal. It had to be said that the elegant monarch restaurant's food was indeed good. The wine was also very tasty. Always drinking strong wine, occasionally drinking this pure wine is also very good. Lin Ling drank 3 cups in a row and nodded. Tianao and the rest were the same. After clinking their cups with Lin Ling, they ate heartily. Then, they asked Lin Ling about the arranged battle. However, just as Lin Ling was about to speak, the restaurant was filled with discussions. Moreover, the voices were not soft. Have you heard? Tingyu Qiufeng from the royal restaurant, he took first place in the competition between the 5 academies. Moreover, he is the newest student of the 36 academies. However, he rushed into the 3rd hall in 10 years and became one of the new kings of the 36 academies. He is ranked 9th. The person who spoke, his voice was filled with pride. The Royal Academy was a mid-ranked academy among the 36 academies. Most importantly, this person was also a member of the Royal Academy. Lin Ling and the rest shook their heads. This person was flattering their own academy. However, they were too lazy to care. However, at this moment, more discussions were heard. The 9th king of the newcomers. Isn't that more powerful than Lin Ling from before? It's said that Lin Ling is also one of the newcomer kings. He also came out of nowhere during this period of time. Especially after the battle at Garden, some people say that he already has 1 foot in the strongest circle of Shinsan Hall. Lin Ling is also considered the king of the newcomers. However, he is still not as good as Tingyu Qiufeng because it is said that the latter has entered the top 300 of the divine list and his talent is 8th grade. When Lin Ling defeated Duan Wuhen, he was barely in the top 400 of the divine list. The top 10 king of the newcomers, the rankings have finally changed. The more they spoke, the more excited they became. At Lin Ling's table, Tianao suddenly stood up. This ranking was too decisive. It actually said that Lin Ling was weaker than Tingyu Qiufeng. This made him very unhappy. Of course, even the timid Zhong Jin was very unhappy. After all, he was a student of the Snow Wind Academy. Let's eat. However, Lin Ling stopped them. This made them very angry, but in the end, they sat down. Following that, Lin Ling gently shook his head. Tingyu Qiufeng. The name was quite elegant. He had an 8th grade ultimate desolate body and was ranked in the 300th place on the divine ranking. His strength was not bad either. Unfortunately, Lin Ling had already defeated a few 8th grade ultimate desolate body experts. Furthermore, he had already entered the 300th place. Chapter 3868. Tingyu Autumn Wind. Say, do you think Ting Feng Autumn Rain will become the 8th rookie king? From what I know, to become the rookie king, all of them have stepped into the strongest circle of the divine 3 halls. That's possible. Currently, other than the number 1 rookie king, Longyang, everyone else can be defeated by Ting Feng Autumn Rain. That's right. However, we are still guessing based on our evaluation. After all, no one has seen whether Ting Feng Chuyu can defeat Lin Ling. Are you dumb? Are you dumb? Lin Ling's battle at Garden was witnessed by everyone. He was not a match for an 8th grade ultimate desolate body, while brother Ting Feng Autumn Rain has an 8th grade ultimate desolate body. That's right. When Lin Ling meets Ting Feng Autumn Rain, he is as weak as a dog. That's right. I heard that this Lin Ling even dared to challenge Longyang. That's just a joke. That guy knows nothing about strength. The more they spoke, the more agitated they became. Tian Ao and company became angrier the more they heard. These people were too good at bullshitting. They spoke based on their own opinions. Of course, if this matter had nothing to do with them, they would treat it as a joke. However, the Lin Ling they spoke of was Snow Wind Academy's #1 expert. Bullshit, are you done talking? Tian Ao finally stood up and said coldly. Ah. The second floor hall suddenly became silent as everyone looked at Tian Ao. Suddenly, someone sneered, no wonder you don't know etiquette. So you are from Snow Wind Academy. You must have mentioned Lin Ling, so you are angry. No, it's your mouths that are full of shit. Nothing good comes out of a dog's mouth. I really can't take it anymore. If you want to say it, please lower your voice. Don't disturb others from eating. Tian Ao said word by word. Also, let me remind you. You can eat whatever you want, but don't speak whatever you want. How dare you? At this moment, someone suddenly slammed the table and stood up angrily. From the looks of it, he was about to attack Tian Ao. But at this moment, a table near the window suddenly shouted, "Look, isn't that Tingyu Autumn Wind, the #1 of the 5 academies exchange competition?" As soon as he finished speaking, there was a commotion on the second floor. Many people looked through the windows and saw a young man with golden hair fluttering in the wind. He was dressed in a gorgeous robe and was slowly walking over with several experts of the academy. He had a sword hanging from his waist and his eyes were half closed. His expression was extremely proud and aloof. However, he had obtained such a reputation at such a young age. It was inevitable that he would be proud and aloof. After all, there were so many people in the 36 academies. It wasn't easy to become one of the top 10 newcomers. When the students who passed by saw him, they all greeted him politely. Obviously, these people also knew that in the final world, unless you had absolute strength, there was nothing wrong with making friends with more powerhouses. Lin Ling's soul force was very sharp. Naturally, he could sense that an expert had appeared below the restaurant. However, when he sensed the arrogance of this person, he shook his head and lowered his evaluation of Ting Feng Chuyu. Because if this person came from the ancient Yuan mountain range, then he would definitely know that there was always someone better than him. At this moment, Tingyu Qiufeng suddenly stopped and seemed to have taken a fancy to the elegant monarch restaurant. He brought his juniors and walked in. The first floor's hall was obviously full. These people all greeted Tingyu Qiufeng and the latter nodded lightly. There's no more seats. I have some here. Someone took the initiative to give up their seats. No need. Senior Ting Feng likes higher places. Let's go to the second floor. The juniors behind Tingyu Qiufeng said indifferently. Following their seniors, their attitudes also became arrogant. Then, the few of them went up to the second floor. On the second floor, everyone was excited. It's Senior Ting Feng. I didn't expect him to come too. TSK, is this the newcomer king? I didn't expect that I would have the fate to meet him. Sure enough, I didn't come to the ancient dragon desolate land in vain. That's for sure. There are so many people in the 36 academies. It's your fortune to be able to meet Senior Ting Feng here. Their voices were not soft. On the stairs, Ting Feng Chuyu revealed a satisfied smile. He didn't expect that in a place like Kai Yuan River, so many people would know his name. Then, he went up to the second floor. Everyone on the second floor immediately stood up and smiled. Ting Feng Chuyu nodded lightly. Suddenly, his gaze swept around and found that a person sitting at a table by the window was ignoring him. This made him frown imperceptibly. Everyone, because I don't like noise when I eat, I'll have to trouble you to go to the first floor. I'll take care of all your food and drinks. How about it? At this moment, a bag of Emperor crystals appeared in Ting Feng Chuyu's hand and he threw it to the first floor. Immediately, a shopkeeper ran up with a face full of joy. Thank you for coming, young master. It's the restaurant's greatest honor. Young master wants to book the entire second floor. That's not a problem. But what about them? At this point, the shopkeeper looked at the people on the second floor. His meaning was to see if they agreed or not. This shopkeeper was obviously a smart person. In this way, he wouldn't offend either side. You have any objections? Ting Fengqiu looked at the crowd again. No objections. It's our honor. Senior Ting Feng, we don't need you to pay for our food. How embarrassing. Yes, yes. Everyone said with a smile. Hee, I don't care about this little bit of money. Ting Fengqiu smiled for the first time, but it was a generous smile. Go, I'll take care of all your expenses. The last sentence was even more domineering. Thank you, Senior Ting Feng. Everyone was overjoyed and left the second floor one after another. However, there was still a person sitting at a table on the second floor who didn't leave. This made Ting Fengqiu frown. Speaking of which, were those people idiots? Or did they not understand human language? The shopkeeper was also a smart person. He immediately understood and walked to the table with a smile. Dear guests, what do you think? This table belonged to Lin Ling and the rest. Lin Ling and the rest were still eating and drinking. However, at this time, a money bag appeared in Lin Ling's hand. He gently placed it on the table and said, "We'll book this restaurant today. Everyone's food and expenses will be on me, including the people on the first floor." When these words were said, the second floor fell silent. Those who were walking down the stairs stopped in their tracks. The shopkeeper's eyes widened. However, Lin Ling wasn't done. He said again, "As for those who didn't order food, tell them to scram." When the word scram was said, everyone knew who he was talking about. Because up until now, there was no one else who hadn't ordered food and drinks other than Ting Fengqiu and the rest. Ting Fengqiu was also stunned. Then, he laughed. It was a cold laugh. He didn't know why that person was so bold, but to be so bold in front of him, he really didn't know how to behave. Chapter 3869. Remember, it's scram. 10 million royal crystals was not a problem for him to buy heavenly materials and earthly treasures, let alone food. Therefore, he did not believe that those pretentious guys would be more generous than him. Hearing his words, the shopkeeper was also deeply afraid of being cheated. He quickly poured out the money bag in his hand. However, it didn't matter if he didn't pour it out. After pouring it out, he also gasped. What? 100 million monarch crystals? His heart was pounding. 100 million emperor crystals for a meal. Tycoon, 100% tycoon. As for those people on the stairs, they were all trembling at this moment. Those who were panicking almost lost their balance and fell to the first floor. Speaking of which, 100 million monarch crystals for a meal was more than enough for dragon meat. Speaking of which, Senior Tingfeng's 10 million royal crystals was like a beggar compared to the other party. This slap was undoubtedly very satisfying. Senior Tingfeng must be very embarrassed right now. Where did these guys from the Snow Wind Academy come from? How could they be so rich? Isn't Snow Wind Academy at the bottom? Who cares if he's at the bottom? If he can treat us to a meal, then he's our big brother. Not only the second floor, even the first floor was filled with discussions. This was because Lin Ling had invited the entire restaurant, including them. On the other hand, Ting Fengqiu had only invited the second floor, so they naturally sided with Lin Ling. Senior, these people are too arrogant. Should we? Behind Ting Fengqiu, the faces of the juniors turned ugly. They were originally enjoying the respect and admiration of the crowd, but who knew that those people would pour cold water on them and deliberately embarrass them? However, Ting Fengqiu waved his hand casually. He looked at Lin Ling and the others and said, "I don't know which school you are from, but have you thought about the consequences of doing this?" Consequences? Lin Ling couldn't help but take a sip of wine. They were eating their own food, yet Ting Feng and Qiu Yu chased them away as if they were rich. Now, they were asking for the consequences. What a joke. In terms of money, Lin Ling wasn't afraid of him at all. I don't know what the consequences are. Why don't you tell me? Lin Ling played with the wine cup in his hand and said. Hearing this, Ting Feng Qiu Yu's face instantly darkened. It had been a long time since he met such an arrogant person. Seeing that things were not going well, the shopkeeper quickly tried to smooth things over. Heroes, young masters, it doesn't matter where we eat. Why don't we shake hands and make peace? Shake hands. Before Lin Ling could speak, Tian Ao had already spoken. Shopkeeper, do you want 100 million royal crystals? Feng Qiu Yu's. Feng Qiu Yu. The shopkeeper immediately smiled apologetically. Was there even a need to choose? Feng Qiu Yu. Then did you hear what we said? Feng Qiu Yu. Tian Ao shouted. The shopkeeper looked at Ting Feng Qiu Yu when he said that. Feng Qiu Yu. Feng. Ting Feng Qiu Yu and the others were trembling with anger. They had walked proudly in the various academies, and this was the first time they met someone who used money to throw it at them. I'll give you one more chance. Get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Ting Feng Qiu Yu's voice became low. What do you mean by being rude? Lin Ling asked. If you don't get out, I'll make you get out. I'll break your legs and make you get out of the restaurant. Ting Feng Qiu Yu said. Lin Ling shook his head. He took a sip of wine and said slowly, I'm so scared. Please do it. You're asking for it. Behind Ting Feng Qiu Yu, someone finally couldn't take it anymore and shouted. His boundary chi shook in the air and turned into a claw that grabbed towards Lin Ling. He sneered and said, you should thank Senior Ting Feng for being merciful because he only crippled your legs. If this happened outside the city, you would have been killed already. Before Lin Ling could do anything, Tian Ao attacked first. His boundary essence surged and he threw out a palm. His palm clenched into a fist in midair. Since they were in the city, both sides did not dare to be too arrogant. They only clashed with each other's boundary essence. Boom! A dull sound was heard. Ting Feng Qiu Yu's junior was sent flying. He staggered backward and was caught by Ting Feng Qiu Yu. The junior kept spitting out blood. Tian Ao was the son of the dean. His strength had increased greatly during this period of time. He easily defeated the expert from the third hole. This meant that Tian Ao had also stepped into the ranks of the divine three halls. Lin Ling nodded. Tian Ao's talent was not weak. He was willing to work hard and learn. It was normal for his strength to increase. Peak martial ancestor. No wonder he's so confident. As for Ting Feng Qiu Yu, he was somewhat surprised because he had already seen that these people were from the Snow Wind Academy. However, he did not expect that the people from the Snow Wind Academy would be so powerful. Of course, he was only slightly surprised. He wasn't afraid at all. Go! He said coldly. Behind him, the three juniors attacked at the same time. Although they were not very talented, they were at the peak martial ancestor realm. Although Tian Ao was stronger, fighting against three people at the same time was beyond his ability. He was at a disadvantage. Break their legs and destroy their elixir fields. Let them know that I, Ting Feng Qiu Yu, am a man of my words. Seeing this, Ting Feng Qiu Yu said coldly. However, at this moment, the huge bodyguard who had been standing behind Lin Ling finally made his move. He reached out his palm and broke the opponent's boundary energy. He easily grabbed the opponent's arm and twisted it. The person immediately screamed like a pig being butchered and rolled on the ground. The other people were also easily defeated by the bodyguard. They were lying on the ground and screaming like pigs being slaughtered. If one looked carefully, one would see that their arms were all broken. As for Ting Fengqiu, he frowned. He immediately realized that the strength of the bodyguard was extraordinary. He had probably reached the martial god realm. He was so angry that he gritted his teeth. He did not expect that after being humiliated, he would not be able to take revenge. He had lost all his face. Bringing a martial god realm bodyguard. So he's rich. No wonder he has so many imperial crystals. However, the green mountain will not change and the green water will continue to flow. We'll meet again. Ting Fengqiu did not want to stay there. He ordered his men to carry the crippled people on the ground and planned to leave the restaurant. The people on the first floor finally heaved a sigh of relief. The battle was finally over. The innkeeper, in particular, was so excited that he laughed. However, just as everyone thought that the battle was over, a calm voice suddenly said, "Wait, did I say that you can leave?" His words silenced the restaurant. Ting Fengqiu had already turned around. When he heard that sentence, he frowned. He had already lost so much face. Was this guy still not going to let it go? He sneered and said, "What are you trying to do?" However, Lin Ling ignored him. He slowly tasted the wine in his hand. After swallowing it, he said calmly. Chapter 3870. Attack. Hearing this, the crowd stared with their eyes open wide. Although the young man's bodyguard was quite powerful, Ting Fengqiu was the newcomer king, who was said to be ranked 300 on the heavenly stairway. How could he cripple his legs and ask him to leave? Was the young man out of his mind? After all, the royal school would not let him go if he dared to attack the newcomer king. I've already decided to settle the matter peacefully, but you're asking me to stay, and even ask me to leave. Ting Fengqiu slowly turned around and stared at Lin Ling with a hideous grin. However, Lin Ling remained calm. "I'm not going to say the same thing twice. If you don't cripple your legs, I'll do it myself. You're just relying on your bodyguard. Without him, you're nothing. How dare you ask me to do it myself?" Hearing this, Ting Fengqiu burst out laughing, but his eyes flickered with a hint of murderous intent. "Don't tell me you're going to cripple me." As a matter of fact, he had heard this from Fengqiu before, but now, Lin Ling had returned it to him. Although Ting Fengqiu was smiling on the surface, he was laughing in his heart too. It had been a long time since he had met such an arrogant student. Besides, the Wind Snow Academy. Wasn't that trashy place ranked at the bottom? Although Ting Fengqiu seemed to be laughing, he was actually laughing out of anger. That's what I was going to say. However, Lin Ling nodded his head honestly. His words caused Ting Fengqiu to be stunned, as blue veins began to appear on his forehead. "Kid, I'll teach you how to behave." Without wasting any more time, he immediately attacked with the strength of the peak martial progenitor realm and his 8th grade talent. That being said, since the city was filled with experts, he did not dare to act recklessly, thus he gathered his strength into a single point. However, in his opinion, it was enough to cripple the kid. Tianao and the others immediately rose from their seats and were about to attack, but Lin Ling waved his hand to stop them. It was obvious that Ting Fengqiu was leaving him to Lin Ling. Following this, Lin Ling reached out his hand facing Ting Fengqiu, as the realm qi in his body rumbled. Ha! 6th level martial ancestor? Ting Fengqiu was stunned. He had thought that the guy was a peak martial progenitor, or even a half-step martial god. However, he was only an intermediate martial progenitor. He had even defeated a half-martial god realm cultivator before, let alone a mid-martial progenitor realm cultivator. The auras of the two sides were clear at a glance. On the stairs of the restaurant, everyone's jaws dropped. Then, they all covered their mouths and laughed. If the blue-robed kid relied on his bodyguards, then Ting Feng Chuyu could only leave with his tail between his legs. Relying on himself. Speaking of which, was this young master stupid? Look. Listen to the wind and autumn rain's innate talent, the 8th grade worldly heavenly wind eagle. Someone suddenly exclaimed in shock as he looked at the second floor. His eyes were filled with envy and shock. This was because behind Ting Feng Chuyu, an awe-inspiring ancient eagle appeared. It was arrogant and untamable with a white head. At this moment, it spread its wings and stirred up a terrifying astral wind. However, this astral wind only appeared within half a meter of Autumn Rain's body. It did not affect the restaurant at all. This showed Ting Feng Chuyu's ability to control his boundary qi. Meanwhile, in the air, Ting Feng Chuyu turned his palm into a claw and tore the rift in front of him apart, forming 5 streams of wind as he grabbed at Qin Nan. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's as he was planning to tear the kid into pieces. No, he was planning to shatter the kid's legs. Bang! Under the crowd's gaze, the claw and the palm collided. The rift at the center of the collision exploded as a storm was formed. If it were to explode, it would surely destroy the place. That young master must be out of his mind. At that instant, even the owner could tell that Lin Ling was at a disadvantage. The fact that he was able to open a restaurant here was proof of his strength and insight. He could clearly sense that the talent of the godly eagle was 8th grade. Its speed had most likely reached the speed of 1,000 worlds, while its cultivation was at the peak martial progenitor realm. On the other hand, the rich kid was too weak. He had yet to see his talent. It was most likely that his cultivation was too low, thus he was overwhelmed by the godly eagle. As for his cultivation, the owner could not bear to watch any longer. He rubbed his eyes. In fact, everyone had seen the battle clearly. Their expressions were the same as the shopkeepers. Even the more timid ones covered their eyes. They couldn't bear to watch anymore because they knew that what was about to happen would be a bloody scene. Even Tianao and the rest frowned slightly. Based on their understanding of Lin Ling, they were still in the Yi Garden, so they couldn't help but worry. However, under the crowd's gaze, Lin Ling's palm gently touched the godly eagle's claw. Suddenly, his palm turned into a claw and grabbed Ting Feng Chuyu's claw. Furthermore, the claw had caused Ting Feng Chuyu's previous strength to vanish. What? Ting Feng Chuyu's eyes narrowed. He had guessed that his claw would be able to destroy all of Lin Ling's boundary qi. However, he suddenly felt that Qin Nan's strength was unfathomable. It was as if the kid before him was not a mid-stage martial progenitor. His boundary qi was not much weaker than his. Impossible. Ting Feng Chuyu snapped as he channeled all of his boundary qi into his arm. However, before his eyes, Lin Ling grabbed with one hand while a large number of monarch crystals appeared in his other hand. Following this, he began to refine them. Is he recovering his boundary qi? It seems like it. After all, his boundary qi is nowhere close to Senior Ting Feng's. It's normal for him to recover his boundary qi with monarch crystals. However, how could his recovery speed match the rate of consumption? The crowd burst into an uproar. The battle was simply too strange. Bang! However, a powerful boundary qi exploded all of a sudden. Furthermore, it felt like the sign of a breakthrough. The person who had unleashed the boundary qi was none other than Lin Ling. The crowd was dumbfounded. He was not recovering his boundary qi, but breaking through. They were all martial progenitor experts, thus they were well aware of the aura of a breakthrough. However, the young man's breakthrough was simply too strange. Even though the young man had broken through, he still looked like a 6th-layer martial progenitor. Furthermore, there was no martial progenitor's tribulation. Most importantly, the young man had broken through during the battle against Ting Feng Chuyu. Speaking of which, wasn't he worried that his cultivation would go berserk? It was obvious that Lin Ling's unique style had greatly exceeded the crowd's understanding. Little did they know that Lin Ling had already broken through in the woods. Even the tribulation of the progenitor realm had been blocked when he was devoured by the darkness. Even though it seemed like he was breaking through, he was only breaking through his other dantians. On top of that, as he continued to refine the monarch crystals, his second dantian had successfully reached the 6th layer martial progenitor realm. The overwhelming boundary chi suppressed Ting Feng Qiuyu until his face turned pale. In his eyes, the young man before him was a monster. Even though his cultivation was only at the 6th layer martial progenitor realm, his boundary chi was comparable to the peak martial progenitor realm. Chapter 3871. My name is Lin Ling. However, the shock did not end there. His third dantian broke through. Feng Qiuyu muttered to himself, this realm essence has probably reached the peak of its peak. However, the 4th, 5th, and 6th broke through again. Every time his dantian broke through, the terrifying aura was like an avalanche. Could this be a half-step martial god realm Jiayuan? Lin Ling still grabbed Autumn Rain Listener's hand, but he was already powerless to kneel down. This was because Lin Ling didn't even use his innate talent. Just the waves of boundary essence had already shocked him to the point that he was completely powerless. The 6 dantians were equivalent to the boundary essences of 6 mid-stage martial progenitors. In terms of boundary essences, Lin Ling was a few times stronger than Ting Feng Qiuyu. As for talent, there was no need to talk about it. Everyone's jaws dropped. They had imagined Lin Ling's right arm being torn apart by Ting Feng Qiuyu's claw, and they had imagined his legs being broken, and they had even imagined him being beaten to his knees. However, they had never imagined such an outcome. Ouch ouch ouch. As for Ting Feng Qiuyu, whose hand was grabbed by Lin Ling, he constantly shouted out. He could sense that not only was this youth's boundary essence terrifying, but his fleshly body strength was also terrifying. However, Lin Ling didn't say anything. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Although he was fishing in the Kurishin territory and calmed his heart, it did not mean that Lin Ling would be soft-hearted. When fishing, one is as immovable as a mountain. When the fish is hooked, the moment it moves, it will be as powerful as thunder. Crack crack. Lin Ling exerted a bit of force with his right hand, and Autumn Rain's palm immediately twisted like a fried dough twist. His 5 fingers turned outwards, and he cried out in pain. Tears even flowed out. The second floor was silent. Countless people on the first floor peeked their heads up to see who was screaming. But when they saw who was screaming, all of them had their mouths agape. Was this the newcomer king? Ting Feng Qiuyu didn't have time to curse because the 10 fingers were connected to the heart. Moreover, his talent was displayed on the palm. Now that his 5 fingers were crippled, he almost fainted from the pain. However, Lin Ling's eyes turned cold, and his left hand also slapped Ting Feng Qiuyu's dantian. Today, if the golden white evil spirit wasn't here, and if he wasn't strong enough, this guy would definitely cripple him. Therefore, Lin Ling would never show mercy to those who wanted to cripple him. Even teaching Ting Feng Qiuyu how to behave. You know nothing about power. After the palm hit, countless evil ghost jellyfish surged out from the palm and rushed into Autumn Rain Ting's body. Then, they started to devour him. Ting Feng Qiuyu's body trembled as he screamed even louder. He could feel that his dantian was collapsing because a mysterious force was rushing in and devouring everything. He was instantly shocked. His 8th grade ultimate desolate body could not withstand this person's attack. However, Lin Ling also quickly retracted his palm, but also turned it into a hand blade, fiercely chopping out. Blood gushed out. Ting Feng Qiuyu's legs were forcefully severed, and he was sent flying. He crashed onto the ground and rolled around in pain. This scene caused everyone to tremble. They had clearly seen through something. Ting Fengqiuyu had been crippled. His legs had also been severed. 5 of his fingers had been twisted off. Could it be that the blue-robed youth was from one of the strongest circles in the third hole? At this moment, everyone's faces turned pale as cold sweat dripped down their foreheads. Kill him! Kill him! Kill! Ting Fengqiuyu, who was on the ground, no longer had Ting Fang's elegance. He roared at Lin Ling like a hooligan. This was because he had been crippled. Although his talent still existed, it would probably take him a few hundred years to return to his current realm. He might even need to undergo tribulations again. If he wasn't careful, he might be crippled for life. This. Kill. The legs of Ting Fengqiuyu's juniors were trembling. How could they dare to move? The blue-robed youth's methods were too ruthless. Kill him. If not, how are you going to answer to the dean when you return? Kill. Upon seeing this, Ting Fengqiuyu roared again. That's right. The juniors thought of the dignified dean. At this moment, they released their boundary force and glared at Lin Ling. Even if they were no match for Lin Ling, they should at least demand an explanation from Lin Ling. Upon seeing this, Lin Ling shook his head. He was helpless against this group of idiots. Soon, the tyrannical song sword appeared in Lin Ling's hand and he slashed gently. Let's think about this when we return to the academy. Slash. With this slash, the juniors' legs were all severed. Fresh blood dyed the floor of the second floor red. One should know that these juniors were all late-stage and peak-stage martial ancestors. However, they could not block this slash. Moreover, he slashed wherever he wanted. His control over his strength was 10 times more ferocious than Ting Fengqiuyu's. The crowd's eyes continued to tremble. This slash was too powerful. Then, they looked at the people who were rolling on the ground and shuddered. They could not wait to leave this place immediately. This was especially so for those who had bickered with Tian Ao earlier. They were so frightened that they almost knelt down. This was because they had told Tian Ao and the others how powerful Ting Fengqiuyu was. However, the people they had said were powerful had their elixir fields destroyed and their legs broken. They had become disabled. The difference between their imagination and reality was too great. Shopkeeper. At this moment, Lin Ling slowly put away his sword and looked at the shopkeeper calmly. Young hero, please speak, please speak. Yes. The shopkeeper immediately nodded and bowed. He did not dare to raise his head to look at Lin Ling. He did not expect that after meeting so many customers in his life, there would be one that he did not dare to look directly at. I'm sorry for destroying your restaurant. I'll give you another 100 million royal crystals. Is that enough? Yes. Lin Ling tidied up and said with a smile. It's enough, it's enough. Actually, I don't need that much. In total, I don't even need 100 royal crystals. These things are not worth much. The shopkeeper quickly waved his hand and said. It's okay. 100 million royal crystals are not worth much to me. All right. Lin Ling nodded at Tian Ao and the others and strode up the stairs to the second floor. The shopkeeper's heart trembled when he heard this. 100 million royal crystals wasn't worth much. Moreover, his opponent had said that he wanted to cripple him, so he had acted decisively and crippled him in return. This was a cultivator who could travel the world freely. Seeing that Lin Ling and the others were about to leave, Ting Fengqiuyu and the others on the ground were shocked and quickly crawled away. Hee, I forgot. I told you to get lost but you didn't. You wanted us to do it. All right. Suddenly, Tian Ao stopped. Then, he took a step forward and kicked everyone on the ground like sandbags. Rumble. One of the walls of the restaurant was kicked open and a large number of people fell from the second floor. It was extremely embarrassing. They've all been kicked out. All right. This caused the hearts of all the powerhouses on the first floor to tremble. However, at this time, Lin Ling and the others also walked down the stairs from the second floor. Wherever they passed, everyone subconsciously made way for them. Those who had cursed at Tianao before, under Tianao's fierce glare, did not dare to raise their heads and look at him. After Lin Ling and the others left the restaurant, they also walked down the street. However, Lin Ling also noticed the resentful eyes of Ting Feng Qiuyu on the ground.